Good morning.
Good morning. And welcome.
We made it.
Thank you so much. We're just going to say a couple of words about the day. In 15 minutes, we'll be ready with our first speaker. And we're live now. We're streaming. So hello, everyone here in the room. And hello, everyone online. That's what the slide says. So, this event is streamed, and if you're watching the event right now on the stream, you should know that you're able to register also on the Django Day website, where you can find a ticket that's called a streaming ticket, and if you get that ticket, you'll get a link, and then you can join the chat, and then you can interact with the speakers and with each other. So, just a little tip. We have...
You go.
Okay.
You do it.
Yeah. We have a code of conduct, and it's on the website, and we expect everyone to have read and understood that there is a code of conduct, and if not, you can see it on the website, and please do that now. It applies to everyone here in the room, but also everyone in the virtual spaces.
And the organizers, for instance, is Balder or I. So if you need to contact someone or Vidir, who is down at the back in the orange jumper. So if you have any questions or concerns, please do come to one of us.
And also Sarah, by the way. Yes. All right.
Yes, just for a little bit, so we know, like, this is a public space, so just wear your name badge if all possible, so we can see who is here and who is not supposed to be here. So please just keep that one on. Yeah, if we can like help each other with like keeping the place tidy, there is like bins for like plastic and cardboard and waste. So if you can try and sort out the garbage, that would be fantastic. We got toilets. It's a little bit hidden, but like there is 2 toilets out at the back here, and then there's also 2 toilets downstairs. If you need those, you probably do. And then yeah, we have Wi-Fi. Yay. KK Public. If you log on to it and don't type in any passwords, then you'll get kicked off eventually. But if you use this username union and password 1552, then you will stay online the whole day. And you can take a photo of this if you need to remember that.
Perhaps also a little bit more generally about the venue. We're in a building that's run by the municipality of Copenhagen, and they have been really awesome to work with. And it's possible to do this day and to make it run simply because we can afford this wonderful space. So a big thanks to them and the whole venue staff. So let's see. Photo policy. So we have a camera, and we do intend to take a couple of pictures during the day of the event. If you would like to not be in a photo, then there is a white lanyard available. So this one you can have swapped out, and then we'll know to not include you in photos. And anyone else who's also taking photos, please make note that if someone is wearing a white lanyard, you should make them completely unrecognizable, unidentifiable in the photo, or simply not take the photo. Yeah. But it's always a good idea to ask if you're taking a photo that you're gonna put up on the interwebs.
Yeah. The schedule is online on this website, 2023 djangoday.dk. We will also write it down on a whiteboard down there, but you can always just check it out on there. We will kind of keep very like short questions, just 5 minutes. We have a tight schedule, and our video editor down here will like us to stay on time. So otherwise, ask questions online on Zulip if you have more questions to the speaker. Some speakers might not want questions, so but they will announce them themselves either in the beginning or the end of the talk. Yes, I think that's it.
Yeah, and we tried this year to make a little bit more space for interactions during the breaks.
Yes.
There was some feedback from last year, so we have created a talk format, you can say, that is the same for all speakers. It's perhaps for some it can feel a little bit tight with only 25 minutes, but it's a pretty simple format, and we'll see how it works. We're really excited that we're able to make that change and kind of squeeze in a little more talks also than last year. Questions. This is a very long slide, and I think I can't really go through this slide without actually ending up reading it out loud. But first of all, we really, as an event organizer, it's always great to have to see the interaction happening. So, like, this slide is not to scare anyone from asking questions. Rather, it's supposed to encourage to ask good questions. So a good question, as it says in many words that are hard to summarize, is one that seeks to explore the topic of the talk, is perceived valuable to others in the audience, clarifies something that you found hard to understand in the talk, breaks the silence of the crowd, asking a supportive question for the speaker, the selfless question that seeks to bind knowledge from other people in the crowd with the speakers, the practical recommendation that doesn't demand to know why the speaker didn't mention ABC. And a bad question is something that seeks to only emphasize your own knowledge, seeks detail at a level that is irrelevant to most people, or tries to trick the speaker, making them look bad. I didn't write this text. It was copy-pasted from another conference program of DjangoCon Europe. But please ask questions, right? It's meant to be encouraging. Yeah, at the end of the day, we'll have lightning talks. Super excited about that. I was creating a lightning talk yesterday evening. It's super improvised, but we'll see if there's space for it. Maybe there's a lot of submissions. I don't have to do it. Lightning talks are 5 minutes long, and after the 5 minutes are up, you will get like somehow shoved off stage. And it's not meant to be, like a perfect talk. Rather the opposite. It's fun, and we encourage anyone to kind of come up and share a crazy idea that they have, or something they just learned they want to advise others about, or maybe just a cool trip you had in a nice city last year.
And how do you sign up? How do you submit?
You should go and tap me on the shoulder, or Emil on the shoulder, or Vidya. But most of all, you should send your slides to the info@djangodenmark.org email. But since it's not on the slide, it's probably a good idea to ask again.
We can write it on Zulip in the general chat.
Yes, it's also on the website, the submission details. And we've pushed the deadline, so it's kind of in the break where there's coffee and cake at 3:30.
Yes, and yep, I just needed to read the slide. So tonight we're having a party. So the idea is we have a wonderful conference today, and then we all go out and eat somewhere, wherever people like, or go back to the hotel and shower and change clothes, whatever, and then come back here afterwards. Then we will rearrange the rooms for a little bit more of like a social setting with tables, etc. Payments, we have like a little payment terminal this year, so whoever didn't bring like mobile pay, etc., you can just use your card or your phone or your watch or whatever. So that's easy. There will be set up a bar in the back there. There is a pub quiz, so that's going to be exciting as well. And what is this last email? Is that where you can submit your
Yes.
questions?
Yeah. Let's get back to the pub quiz in the next slide. So it's always fun that as an organizer you may mention to speakers that it's a good idea to practice a talk before giving it. Yeah. We couldn't have done this without selling corporate supporter tickets. Financially speaking, this year we have 6 corporate supporters, and there is someone from each of these companies to thank in person. And yeah, let's give them a hand. Yes, thank you. A little bit about Django Denmark. We don't have to mention everything on the slide because we don't have so much time left. But we're an organization that are the financial capacity behind Django Day Copenhagen. We're also volunteers, and we're a membership organization. So maybe you noticed when you bought the ticket, that's the way to become a member. You ask to be invited, and then we'll send an email after the event. This is basically the activity of Django Denmark. So there could be other activities, and there has been other activities, and we would like to have more people involved in the organization to help us with that. We've had Django Day Copenhagen a couple of times. Yeah. Django Girls Copenhagen a couple of times. Yeah. So we have also supported a lot of things, and we're really proud of that. And you're more than welcome to ask how and when and why. So to run the day, we have a lot of help. It's really nice, and we could still use little hand. So if anyone would like to take photos, then we have a pretty simple camera. Just come and ask me. That would be awesome. If someone can dedicate a little bit of time during the day to just snap those moments. And Joseph is doing the pub quiz. He is there. He has the hand up. Joseph, would you like help for adding more questions? Yeah. So if you want to help Joseph with the pub quiz, go and tap him on the shoulder. But not too many people. It's important that you can also participate in the pub quiz. So this is not a trick to have all the answers revealed. Yeah. One more thing. We don't have social media, anyone dedicated to run our accounts today. So that's up to all of you. Hashtag Django CPH for the event. Yes, good.
I have two things left. Any questions?
Do you have any questions?
Yes. Can you please say hi to one person next to you? Great. Thank you. That's all.
All right. Are we ready to swap? Yeah.
Then let's get Sarah set up.
Yeah.
Hey. Oh.
So this is exciting. Sarah Boyce is ready with the talk and is also kind of our keynote speaker. Sarah, you've done a tremendous amount of work. I think I heard someone say rising star. So it's a nice coincidence that this is about Django, not space.
Yes.
So I think that we should all give a really big warm welcome to Sarah. Very excited for this talk.
Thank you so much. All right, so this is my first ever conference talk, so if many things go wrong, please be very supportive. Okay, so hello, good morning. My name is Sarah, but there are multiple Sarahs in Django and multiple Sarahs here today, so I'm Sarah Boyce, and I'm a Django core code contributor. So this is me. I raised my first PR to Django less than 18 months ago. And in this time, I've become a member of the DSF. I'm now a member of the review and triage team. And in the past year, I've become one of the top 5 code committers to Django. So you could probably say I've been fairly successful in a short amount of time. And I did all of this without any form of a formal mentorship program. And yet, what I'm here to talk about is the value of providing formal mentorship at Django, and that I'm here because I really believe that this can unleash a lot of potential and talent for the betterment of Django and the Django community. But isn't that a contradiction? I was saying, I haven't needed it. Why would anyone need it? Well, I did say that I raised my first PR less than 18 months ago, and that's true. But that doesn't mean I had decided to contribute to Django at that point. In fact, I'd made that decision quite a while before then. I had a goal for myself. That contributing to Django was something I really wanted to do. I wrote it down. And I even opened up Track, and I wrote like a comment and a ticket saying, oh, please, can I work on this, and all this kind of stuff. But yeah, I hadn't raised a PR, that hadn't got anything substantial to show for my efforts for over 9 months, which is quite a significant amount of time. So why does it take that long? And the reason, or at least I think part of the reason, is Django is pretty mature. It's been around for quite a long time. There's over 18 years worth of design decisions. There are tickets which are 10 years old, lots of comments, lots of mailing list discussions. And there's lots of tests, and it feels like you can break them all by changing one line of code. And so it's a little bit intimidating. Yeah, and not to mention, there are also a lot of tickets to choose from. There's about 1,000 open tickets, and so that takes a good amount of time to get accustomed to understand what they mean, and then figure out, oh, this is completely not for me, and then move on to the next, and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, it's a little bit difficult. I'm not alone in thinking this. So Anvansh, who is a Djangonaut on our program, he had quite a similar experience. In fact, he'd been trying to contribute to Django for about 10 months prior to our program. And he was also going into Track and assigning himself to things, but he hadn't raised a pull request, so there was no code for anyone to look at or to give any feedback to. Any of the efforts that he'd done in the dark, and we don't have any access to that. And so, I wonder how many people have gone, yeah, I can do this, and they've started for some time, and they didn't realize that this is maybe over 6 months before you're going to get, your first win or your first success. I also said that I haven't received any formal mentorship, and while that's true, that doesn't mean I haven't received mentorship. I've received lots and lots and lots of instances of informal mentorship all the time. I really do mean that this community it's very, very welcoming. I've been, I've witnessed so many micro-validations that I belong here, that I'm welcome here, that they're grateful for the work that I've been doing. So many thank yous. There have been times where people have reached out, or quite real instances of sponsorship where my name has been put forward for things. So it's not like there wasn't mentorship. Of course there was. And really, that's the idea behind Django Not Space. So what we want to achieve is a system where we can provide this environment of belonging and support for contributors to Django, so that they can feel the community element of what makes contributing a valuable experience, and invite them along to be part of it. And it appears to be working. Today is the last day of our pilot program. So we've just completed our first batch. And in this 3-month period, we had a number of pull requests raised. Some of them were merged. Some are still, ongoing discussions. We hosted some talks between the fellows and with our people on the program. But the one I really want to draw the most attention to, that I'm very proud of, is that everybody who participated in the program, they came out feeling more comfortable participating in the Django community after the program. And I think that is really the main thing we're trying to achieve, regardless of, how many commits you get in or something like this. So what is the program? How does it work? As I mentioned, it currently lasts 3 months. We might change that a little bit. And we have a couple of roles defined. There are Djangonauts. Djangonauts are participants of the program. They are the people who are the mentees. And we have, you may have noticed there's a space theme. We have navigators. They are the coach, the mentors. They are people who've got some context with contributing to Django. And they have weekly catch-ups with Djangonauts to engage with them and how they're doing, and talk about any problems they might have, and keep the ball rolling with it all. And then we have another role, which are our captains. And they are providing extra pastoral support, and they are doing it in more of a one-on-one session. And this is checking in with people, what's going on with them, and checking whether they need to take a break for any reason, or if there's anything that they felt not comfortable enough to raise in front of a group of other people. And those are kind of the roles that we have. There's a little bit of structure, so a navigator will have 3 or 4 Djangonauts assigned to them that they look after, and generally we have a group of about 6 to 8 in a program so far. But really, at the crux of it all, we're providing 3 things, and these are what I think adds value with the program. And the first one is accountability. So how many times have you gone, oh yeah, sure, I will do it, and then perhaps you've delayed it? And I think contributing to Django, the best way I can describe it is it's a marathon and not a sprint. You are going to reap results if you make consistent efforts over a period of time. It doesn't move super fast. So if you are engaged in something where this is going to take some time, you can keep reaping those results. And these weekly touch-ins are ways that you can be like, right, okay, what is some small progress I'm going to do before next week? Whether that's just starting some kind of new discussion or something. The other thing is around connections. So we are really humanizing the code base. Django is full of real people who have flaws and don't know everything. And by meeting those people and learning a bit more about them, it helps to make it a little bit less intimidating and helps you engage on it in a bit of a different level. And that you can hopefully, enjoy interacting with those people, make some friends. And the final thing is sponsorship. So contributing to open source can really open a lot of doors for you, but only if you know to talk about it, only if you start telling people about it. And what we're doing is we really celebrate the achievements of the Djangonauts as much as we possibly can. We will use our voice until these individuals feel comfortable enough to use the voice of their own. And we are making connections with other people in the community. Every time we set up a talk, we are giving them that network and that possibility to really, make a difference. There's some fantastic experienced people that they can learn a lot from, and through us bringing them along, we can really share out those opportunities. Okay, so if that sounds interesting to you and you want to learn a bit more about us, our website is djangonaut.space. If you go there, you will find all of the documentation around the program itself. You can read a bit more about what a navigator is exactly and a captain and all this kind of thing. There is also a sign-up form, and you can sign up to be any one of these roles, whether you feel like you can, perhaps you want to be a supportive mentor, you want to be a captain, perhaps you want to be a participant or a navigator. All of that is very welcome. If you did sign up, we will reach out to you and we will give you, we will organize like a Q&A session where we can get a bit more context and all this kind of stuff and answer any questions. The other way you can help out is just talk about us to people that you know. Whether you want to follow us on any of the social media, like or share what we're talking about, and kind of engage in that celebration and that discussion, because that would also be very, very useful. And then before I open up to questions and stuff like that, what I want to talk about is really why I think it all matters. So back when there was a slide before where it kind of hinted at this, but I really have received a lot of support and mentorship from this community. And this is my first conference talk. And I'm here today because Mariusz suggested that I should do this talk. In fact, he reached out to Ben and he invited me to do this. And he has done this throughout my process. He invited me to be in the DSF and he invited me to be in the review and triage team. And if it wasn't without Mariusz and people who have specifically reached out to me and let me know that I am welcome here and I'm valued here and that I am seen, I probably wouldn't still be here. And I am aware that that is me being very lucky, because I know that I am not that special. And there are so many people who can add so much value to Django and our contributing community. And Djangonaut Space is about inviting those people in and creating a system of belonging at Django. And hopefully we'll go to another conference and not only is there loads more Sarahs than there already is, but there's going to be more Tushars, more Amvanshas, more Yamissis, more Abyamas, and more Marianas, and that is really what I think it's all about. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And like, nice to celebrate also now that you have done your first talk.
Thank you.
Congratulations. The first of, now it's going to be a lot easier to do talks.
Yes, hopefully, hopefully.
So basically, questions from the audience.
Thanks. Hi. Great initiative. I think it's brilliant. What I'm wondering is, obviously, most of us, I think all of us, probably have jobs and probably families and all the other stuff. So, and you're talking about, you know, weekly catch-ups and touch-ins. It sounds a little bit agile. I'm wondering about the level of commitment that you expect for things and what happens, you know, when life gets in the way and, you know, it's okay, well, I haven't done anything for 4 weeks, so dear, I feel a bit bad now. Yeah, how are you dealing with that kind of thing? So.
From the perspective of the participants or any role?
Contribute.
Yes.
Things so that they feel, okay, I'm not, why am I doing this? I should step back, I
Yes.
should stop now, you know.
I agree this is really hard, and a number of people, I think, have felt this. We do encourage that. We appreciate that life happens, and I think this is part of the reason that we have the role of the captains. So Django has been involved in Google Summer of Code for some time now, and this is our extra support layer to really figure out what is the reason behind when someone goes a bit quiet. So if someone goes a bit quiet, it could be that they're just rabbit in the headlights and they don't know what to do next. But it can also be that, yes, life is just happening. They didn't expect the workload that they've received. We've even had a bereavement and things that happen, and all of this. And your well-being is way more important than any commit you could ever do. And we appreciate that. So the other thing I want to highlight with the participants is that it is just a journey, and how much you do on the program is kind of irrelevant. And that's really why I focused on whether they feel comfortable participating in the community, because Django is going to stick around for a long time. You can leave it and come back later, and it's just whether you feel like you would like to come back later is what I think is important, because learning that level of balance and this healthy habits with open source is important, and we want to encourage that. We just want you to feel a little bit of success, realize that even if you move that discussion, you know, a bit further towards a conclusion, that is still success. Other people will pick things up if you had to put it down. But yeah, I said that in a very long-winded way. But all these kind of things.
Next question.
First of all, congratulations on your first talk. It was real good. I enjoyed it personally a lot. What I have also noticed that people they have some difficulties in contributing to open source, especially when it is their first time contributing there. So I have actually 2 questions, if that's okay. And the first one is, what do you think, what have you noticed is the most difficult thing to do? Is it difficult for them to find a problem? Is it difficult for them to feel confident to say they will do so? I mean, which one in the pipeline? And the other question I have is, how many of these people, and what can be done better so that they continue to be open source contributors? Because it's going from 0 to 1 is the most difficult thing, and I agree, but I think it's really important continuing to doing so. And it's difficult for me as well, but I'm trying to think here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yes, exactly, when you said it yourself, the 0 to 1 element, it's really hard. And there's a lot of, and I remember, in fact, I was having a similar discussion with with Sarah A. earlier about that feeling when you've raised your first PR and that you're checking whether someone has looked at it yet, and there's a lot of anticipation and things around it. With Django, I would say different people come to it with different reasons. So if you've come to Django with a specific issue that you found and you wanted to solve, you've already come at it 5 or 6 steps before somebody who's just going, I generally want to contribute to Django. Because then they need to go into track and they need to figure out a way to make this work for them and to find that first issue. So I would say with Django, usually finding the right first ticket can take some time, because even though we have a I think it's called easy pickings flag, a lot of those tickets get snapped up quite quickly and there aren't that many easy ones, and so you really need to spend extra time and having the motivation to continue to stick with it when you're very much on your own at the start is quite difficult. And then you went on to talk about how people stay with open source, right? Okay. Why am I staying? Because okay, it's true, you get diminishing returns. The more that you do, you don't learn as much as you did when you did your first couple, and it will. There's still loads to learn, of course, but it does become less and less. And also that kind of like status thing that you get for saying, oh yes, I did a Django code contribution. It gets less and less, because you know, when you say, oh, I did another one, they're like, okay, yeah, whatever now, and all this kind of stuff. And really, the reason I'm engaged in it is because I'm interacting with really fantastic people and having really interesting discussions on not only Django itself, but how should Django work? How should we progress? How can we engage with new people? And I think if you find a niche of either a way you can add specific value, so maybe you have a mission of something you want to get involved with, then that will help you to stick with it for a longer period of time. But it's more about finding that motivator, because otherwise it's your free time. You should do something that adds value to you.
Do you want another question?
I don't mind.
I have a question. Okay. I think there is a saying that something with came for the code or the knowledge and stayed for the community. Can you talk a little bit about the social aspect of Django Not Space? For instance, I think when you have a question about Django, it can be a little bit intimidating where to ask the question. Mm-hmm. Like, you don't open an issue, then you really get yelled at. But it's also hard maybe to go to the forum and make a forum post about the question, because a whole forum can also seem intimidating. Then the IRC channels are obviously a little bit old-fashioned, so not so many people know how to go there. But I remember also just asking a question in a chat room with over 100 people is also intimidating.
Yes.
But what happens in Django Not Space for the participants to kind of support each other?
So currently we have a private Discord server where it's only the people in the program are there, and the idea is that gives you that extra safety around that you're not asking a question that you think maybe is a stupid question in front of 1,000 people or something stupid. And ideally, what we want is that people, you know, after they have had some time with it, that they feel more comfortable that they can say these things in more of a public setting. Because I do appreciate there is value in people going there and saying it, because we don't want any secret knowledge to be hidden away somewhere. But this learning in public, it's terrifying, and I also don't enjoy doing it. So I can appreciate why a lot of people would not want to, go on the forum and ask that, like, oh, I've got this error when I was running the tests. Can someone help me? Kind of question. But yeah, so that's how we're achieving it, because you have people that you could talk to directly because you know some people. Then you can ask them the question, or you can post it in something that is a little bit more private than just everywhere. So.
Yeah, I would also say that ask questions in the Django forum. It's not
Yes.
it's not wrong at all.
No.
But of course, it can feel a bit difficult to ask a question where it's
Yes.
like, I did something wrong, and now someone has to figure out what I did wrong, and then it'll be there
Exactly.
forever on the internet.
Yeah.
Um,
Yes. Yeah.
Are there any questions from the internet? Oh, there is a question in the audience. Yes, please. Yes, you do need a microphone.
Yes, hi. So if you want to contribute to the Django core, how many years of experience do people generally have in both Python and Django, and like what would your recommendation be?
I don't think there is any specific amount that really matters. I think you need to have an appreciation of tests. Tests are very, very important. Django's at the site, there's 16,000 tests. And if there weren't that many, it would fall apart, because there are a lot of features and subtleties in there. So there's more kind of, I'd say, certain principles that you should be kind of willing, or to, even if you don't know them, if someone says you should do it like this and this and this, and if you could be like, okay, yeah, fine, and then you take that on board. Python, yeah, I mean, it's all in Python, so maybe you should have a year or two's experience with Python. With Django itself, actually, I don't think you need that much Django experience. Some people started, in fact, David Smith is a contributor to Django, quite a big one, who wasn't making Django applications himself so much, or not working on these kind of projects. You just kind of need a certain attitude and grit, I would say, to keep up with it, because it helps when if you want to go in and you want to engage in the discussions of like, does this feel like Django? Then extra experience in Django is really useful there. But if someone is saying, when I am using this database in this scenario, I have a bug that looks like this, it is just, you need to debug it and get over that specific problem. So you don't need to know every feature that there is under the sun to still add value. So, yeah, it depends. Is this the answer?
We do have a little bit more time if there is a question from the internet. I'd like to get the internet involved, but maybe they're taking a long, quiet morning out there in their couches. Okay. So let's celebrate Sarah's first talk one more time. Thank you so much. With the little bit of time that we have now before Joseph's talk in, what is it, like 4 minutes? It's totally okay if you want to like grab a cup of coffee, just be back quickly. me? Yeah, thank you. All right. Hello, Joseph.
Hello.
Welcome on stage.
Thank you.
It's not the first time.
Yeah, it's the second time. So should I take it on from here?
Yeah, you absolutely can. Do you want any more introduction?
Not. I'll try to introduce myself. So, good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here and happy to talk about having a minimal Django testing style guide. So this talk is probably formed from years of experience and from my perspective, because now I'm getting more into senior-ish roles, and so whenever I join a new project or a new company, I am joining as someone who is coming to an existing code base. And when we talk about existing code bases, the larger the code base and the more the people have worked on it, then it kind of gets scarier to join that code base. What is it that troubles us? What makes us anxious about it? One thing, for example, that job adverts make about some jobs is that you're joining to work on a greenfield project. So why is it that working on an existing project is scarier? And the image here is of broken windows. And in 1982, there was a criminology study that produced this broken windows theory. The theory says that if one broken window in a neighborhood leads to more degradation in that neighborhood. And the reasons they come up with are two. The first is signs of neglect lead to more neglect. And the second is that the people in that neighborhood sense a lack of ownership. So I think this can be applied to our work environments and therefore our code bases. You might say that it's just a broken window. It does not affect the structural integrity of the building, but it's the small things that then lead to degradation. And one thing which might appear small is our test code and test code bases. It might not be the production code itself, but our test code is one of those small things that if neglected, lead to degradation. And my answer today to that is to have a style guide in place. So a style guide has rules and guidelines. Guidelines are recommendations or best practices, whereas rules are laws people are meant to follow. So the style in style guide can be a bit of a misnomer, because the style guide is not only about code formatting practices, about code formatting rules and enforcing them via automation. We have Marika's talk right after this one. The rules and the guidelines in a style guide, for example, do's and don'ts about what to do in your test code, require more human judgment and more engineer judgment. So if we have a style guide in place, what do we gain and what do we lose? We lose the individual engineers lose flexibility because their choices are restricted. However, we gain consistency. And consistency enables engineers to focus on what to test rather than how to test it. Consistency also results in expert chunking when we have a consistent way of structuring tests. Expert chunking is a cognitive process which groups pieces of information into meaningful chunks rather than keeping track of each piece on its own. This makes it much faster to think about things. For example, expert chess players think in terms of configurations of pieces rather than keeping note of each individual piece's position. This makes it faster to read tests, and this results in productivity. Consistency also brings productivity because you have engineers who jump from one code base to another and hit the ground running. And also, our code base is more resilient to time because if the people or players on that code base change, the code base itself doesn't need to change because of the consequent change in ownership. Finally, with this style guide, we have reduced conflict, especially at code review stage, because the engineers can focus on what is being delivered rather than how it was coded. So what should our style guide be about? It should tell us what to test and how to write these tests. So what should we test? And the answer is the Beyoncé rule. Test anything that you don't want broken. What does this translate to in our Django applications? We have to test anything that is not already tested by core Django or by the tests in the third-party applications, third-party packages our Django project uses. All right. How can we enforce that? How can we ensure that we are testing that? And there are multiple ways our projects, our code can be tested. So let's get some definitions done here. I'm by no means, this is a disclaimer, I'm by no means the authority on this, but I will spare the in my opinion prefix to sentences. So a unit test, we can say that a unit test, so if we're testing a function, that is the test target. So it's the target under test. So a unit test involves testing that target, and while the unit test runs, the target does not talk to any other component. Integration test, for example, in Django, when we're using the test client, it's an integration test. Why? Because if we hit the URL to test form validation, we're hitting the URL, the view that is bound, the form we're testing is bound to, and the form code itself. So it's an integration test because it hits multiple components. On the other hand, end-to-end tests or system tests test the whole, may talk to components you have no control over. So for the purposes of this talk, we will treat unit and integration tests as deterministic. Deterministic in this case means that their behavior is repeatable, whereas system tests, because they talk to external systems, they are non-deterministic. So this, the first pyramid is my cons test pyramid. It's from the book Software Engineering at Google. I will give references later on. And they advocate at Google to write a huge amount of unit tests compared to integration tests and end-to-end tests. Why? Because as Martin Fowler's test pyramid shows, unit tests run faster. You also develop them faster because they have a narrow focus, they are smaller, and since they are faster, they are easy to run on your own machine, they discover bugs earlier. That's why the cost of both running them and them finding bugs is smaller. On the other hand, the closer you move to the user, the slower the tests become, and the costlier it is to discover and fix bugs because you have to go back. There are also some anti-patterns here. These two, from the same book, Software Engineering at Google. The ice cream pattern also has manual tests up here, which is very bad because you have to have a human actually doing tests. So that is not scalable. And the hourglass pattern here has unit tests and end-to-end tests and very little integration tests. This is bad because it doesn't catch bugs that could have been caught at earlier stages. And as we said before, catching them at the last stage is the most expensive way to do it. There's also this pattern, this is an anti-pattern, but it's advocated a lot in client-side applications and user-focused applications. It's by Ken Seedotz of React.js fame, and it encourages a lot of integration tests. So my point about this is there's no one-size-fits-all, and your team has to agree on how to go about what tests to write. The other point that I want to make is that unit tests provide the highest ROI, return on investment, because they are faster to run, probably faster to write, and the feedback loop is very short with unit tests. However, their main drawback is they don't test component interactions. So what do I end up doing? So without looking at the test pyramids, I realized that myself, I tend to write more unit tests or more unit-ish tests when it comes to code that talks to the database, such as code and models, such as query set function, for example, in models.py. Whereas the closer I get to the user or to the client API, the more my tests start looking like integration tests. As I said before, if I'm testing the code in a Django REST framework serializer, I sometimes just use it as client, and that hits the view, hits the URL resolver, and then the serializer itself. So we have some definitions done. So let's see how to write the tests. And I would like to go, before going through the do's and don'ts of how to write tests, through what goes in our mind when writing the test, when thinking about the test. And this is this diagram is from a book published in 2000 with research papers. It refers to from the 80s and the 90s about code complexity. And here you can see that this is the flow, the logical flow for a sequence, and whenever you had an if, then you have a new logical path. So white box testing is about exercising all possible paths that your code can go through. And it is a very exhaustive technique, and we'll see that if you have an extra path. If you have a Boolean operator, you have an extra path. So this is from Radon, which is a package that analyzes cyclomatic complexity, also known as McCabe's complexity function. So these are about executing all possible logical paths in your test. So let's get a very small function here. You have a customer, email first name and last name. If the email is set, return the email. If the email is unset, try to return the name. If both first name and last name are set, otherwise return not available. So if we try to use white box text testing, we would have 8 tests for this simple function. We would need 8 test cases. So with all the states. So black box testing comes to the rescue, and with a technique called equivalence partitioning, we decide to narrow down the tests we need just to 3. One, and here the focus rather than on the inner workings of the function, we focus on the behavior expected of the function. So we just write 3 tests and test the behavior that way. So we have gone through what tests we should write, what goes in our mind when thinking about tests. So let's go through the main course of the style guide, which are the do's and don'ts. So when you have tests, you have to agree about the structure of those tests. So if you have a piece of code in a module, you don't want to think and try to figure out where the test for that code is located. So ideally, there is a predictable way where your tests are located for your code. So a common style is to have tests reflect the structure of the code. So this is my Django app, and I have a forms directory with an orders and customers module in it. So I have test forms and test customers and test orders. So anything in customers, you can find it here. Anything for models, you find in test models, and so on and so forth. There is no best or worst way to do this. Just have one and stick to it so that people do not get lost finding tests. So that's one thing about the structure. The next, that's one thing about the folder structure. Now we have to agree about the structure within the test itself. And the pattern, which is very useful and leads to the expert chunking I mentioned earlier, is given when then. So a given when then gives structure to the test. So we put the given code here, when and then. So we separate the tests into steps. An alternative is called arrange, act, assert. So in this section here, we are arranging the setup data for our function. Here we are calling the target, and here we are making our assertions. The more tests you write and you keep a structure, makes it very easy to, when you come to look at a test, you know with the combination of comments and white space what each part of the test does. So since these are inline documentation, maybe having a more human-readable string would have been better than when created today is called. Here this comment here leads me to the next slide, which says, use verbose tests and function name. So here I have the serializer for the customer model, and the serializer is validating that when name information is provided, both first name and last name must be submitted. So how do we write tests for that? We test the behavior, and it's very useful to get a glimpse, an immediate glimpse of what the test is doing to write about the behavior, the expected behavior of the test within the test, within the function signature. So do not be afraid of having long test function names. No one will be calling these. So there is no, the more information you provide, the faster it is to read the test later on. Also, do use test case and test naming conventions. So customer serializer results in customer serializer tests, and validate results in test validate, test underscore validate, and then the state or behavior description that you're doing. There is no best way to do this. Just agree on one and follow through with that. This is very important. A test should test only one behavior. If you try to have a test testing more than one behavior, it's confusing, it's unmaintainable, the test itself might be flawed. So keep it simple. When it comes to unit test, to test code, then don't worry about having code duplicated. And that brings me to the next slide. Don't try to dry. Dry is don't repeat yourself. When it comes to tests, repetition is not a bad thing. Actually, if it makes your tests more readable, more independent of each other, then duplication is not bad. Remember, do not put logic in tests. It's another point of this, because sometimes when we try to test more than one thing in the same test, or avoid copy-pasting things, what we do is we stick an if or a for loop in our test. And if we do that, it means that our test now needs another test for the test, which so no, logic and copy-paste is good. Another principle that I like to have followed in tests, and I do the mistake myself, is locality of behavior. This is an essay from the HTMX author, and locality of behavior means if you look at a file or if I look at a function, I know immediately what that function does just by looking at the function's code. Now, of course, it extends test case, so there are a lot of built-ins. But if I'm familiar with Django's test case, then if I look at the function, if I look at a given when-then structure, I know exactly, I don't need to think that much to see what the code is doing. So locality of behavior, try to locate everything your test is doing within that test. And this something that a mistake that I have done myself is to have test data classes with setup test data class method. If you're unfamiliar, we have the test case class in Django offers either setup, which is run for every test, or setup test data, which is run once per the test case. What I have done, a mistake I have done in the past, is having a hierarchy of test data classes, each calling the parent, and then if I need to see what state is being created for my test, I need to traverse manually through the hierarchy to see what the state of the data is for my test. So that is a mistake, and ideally your test, at the cost of duplication, should have everything within the test itself, and avoid test case hierarchies as much as possible, because then it makes it hard to see what your test is actually doing. This brings me to test data setup. So please do not use fixtures for tests. Fixtures are very easy to create, managed by dump data. You have a JSON file, you can use it in tests. It's very, Django makes it very easy to use fixtures, but they are not intended to be used that way. So you have a JSON file. Let's say you add a new field. What do? You edit it manually. How do you go about it? Also, fixtures tend to be append only. So if I want to create new test data, I just append to the existing fixture, and then all my tests use that new state that fixture is loading. And also fixtures are very slow, but that's another topic. So compare that to using factories instead. So in the Django space, we have Factory Boy and Model Bakery, which are two very convenient packages to use for setting up data and tests. So here, I edited the customer model we had earlier to have a code, and the code here is not null, and therefore I configured the customer factory I had earlier to have this new code column here, and whenever I'm not providing it via the factory, what Factory Boy does, it sets it to have this default value with cast hyphen and a sequentially generated number. So that's all that I needed to do to have the previous tests passing. In addition, I changed the previous function so that instead of not available, it returns the code since it's not nullable. And the only test that I needed to change was this. I changed it from not available to return code, and I'm passing the code so it's hard-coded, and I don't need to think about, I don't need to assert again the customer code. I can see what's happening here. So you can see that factories make test data management much easier. And also the point about these given when then strings is that you have to maintain them. So this is a mistake I do continuously. I always forget to maintain them. So that consider using them only for the most important or most complicated tests. Another two don'ts here. Here I'm using, so don't use numbered variables. Here I'm just calling them order 2, order 3. And instead I could have called them order created yesterday at midnight or past midnight. Having the assert query set equal using that would have been much easier, would have been more human readable. In addition, avoid having the tests, allowing your tests to talk to the system clock because it makes them non-deterministic, because if they depend, if the system clock is not frozen, your test behavior will vary depending on when they are run. Use Time Machine or a package like Time Machine or Freeze Gun to freeze your date times. Use clear ferial messages. We can see the difference when you use assert in instead of assert through. The error message here is more helpful than the error message here. And Django itself provides a lot of assertions. This is from simple test case. There is a whole hierarchy, and I default to use the last one in the hierarchy myself because it provides all the goodies provided in the classes it extends. This is very important and probably is why I end up using more tests that look more like integration tests whenever I'm dealing with URLs and whatever the outside world sees of my Django application. So when here we have a view, a list view, and it returns the items for the user. So here I'm creating a couple of users, and then I'm creating 2 items for the user, and then another item for another user. I'm assigning the user to the request object, the request I'm instantiating it, and then sticking the request to the view, because since I'm not using the client, I have to do manually what the authentication middleware usually does. So then I can test the context. So compare this when using the client. You just force the user, you assign it to the client session, and the code is much simpler. In addition, you can see that with less code, I get more return on my test effort investment because I am testing the mapping of the URL to the view and to the build-up of the context. So ideally, test behavior, not internal logic or state, as we have here. A final, my last 2 slides, one is about mocking and the other one is about coverage. So whenever you mock, you replace the component in your target with some other component, with a mock. The more that changes the behavior of the target, and the more you change the behavior of the target, the less accurate your test is. So mock carefully or sparingly, and ideally use, for example, instead of creating requests, use request factory when instantiating requests during tests, and otherwise use auto-spec. So what if you don't use AutoSpec, what mock does, it creates, whenever you access an attribute on the mocked object, mock returns another magic mock. So the idea to use AutoSpec is to limit your code, to limit the possible errors, to make the target as accurate as possible. AutoSpec has its limitations because it only provides the attributes defined on the class. For example, if an attribute is instantiated in the constructor, that is not available for AutoSpec. So again, this calls for the engineer judgment. Do use a convention for where to apply mocks. So I prefer to apply decorators so that I avoid the with statement context measure. In fact, I like the code in my tests to have no lines of indentation at all, so that I need to think less. And also do use a convention for naming mocks. So if you're using the decorator, make sure you use the mock underscore prefix or a p underscore prefix or no prefix at all, perhaps. And if you decide to use a package as an add-on to mock itself, mock is provided by Python standard library, like request mock, make sure you use it across the code base, not sometimes yes and sometimes no. Final word about coverage. Do play the game of test coverage. And coverage on itself is a very dumb metric because we could go from 0 to 80% coverage just by executing the test client code, by running the test client against some URLs, and suddenly we have a lot of coverage. That itself doesn't improve the correctness, or doesn't test the correctness of the system we're testing. So what should we cover? And the Beyoncé rules apply. We should cover anything that we don't want broken. And if we want that gradual improvement towards coverage over time, the way to enforce this is to ensure that no PR reduces coverage. So so anytime you open a PR, we want a non-negative coverage number. So that was quite a drive through the do's and don'ts. These are the books I refer to mostly, but I will provide a whole list of references with the talk link. These are more theoretical in nature. These are more practical. This one, while published in the 2 scopes of Django that I referred to, while published in 2013, is still very much up to date, even though 10 years have passed, which shows how mature Django is as a framework. And this one by Adam Johnson is more about execution of tests, but also has some chapters which are very good which provide very good pointers about how to write tests. So the takeaways. So the style guide. So the style guide is a work in progress on which team consensus is required. It is no silver bullet, so it shapes behavior over time. And having a style guide, even if the style you agree on is not that good to start with, it makes it easier to migrate to a better style going forward. So definitely, I hope I convinced you about that. Regarding what tests and how to write them, I hope I convinced you that joining a project which has been there for 10 years, it's better to join a 10-year-old code base with a predictable and consistent style than a 10-month free-for-all project. And my final note is that code is read far more than it is written, so make sure you write the tests you want to read. That's it.
Really good talk. Thank you. We are ready for questions. I guess we have room for a couple of questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Anyone in the audience? Yes.
Hi, great talk.
Thanks.
One question, you had this one test case shown where you would say, I'm asserting the name of the customer, like test customer, and then you setting it in the factory boy, and then you're asserting it. And I'm always struggling to put this in a variable or not, because it's inside this test and it's duplicate and it feels wrong, but I usually never do it. So what's your take on this?
I think I wouldn't put it in a variable because I'm not afraid to repeat things. I think having it there, it's easier to see if there's a mistake. It's in the unit test, it's easy to spot. But I did use variables, and now I don't do it anymore. So it's not a clean. Again, I'm not the authority on this. It's a sample. It's a minimal style guide with style guide contents that might go into your style guide, but you and your team decide. But just decide on one and stick to it. That's the point. Thanks.
I have a question. Would you consider naming the style guide? I'm thinking about maintaining projects, and then there is a contribution. Hooray, someone fixed the bug or added a feature, but they didn't write tests, or the test doesn't like follow a style guide. Can make it easier perhaps to refer to it.
So in my talks references, I put a couple of links to a couple of style guides. One of them is by Octopus Energy, and it's very exhaustive. So if I understood your question correctly, is it about how to install a style guide? You don't want to enforce a style guide on anyone, kind of. So I'm not sure I understood your question.
Yeah, so kind of like the contributing guidelines for the random open source project, and
okay.
I want to say, can you follow something like this?
Yeah, ideally, but it's a long presentation, so it would be even longer to write it and provide samples. But ideally, yes, do's and don'ts. The format is quite helpful at what if you do something, I'm doing this, so I shouldn't do it. I should do the alternative. So the do and don't format is quite helpful in that case. I'm not sure about whether the Django itself contributing to Django docs have a style on tests themselves. As Sarah said earlier, it's a huge project with a huge number of tests. So my talk is more affected by closed projects for businesses. That's where my background is. But yes, I think a style guide, if anything, it helps people improve their coding practices. So yeah, it's a good idea.
Do keep a style guide.
Yes, definitely. Was there another question?
Yes.
Yes, hi. You talked about not using fixtures and tests, and you provided the example, what happens if there's like a change to it, migration or something. Sometimes you're forced to have fixtures just because it's like a legacy app and there's like a whole complicated thing that you need in the database to run the test. What I've done in those cases is I've added like a part to the README of like how do I upgrade our test database, which is basically like delete your SQLite database, run the migrations up to the point where the fixture was created the last time, load the fixture into your local SQLite database, run all the new migrations, and then run unload it back into a fixture and put it back in the repository. But I don't know if is there a better way of doing this, or it's like a standardized way of handling this? Because I mean, this is just what I came up with myself.
How do you manage the transitions when the schema changes? How do you regenerate? That's the biggest headache that I had when using fixtures.
I mean, say there's a migration that has like changed something, no? Then that's why I delete my developer SQLite database, load the fixture into that, and then run all the migrations that have happened since the last time. So now it should be up to date, and then I dump the contents back into the fixture, and then I upload the fixture to the repository, and now it should be up to date. And of course, this works until next time there's a change, and then the same procedure has to be done again.
Yeah. So the idea here is that the so the fixture makes it very hard to read, in my opinion, what's in it. So if you use factories, you have, if you use something like Factory Boy, you have an initial effort where you have to model all your data using factories. So you configure some factories with sub-factories, for example, to create related objects. But the migration from fixtures to factories would involve an initial effort where you have the same data created by the factory code. Then that would make it much easier when you have schema changes, for example, because with Factory Boy, you either provide a default or not do anything, and it just works without any effort. But there is an initial effort to migrate from the fixture to use factories, and if it's a lot of data, factory functions provide functions to create batches of data. So yeah, it is a one-time effort, but I think it pays off going forward.
Quick question.
Yeah, quick question. Thanks so much for the talk, Joseph. I wanted to ask about where, if you have any more tips around where to put tests. I think sometimes it can be really nice and easy. You know, you have a test file already that tests a specific form. You're adding some functionality to that. You know exactly where the test needs to go. But what if it's like less clear? Do you have ideas about like should it, you know, one code file map to one test file, or any more pointers around this problem of, okay, I've written a new feature, now where the hell do I put my test?
So yeah, yes, it's a very good question, because this challenge I encountered it several times. So again, we go back to the definitions. What are we testing? Is it a unit test or an integration test? So maybe unit tests can have this structure where they are located, and you have a structure which reflects that of the non-test code, of the production code. But for integration tests, you might have an additional directory that is structured around the behavior, the name of the behavior you're testing. So we had a customer. So for example, if we had a customer lifecycle in which we want to execute multiple steps that talk to a lot of different modules, then we would maybe create an integration tests directory, and we call the modules by the behavior they test rather than by the location of the code. So yeah, that is something the team has to discuss, and everyone should be on board with it, because there is no one size fits all for this kind of question. But it's good to separate between unit, and that's maybe why we should separate between unit and integration test, maybe to locate it and style it differently, the code that results. Thanks.
I'm afraid we don't have more time for questions, but Joseph, you can be found in
yes.
in the room. Let's give Joseph a big hand.
Thank you.
And as maybe you noticed in Joseph's slides, then there was a reference to the next speaker, to
Mareike.
Yeah. Who is getting ready? We're ready. We're on. We're live.
Test.
Back with Mareike and everything hopefully working. Let's first of all make sure we give Mareike a big warm welcome. Yes.
I think, do I have sound now? First of all, I have just recovered my voice after illness. I will be coughing a lot. I will try not to upset the microphone. So if I'm making a lot of coughing sounds. It's me, sadly. Well, fun to be here again. I was here last year as well, but that was Uncle Danny's plots. I cannot pronounce any Danish whatsoever. And we have lost our, what's it called again? Our display. I actually can improvise most of this presentation, but I do have some example code in the end, which this might be a problem. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. I can actually do this by hand, which is cool because I have actually not prepared this presentation as much as I wanted to due to illness. Well, these people figured out. I'd like to know who is in the house, and for that I want to have a little example and we are going to raise hands after a bit, so be prepared to engage. Imagine this story. Imagine that you are working on a project with someone else, and that someone else, they gave you a pull request or a merge request if you're a GitLab user, and it's actually quite okay. Like the unit tests, they pass, which is good. It works, but there's some small things that aren't really great, like documentation is missing, or it's doing some things that could have been simpler, better, more efficient. Maybe you're logging. Well, I don't know if anyone knows this, but you are not supposed to use direct string interpolation in logging functions. I didn't know that until a while ago, but maybe you knew. Well, maybe they're doing that kind of things, and actually the string interpolation thing will mess up all your error patterns in like Sentry and whatnot. So it's good, but it's not really there yet. So you kind of want them to improve it a bit, but it's their day off tomorrow. We're going to pretend it's a Friday and that we're shipping on Friday. There are reasons why you shouldn't, but for the sake of this example, we are shipping this on Friday. But Friday is the developer's day off. So we have some options. We can mess with the pull request ourselves, who would do that? Raise your hand if you would do that, mess with the other person's pull request to fix it. Good, you shouldn't. Oh well, I say that and then people are like, yay, it's me. I have at times actually done this. I try to avoid it, but if I know that I'll be merging it right after, it's okay, and I will probably tell that person. But then there's two scenarios. I want to know which one of the two you would pick. We have scenario 1, which is ship it now and fix it later. Who would do that? Yes, I also call it ship it now, regret it later. So the other scenario, I saw 2 hands. The other scenario is regret it now, but don't ship it and wait for a couple of days and upset sales. Who would do that? Somewhat more hands, yeah. Salespeople hate this one simple trick. Although it's, for the example, it's Friday, you probably shouldn't ship it unless you have a good reason to do it. So, but my example, it kind of focuses on like I said, the code works, but it's not really there yet. And I hate those fixes. I hate giving people requests back on such simple side things. But you need it for like keeping the quality up. And I am going to tell you today how to automate some of those things, because we are developers and automation is making us happy. Yeah, can we get some? Okay, I see very hard nods. Yeah, automation is good. We are very much morning people here, I can see it. So first, something about me. Well, I still have my voice. This is me. This is not my office. It is my backyard. Very Danish teapot. I freaking love that thing. I have 3 of them now. They are amazing. Like, please, people who produce this, pay me to advertise this thing for you because they're freaking expensive. This is my backyard. We actually have Wi-Fi in the backyard, which is really cool. Well, my name is Marijke. And a lot of people have no clue how to pronounce that outside of the Germanic languages. So I've had always to tell them, you sort of pronounce it like Marijke. And that escalated to this now being my company name. I'm a freelancer. I started a few months ago. I actually still need work. So I have calling cards if you need it. Come and pick them up later. These are my debugging tools. And for the people who cannot see the screen, it's 2, what they're called, rubber duckies. There's one, he's green. He kind of looks like a dragon. Officially, it's apparently a dinosaur. Everyone calls it a dragon. And the other one is a mix between a snail. It has like a snail house on its back. And, well, it's cool. Uwis, I know you're watching on the live stream. You love these things, so enjoy. Yeah. What's that? And we all had that excellent talk by Joe a bit ago. I actually know that I'll have to remove some while statements from a couple of tests. Thank you, Joe. Now I have to fix my tests. There's a lot of, these are all kinds of, this is just a bunch of like Python tools that we use. It's not even the Django tools. Like, I mean, Willem is here with Colo. If you haven't checked it out yet, it's awesome. But this is just Python stuff, and we are probably going to ignore most of that, and we are going to focus on some quality tools, rough, black, and iSort. And we are going to run it on pre-commit, not because I like pre-commit, I do like it, but there's reasons why I don't like to promote it. But it's the quickest thing that we can use right now to run it. So we're just going to ignore most of this, but I wanted to make a graph because graphs are cool, and it looks like I prepared this talk really well, and, you know, that's the real reason. So, a bit more about the why. I love consistency. Consistency is absolutely my favorite word in programming because it makes code easier to ship and share, and I actually have a slide for that. And also, the automated part is, don't make me think. A lot of tools like Black and iSort, you can use them to fix the code for you, which means that you can just write the weirdest, we get demonetized if I cuss, right? Yeah, the weirdest code ever. I have to really try not to get us demonetized because I love cussing. Fingers crossed. Plus, my beloved, my students, some of my students, I work in a school 1 day a week, they are watching, and I have to set an example, which is really hard, by the way. But yeah, automating, it's kind of, don't make me think, like you can write weird things that are not really up to code, and then the tool is like, yeah, we're not doing that. And then either it fixes it for you, or it gives you this hint of how to fix it. Rough is more in the latter zone. We love automation, which is why there's a ta-da here. But for me, the very best thing is I could actually focus on just the functional part of merge requests. Like when I got a merge request from a junior, for example, like I love training juniors, for those who've seen my last year's talk. I knew that all the basic things like documentation and just some simple things, they had been taken care of. So I just knew that I had to look at how they did whatever they did. And the fun thing is actually, spoiler alert, when I put these tools that I'm showing you in my project with one of my juniors, he was mad at me for 2 weeks, especially since it was quite a young project, but we had to fix like 300 bits of code documentation. I can tell you that that sucks. I love documentation, that's why I usually write it at the start when you write code, but we had to fix like over 300 strings anyway. God, he was mad. But after 2 weeks, he was like, hey, Mike, how can I put this in my project? I was like, yeah, 2 weeks it took me. And actually, I sold it to like my previous employer. We actually had a 2-day where we put all the stuff that I'm showing you, or a slightly older configuration, into their existing projects. And in the end, I think they even started to like it, which is, you know, one of my prouder moments. I have no clue what my next slide is because I don't have presenter mode on here now. Preparation, that's actually important. I'm going to focus a bit more on how to get this whole thing done, because everyone can read the documentation of all these tools and they're pretty excellent, so I'm just not going to explain that in very much depth. I do have some example code. I made the repository public a while ago. If anyone needs the link, I will show you, or just find my name on GitLab. The actual username is a bit, will also get us demonetized when pronounced in English on GitLab, so just ask me later. Oh well, it's an M and an H and an L and a U and a T. Don't pronounce it on stream. So I'm just going to do some findings on how to get this done. The entire stack that I'm going to show you, which you don't actually have to do all at once, I've had results within 4 hours. I've had them in 2 days with bigger projects. This is a bit of a guesstimate. As we all know, estimations are, they're guesses. That's why guesstimate, not estimate. And if you add black, you're going to touch the entire code base, which is also exactly why most projects don't want to do this. But if you do it, and I can highly recommend it because it's like 1 or 2 days of drama and after that, years of bliss. It's worth it in my opinion, but also for the reasons I previously mentioned. The quickest way is to get rid of everything that is not strictly necessary in terms of branches and merge requests in this project. So what I did is I would just ask the sprint planning to kind of reduce the number of tickets on the project. Of course, this is a bit harder when it's your core product. Okay, there's my voice going. But just try to remove as many stale branches as possible, merge as many things as possible. Actually, this whole process might start 1 or 2 sprints in advance, but just work towards it. It's not strictly necessary, but it saves you a lot of rebasing and misery if you close everything first. And everything that's not strictly critical for that sprint, just either plan at the end of the sprint, like after the whole refactor, or just, try to avoid it. Again, it's not necessary, but you will thank me later if you clear the field first. I miss my clicker, but last year I started using it as a fidget toy, so I'm just walking around now. The tools, actually, there are some things that I don't like about this tool, especially the line length settings. I've had to, I think, define line length in like 4 places in the same file, which if anyone has a solution for that later, I'll happily take it. But the most important thing with the tools is if you run them, make sure that everything runs on the same Python major version, so use it in the same VN, or Tox is great. I love Tox, like, that's like its own presentation in itself, so I'm purposely not using it in this presentation, but Tox is awesome, like, wow. And then you plunk it into your CI and it's even more awesome. But anyway, just make sure that each tool you used on the same directories, used in the same Python version, like you would always do. And they all need to use the same line length. Like I said, I had to define it in like 3 or 4 places. There must be an easier way. I haven't found it yet. And there's 2 types of line length. There is the code line length and the documentation line length. The only tool that actually has this support for the doc length is Rough, or like one PyDoc style branch of Rough. This number, like 79, is the standard library rules for line length. PEP 8 is like, they kind of want you to stick around 79. Black by default takes 88, and PEP 8 again, our like code standard. It's like, well, you can stretch it to 80 or to 100 if you want to. I used to use 120, which is actually the PHP standard, but I recently switched back to 100, and it's actually pretty nice. So, or 99 actually, because my ruler is at 100, and I like to stay 1 character to the left of it. So actually, I have my rulers on 73 and and 100 characters, and then go to 172. Well, you'll see it in the documentation, in the code later. And for the love of God, just run the standard version first, or like maybe black just with the line length override. Because if you are starting to configure the whole thing without actually running the vanilla application first, you're going to get overwhelmed. My voice is still working, but like just first use black on source, and or like with only the line length, and just keep it simple. And for black and iSort, it's doable. Rough, if you start adding things to rough right in the beginning, you're going to end up with, I think my record was like 2,200 issues that rough wanted me to fix, and that was after I disabled the documentation rules. Yeah, we're not doing that. Actually, rough in legacy projects, I would actually disable it most of the time, or just try and get something done. You get varying results depending on how old a project is, but it's very interesting to just try it anyway. So how are we doing this? Like I said, we run the basic configuration first. And how I do it, I just sort of run it first, and then usually I just git reset the whole thing and just tweak with some settings. And once I'm happy, I commit the configuration separately, for just the simple reason that cherry picking is really easy. Like if you have a couple feature branches that really could not have been fixed earlier, you can cherry pick those configurations and run them on the new code. It's a bit more of a hassle, but it works. It's sort of a workaround to like getting multiple branches up to date. Like if you can avoid it, again, avoid it. But you know, cherry picking, yay. After that, I immediately commit the code itself. And this is where other people can start rebasing their code onto yours. Usually it goes without a hassle if their like change logs are really small, but you know, it also depends on how good people are with rebases and merges. And some people really make a bit of a mess of it. It kind of helps if you, as the person who made like the configuration, is sort of sitting next to the other person who's trying to make your changes into their branch. And after that, you can sort of expand the configuration if needed. And then, of course, commit that as well. For black, that's not really necessary. iSort, you can tweak it. Actually, iSort might even not be necessary if you just like the vanilla settings, because you can run. Because black also does a little bit of import sorting, but I like extra settings. And once it's done, that's when you start copy-pasting it to other projects. Because once you have a good configuration, don't let it go. Some people will actually put this in a cookie cutter. Cookie cutters are pretty awesome. I have noticed, though, that every company that starts out with a fancy cookie cutter eventually abandons it. Yeah, I hear some giggles in the front. But if you use a cookie cutter and you actually keep it up to date, just put the config in there, and then people can take it from there. This is a process, like I said. I have done it in 4 hours. I've done it in 2 days. I can do it in 4 hours, but people who do it for the first time need a bit more time. But it's absolutely worth it in the coming years to like always have this uniform styling and just not really having to bother anymore. Well, the good thing is I actually wanted to do like these fancy slides in between the live demo. We are just going to show you some code. Oh, one disclaimer, by the way, I'm talking about rough here, which is not Flake 8, but it is a sort of reinvention of Flake 8 in Rust, which means it's smaller, and which means it has more maintainers, which I think is one of the best things. Like, both things are really good. And like I said, I made some example code, which is this. I'm actually maybe not even going to run it because I made it before and after. I don't know which one of you have ever used Black, but Black has a couple really cool things, like they will enforce single quotes, which I have no clue where they are. I thought they had them at the top. I actually made this, and like I said, this is now public on my GitLab thing, and every change in here, I have added a comment to see what it does. But just to be really quick about it, I, by the way, also have a make file to run this. By the way, I have no clue how make files work. I had a colleague who said makefile is like, syntax is like an assault to humanity. I agree. But if anyone can ever make a presentation that makes me understand makefiles, please make it. But anyway, it has a run example 1, run example 2, even has a little readme. So you can run these yourself. But like if you have this very, very long list, like black, I think I have, this is, first line is my documentation line, second line is the AT line, and I think I have it set to this particular line. I also have a lot of like extensions for black and rough in here, so actually rough here is already complaining, oh yeah, line too long, whatever. Rough doesn't actually need to have an opinion on this because black will fix this for me. And the only thing you have to do is, I'm here, I'm in my, there's a source directory here. I just have to run from my VM black and then the source directory where I put it. So this one in example. No, wait, this one. And it goes like, yay, one file reformatted. And it goes, well, you can see in the sidebar that it's changed a lot of things. Like without effort. And of course there are some other issues, but that's rough. This is awesome, like single effort changes. And I also have one for iSort. By the way, everything here lives in piproject.config. iSort by default just sorts stuff in a particular way. I have made some changes here to incorporate it with with black. Read this, like seriously, read this. This is too much effort for me to explain right now. But you can, it's really cool if you tell it like, oh, I have a source directory, then it will make sure that every item in that source directory is set to be a first package, first party package. And I shall run iSort from here because that is also an option, sort imports. What it does is, I have told it actually to, I have told it in the configuration to treat Django separately. So what you're looking at here is, normally it has like sections, and I've added Django and Django Extra because I kind of like having these as separate sections, which is what you're seeing here. Django is separate, this is separate. I have a hello world in as a first package that I put at the bottom. It's pretty cool. You don't need this, black does some of this for you, but if you want to have extra sections and shit, sorry, demonetization, then look at it. Again, look at the example, and then one more. I have some rough things. Rough has a lot of things, like literally, if you look at the rules that rough had, these are all packages. It's so much. You can enable them all, like this is, I've actually scrolled through every one of this. There is so much to do here, it's ridiculous. Look for this. Fun fact is, in the piproject.toml, I've actually added links to all this, so you can see it, and you can, I have enabled a couple, and I did some like exclusions because Django does some things that Rough does not like. Again, just look through it later, but I will show you a couple really quick, and then we're done. Yes, Rough. Rough, for example, I told you about the f-string thing in formatting and logging functions. So now it's complaining to me, oh yeah, you're not allowed to use this string interpolation thing in here. It actually wants me to do, I think, world, and then this has to be, I think it's like this. I think it will stop complaining if I do this, but oh, it's like, oh yeah, you have an f-string without placeholders. Ha, now it's happy. And of course this doesn't exist. Well, this is really fun. This is actually really handy if you have this rough checker in your IDE. Well, this one is complaining about a lack of documentation. Simplify this loop. This one is actually really fun. It tells you like, this thing does return true in a loop, and it just tells you, oh, you can use any. And for this one, this is really cool, it has a fix. So if I do rough blah 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 with dash dash fix as a flag, one fixed, yay, it did it for me. Of course, never use magic numbers. It's actually also complaining about, rough is complaining about everything. It's amazing. So you don't have to think anymore. You know how cool this is when you're training juniors, and this just saves like half my time reviewing people. Well, of course, I think it only does like E and W warnings by default, but I've enabled so many and even more. Like you can see, I enabled. This is the entire list. I actually recommend just adding a comment to remember what everything is, because otherwise you will have no clue what everything is. Again, just read it after. If you can't find the link, I'll send it to you, or I'll put it on Fostodon. I think it's actually, if you just go to, of course I cannot, it's this one. If you just find my name on GitLab, I don't have a lot of things public, so it's called Quality Tools Demo, you'll find it. A quick Google away. Well, I hope my voice did not upset you too much, because it does upset me. So sorry about that. I've been eating paracetamol and cough drops for the last 2 weeks, but I made it. I'm very happy. And I hope you learned something today. I hope we still have room for some questions. I don't know. But we have room. Oh, someone gets.
There's a lot of questions.
In my defense, I started a bit later.
Yes. Thank you.
God, I need a lot of water right now.
We do compensate for a little bit of technical issues,
Yeah.
so I think we can take those questions.
Hello, thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
So for me this morning, rough is a discovery. So if I follow you correctly, if we move for rough, we can bypass flake. So we can install Blake plus rough instead of Blake plus Flake 8.
Well, I used to use a lot of Flake 8. Rough is just newer, which also means it's a bit more experimental. So some people like it already, some don't. It's just faster than Flake 8. Plus, it has, I think, a bit more maintainers. It's actually interchangeable. There's also a few things in the Flake 8 configuration that doesn't yet work in Rough. They put it on their website, Rough. They made a little tool where you can just put in your like Flake 8 configuration, and it rolls out like the Rough version. And I lost like 2 or 3 settings. I can't remember which. Just see if it works for you. Like if it doesn't work for you yet, try again in a few months and just use Flake 8. But this is Rust. It's faster. And it's just one package, except like for Flake 8, for every check you have to add another Python package. So you end up with a lot of dependencies. And I kind of just like that Rough is just pip install Rough and it works, you know. So, but they are kind of interchangeable right now, but Rough is getting better than Flake 8. It's continuously improving at the moment.
I saw another question. Is it still? Okay.
Another one.
It's going to be a follow-up question. In my daily life, what I do is I apply formatting and linter right when I save each time. So I never process as you do. Have all the code processed and then apply them through command line, etc., or with pre-commit. What would be your recommendation?
I don't like formatting on save, because I have a thing where I press command save like every few seconds, which means that my IDE at some point is like, yeah, can you please stop formatting now? But just enable it whenever, and usually your tools, they just take the configuration files, like this is a PyProject.toml that I used. Your IDE tools will also read that configuration. So like I said, I have it in active mode in pre-commit. When I commit, it just I just realized I completely skipped pre-commit, which is awesome. But I have an active mode in pre-commit that sort of disables my commits if they're not adhering to the standards. I have a check mode that's just like a true-false check in Tox, which also runs in my CI. I have the IDE that does all the little, like the real lines that tells me that things are wrong. And you'll use the same configuration, just like whatever works for you. But I like the pre-commit one because it actively fixes stuff. And for all the people who disable pre-commit, because you can do that, I just have the CI running as well. That's sort of for all the smart asses who think they can avoid my checks. I have it in CI as well and just sort of disable. It just tells you, oh yeah, no, this merge request is faulty now. But actually, the CI should never fail if you use pre-commit and the local tools. But yeah, use whatever you like.
Just realised I did have another question. Near the beginning, you mentioned make sure you're running the same major version of Python with everything across. I mean, we've got multiple projects. They're running on different versions of Python. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, in the same project, I should have clarified that. You always use the same like version of the tools as you use in that project. So it could be different VMs per project, but more like some rules are Python specific. So it kind of helps to have like, if your entire project is Python 3.10, just use 3.10 for the tools as well, or just pick the latest version if you support multiple Python versions, because some versions of Python have different needs than others. So, and sometimes the rules can be different. I have no example for you yet, but like I said, just use the same Python version for that project and for the tools and all that.
Big hand for Marijke. Unfortunately, we don't have more time to ask questions, but I guess you'll be here, Marijke, for...
I have calling cards and cough drops, so
yeah.
Bring it on.
I was getting ready. Yep, and we're on. Welcome, I brought a piece of paper so that in case I had to read your talk title, I would not say it wrongly by mistake. But pessimism, optimism, realism, and Django database concurrency.
Yeah, and those all,
welcome.
all
big
names are somehow related.
Yes.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, so my name is Ivars. So I have been working in fintech for all my life, and I spent a lot of time in working with payment cards, and the main thing here is that we use C++ and SQL, and we were able to process hundreds and thousands of transactions per second, and it was years ago, and it was on regular relational database, so nothing special or fancy like web scale databases with key value stores, document stores, or specialized databases like Tiger Beetle. And now I'm working for fintech, which does all the main code in Python, so that makes it special, and it also uses ORM. So now I'm kind of transferring my knowledge from SQL to ORMs, and that's why we have this talk. And also my examples will come from the financial world. So we have an account transfer. So we have source account, destination account, and then within the function we check if the source account has sufficient balance to perform the transfer, and then we apply the changes. So this is kind of a simplified version of the code so that I can build on top of it, but most of it is fine. So no kind of major issues here. The only interesting thing is that typically banks care about this balance check only if it's you spending your own money. If a bank wants to collect the mortgage payment or the interest on your credit card, they do not care, and they will happily run your account into negative balance. So, but here we will keep this check. Now this is fine, but if I see that the code is executed from multiple threads, so that gets me thinking about concurrency, and turns out that there are kind of several problems with it. So the first and kind of major issue is this is called time of check to time of use, and this is happening because we check that the account has sufficient balance in one place, and right after we perform this check, some other threads might execute and change the account balance, and by the time when we decide to change this account balance, it might be there's insufficient balance at the time already. And then there's also the second issue, which is less visible, so it's on those lines that increment and decrement the current balance. And if you look on the surface and you don't know what happens there, it's kind of invisible. But we have to remember that Python is an interpreted language. And if we look at the bytecode, all these increments and decrements actually translate into multiple instructions. So we have one instruction that loads the current balance from the account. Then we have a couple of instructions that kind of load the increment. This one is subtract the amount. And then this balance is stored back to the object. So these are, so this is not an atomic operation. And again, some other threads might execute the same instructions in parallel, and we might get kind of lost updates. So how to deal with it? I think that this is fairly I wouldn't say that it's easy and understood, but we know the problems and we know the tools. So for other languages that are better at multi-threading than Python, there are multiple kinds of locks, mutexes, futexes, and so on. So there are, again, mostly in other languages, there are different data structures with characteristics like lock-free and thread-safe or unsafe for use in multiple threads, and then there are atomic operations typically in lower level languages and so on. But I mean, even Python has locks, so we can solve this concurrency issue simply by having locks. So we will have to log the from account, mostly to ensure that it really has sufficient balance by the time we decrement it, and we also have to log the destination account so that we don't have these lost updates. And there's still a single issue here because we are taking two locks. There's a possibility of deadlock. If another thread does transfer in the opposite direction at the same time, this code might deadlock, so we would have to establish some kind of order how we choose how we place locks on accounts. And but other than that, this code is perfectly safe. But yeah, most software isn't that simple and easy. In most cases, we store the data in the database. Then we have several backend processes accessing and modifying data in the database. And we have several front ends also doing a lot of things in parallel. And so we have to do the same code, but we do it in a database, in this case with Django. So the main difference here is that these accounts are fetched from the database, so with this accounts.objects.get. However, at this point, we somehow forget everything that we knew about multi-threading in the kind of regular programming language environment, and we typically place a transaction on the whole code. So because, I mean, databases work with transactions, and that's something you have to do. But then we kind of skip over this time of check to time of use issues and so on. And this is happening probably more than you imagine. So there is one pretty loud and published case of this crypto exchange that basically forgot to do the proper locking around this time of check to time of use. So and the attackers, by simply transferring the same amount back and forth between several accounts, they forced the kind of accounts into negative balance, and they generated more money and so on. And then they finally withdrew the money, and the exchange had to go bankrupt. And so this is the published case. So there are attempts that are happening, attempts like that happening all the time. So this is kind of typical attack vector for financial sites. I have witnessed something like that happening on the software I was working on. Luckily for me, so nothing bad happened. So, but it was just generating a lot of transfers and so on. And there's another paper that was published in 2015. It was mostly related to Ruby on Rails, but it also looked at Django and Java ORMs. And so one interesting thing is that the software is fine until you introduce concurrency. So this is why I'm giving this talk to kind of show how to make it correct even with concurrency. And the other thing I took away from that is that databases offer a lot of features like isolation levels, but we do not use them. So the typical example is that if we have a query set that lazily loads related objects, so by the time we get to lazily load the related object, it might have been already deleted or somehow modified that it shouldn't be fetched now. And this can easily be solved by simply switching some to a kind of read-only transaction level isolation instead of read committed, which is the default. So we are not using the full capacity of the database, so and that causes a lot of problems. But this talk is showing how to solve those issues. So how to solve these kind of concurrency issues with the database? So many years ago when I was looking into this, so there were two main topics on the internet. So one was pessimistic locking, but most articles talked about how pessimistic locking is unfit for stateless web applications. So therefore you should use optimistic locking, which is wonderful and it solves all your problems. Another pattern I see in these days is that a lot of people kind of just don't think what is happening at the database level, and instead they decide to just put Redis for locking on top of it. So, but I hope to show you how to deal with this without Redis. And first, let's go into pessimistic locking, what it is. So this is probably, if you read the Django documentation, it should be pretty familiar. So there's select for update, which places a lock on the table record. And then with this locked record, you can check that it has sufficient balance. You can change the balance of the accounts, and then you can save them, all of them in a single transaction. And so this is correct. So here again, we have the issue of kind of potential for deadlocks. And we again have to come up with a way how to order accounts so it's the same across all functions that modify them. And then, so this was, even the name pessimistic sounds kind of a bit bad. So what is this optimistic concurrency then? So optimistic concurrency, so first of it works by introducing some kind of a version field. If you work with the version control systems, then you kind of know that Git also has tracks kind of these changes, and it can detect that something has been modified. So this version field can either be numeric or timestamp. and this is the most common. So you put something in there that is incrementing over the time. I have read about approaches that use checksum, but these checksums introduce another ABA problem, which I'm not covering here. And the whole idea of that is when we save the record, we ensure that the row has not been changed since we last read it from the database. And if it has been changed, then we do a retry, we read the record again, we apply our changes, and then try to store the record again. Then what makes Django special in this approach is that Django doesn't support this out of the box. So there are third-party libraries that implement this. There are several of them. When I went through them, one interesting sentence was that this package avoids database level locking, which was, for me as a database guy, it was intriguing. So I decided to look into, is it really possible? And but I will not use any of those packages. I want to show what these packages do under the hood. And they do it in different ways by patching some Django internals or doing some changes in the middleware and so on. But on the surface, so optimistic locking. So one of the ways how it can be implemented is by using the same select for update. But the main difference, if you can spot it, is that we do the balance check first. And if it's fine, then we perform this locking of the record. And we lock the record of the account only if there's this, only if it in the database it has the same version as we have in our code. And so if it succeeds, then it's fine, it's locked, and we can perform the updates. And along with this updating the balance, we also have to increase the version number. So if it's a numeric one, then we have to increment it, and then we can save it. So this is one way which looks on the surface similar to pessimistic locking, but then there's the other way, which is considered kind of better. And this one, the idea is quite similar, but instead it uses the update function of the query set. So what it does, it filters the account if it has the exact same version as we have in our application, like in memory of the application, and then it performs this update of the balance, and it also increases the version and so on. If the update fails, so it didn't find the record with the same version number, then it returns that 0 rows were updated, and we retry the whole process again. So this is fine, and maybe it's even faster, but the problem is that this update, it doesn't trigger any Django signals. So if you have some logic or third-party packages, let's say for audit logging, that rely on post-save signals, then this is not working. And the thing I don't like a bit is that on one hand, we kind of have these ORM objects, but here we are working on these individual fields. And after we perform the update, the balance for our account, so for these models, the balance is out of date. So we would have to refresh it from the database again or perform some calculation here. But I want to go into the claim that it avoids database level locking. And so let's see. So I have 2 sessions. In one of them, I do this optimistic locking on the account. So it succeeds. Then I try to do the same in the second session, and it stops there, so no output is given. It means that it's trying to acquire some lock that has been already acquired. And if I do a commit, then yeah, this second session optimistic locking fails because it returns 0 rows updated, which is kind of expected, but a bit surprising fact is that there was still some locking happening. Then, I mean, what is the difference between pessimistic and optimistic? So let's try to look at it from that point of view. So we have pessimistic locking in one session. We try to do optimistic locking in another. So this is, again, it's blocked. So what if we do the other way around? So we have optimistic locking, And then we try to do pessimistic locking. Again, it's still blocked, so they are fighting for the same locks. So where's the big difference? So the big difference is, in reality, is just at the time when so in pessimistic locking, we first take locks and then we perform all the business logic. In optimistic locking, we can perform business logic before that, and then we perform these concurrency checks only when we store the result. And it gives, if the business logic is really huge, there's some benefit in it. And also the thing is that this pessimistic locking typically requires a stateful application. So here we are doing this in a single function, that's fine. But if we have a website which shows, for example, your account details, you can't lock it before you return the HTML and then kind of save everything whenever the user decides to push the save button. So pessimistic locking doesn't really work in kind of these stateless web applications. So, but the main takeaway is that, so there's always some locking. And instead of this optimistic, pessimistic, in my head, I always think about explicit locking and implicit. So explicit locking is when I request the row to be locked. So you can do that with select for update. There's also several parameters for select for update. So I can request select for update and it with no wait, and it will either return a locked row immediately, or it will not return anything, but it will return immediately. So it's kind of like try lock that we have for mutexes. And there's also select for update, which with skip locked, which skips all the records that have been already locked. And this is very useful if you try to implement some task use using the database. And then there's implicit locking, which is performed by the database itself, and it's done to ensure all these asset guarantees, and so that your data doesn't get corrupted. So update always blocks, and so update always takes a lock and it always blocks, so there shouldn't be any surprise. The same is for delete, also kind of pretty obvious. What's interesting is that this create or save with force insert equals true, it also takes locks and it might block. And the condition there is that the row you are inserting, that might cause unique constraint violation. So I will show that in a minute. But there's also the query set when we simply query the data. For some databases under certain conditions, even that can be blocked by update operations. So, but that's usually, it's a rare situation and we don't think about it. But the blocking on create and taking locks and so on. So how does it happen? So let's say I want to create an account with ID 42. So in one session that I'm doing that, I'm trying to do that the same in the second session, and it stops there, so it's waiting for a lock. And when I commit the first one, I get this unique constraint violation. What's interesting, when I do a rollback, actually after waiting a bit, this creation succeeds. And why this is important, because I've seen some URL shorteners, and also people typically do something like that when they generate unique invoice numbers, unique sequential invoice numbers, and so on. And of course the code works, but there's this contention part that usually goes unnoticed, and the only impression you get is, oh, well, the database is slow at generating unique invoice numbers. But in reality, it's because of this blocking on the insert. So it's everywhere, we can't avoid it, but what can we do about it? So when we talk about programming languages, and well, Python is kind of notoriously bad because it has this global interpreter lock, and it's not exactly great at multi-threading. But for other languages, typical tips is that you increase the locks. So you, instead of having a single big lock, you put locks on different places so that threads that don't access the same piece of critical memory can somehow progress in parallel, instead of all of them waiting on a single lock. And then the second tip is that you hold these locks for as short time as possible. So in a database, for most databases, we get a fixed granularity. So we have a lock per row. You can artificially split this your models into several models, and in that way you can increase the granularity, but that's not so common. And then the question is, how do you release the locks in the database? And I like this sentence from this is Oracle documentation. So what it says is that, one thing what it says is that these insert, update, delete take exactly the same locks as select for update. So this is kind of what my initial investigation demonstrated. And then these locks exist until the transaction either commits and rolls back. So we also saw that. So the tip for database is simply to reduce the time between doing an update and doing commit. So this is a very simple idea, and to the point that it sounds dumb. So you work faster by reducing this time. But we have to keep in mind that we are working with a database, and it's not just the application code. So if we would be writing an application code, then we code like this. So would kind of seem perfectly logical. So we check the balance, then we perform the updates, and in the end we create this journal entry here that like recording the fact that the transfer happened. But so if we are writing to log files, then this seems logical, but we are working with databases, and databases have this property of isolation. So either all work that has been done in the transaction is visible, or none of it is visible. So we can simply rearrange our lines. So we can create journal entry before, and if we later decide that we have to try again, it will disappear. So simply by reordering that, we decrease the time for how long we hold the locks. And then there's a lot of blah, blah, blah. So one of the things is, again, it's a bit stupid. So you can get faster by having faster CPUs, network, and storage. And this is one thing we have to remember in these modern days where we scale most of the things horizontally by simply adding new machines in our AWS clusters. There are some problems when you access a single database, or you work on this single account, or accessing the same record from multiple places. There are problems that do not scale horizontally. You have to scale vertically, and sometimes it's better just to get a faster CPU and faster network than to add extra machine. Another interesting thing is that even if you have a kind of single model, single table, not all rows in that table are created the same. So there can be personal account which gets like maybe 2-5 updates per day, and then there are bank accounts which get millions of updates per day. The same for social networks and so on. And how to deal there is that typically the most contended rows you try to update last. So first you update rows which do not expect any concurrent updates, and then you update those that are highly contended. But there's one more topic about this optimistic locking. So we were doing this by using update, and then we were incrementing the version number. And if you look at the SQL produced, it goes something like this, that you update and you set version and also the balance to a specific new value. However, when I was doing this optimistic locking years ago with SQL, this is what we typically did. So we had version, and we simply increment version +1. And this was done mostly kind of out of laziness, so that we don't have to pass parameters all around. And this is what we can do also in Django by using these f expressions. So we say that version field equals to whatever the current version is +1. But if you remember something from the first slides, there was a problem with Python that it's not atomic, and you kind of could imagine that database might have similar issues, that it has to load the current value of the field, it has to increment it, and then to store it back to the file. So it's not atomic operation, so how does it work? But the interesting fact is that if you run code like this, if you run 100 processes like that, the result in the database will be correct, and there's no optimistic or pessimistic locking around this. So why does it happen? There's a special way how SQL update works. So first it filters row according to this where clause or dot filter that we have in Django. Then it locks all the rows, and only when it has locked all the rows, then it evaluates whatever we had in this set clause, and only then it evaluates this version equals version plus 1. So effectively, it's kind of equivalent to this Python code, so where we first take a lock on the account and then we increment it. And this kind of got me thinking years ago. And we can also actually skip the pessimistic and optimistic locking at all completely. So what we are really interested in is not that the balance of the account is exactly the same as we have in memory. We are only interested that the account has sufficient balance. So we can write down that in a filter clause that balance is greater or equal to the amount we want to subtract. And then in the update statement, we can say that, okay, if the account really has sufficient balance, then we do this balance, whatever the current balance is, minus amount. And if this succeeds, then we have the correct value in the database. And for the destination account, we do not have to filter on the sufficient balance at all. We can simply increment whatever value is there in the database we can increment the value. Which brings me back to the point I mentioned previously. So this is, again, we are working with individual fields, so this is not very ORM-like. So why are we using ORMs at all? But there is a nice trick you can do. So databases like Postgres, then the SQLite, because SQLite followed the example of Postgres, and Oracle and some other databases support this update statement with returning star. And so what it means is that it performs the update and it returns the updated rows. And by using this objects.raw, which we typically use to execute raw select statements, we can also use the same to execute raw update statement, and we receive the data back. We receive actually the complete ORM object with the values after the update. So this is a nice trick. This is my baby. So the ticket itself was created 3 years ago, so nothing there, but I submitted a patch that actually does this in kind of ORM-friendly way without ever writing raw SQL, and it's kind of, I really like it because I used that a lot back in the C++ and SQL days. So I really like it, and I hope that within 3 years it will be merged to Django. Okay, and the last thing I want to talk about is the bulk operations. Give me 2 minutes. So bulk operations, so databases are supposed to work on sets, and we typically use it when we query the database. And in this PEP, so it's the specification for DBI interface, there's this execute many, which idea is that it takes the SQL statement and it takes a list of a sequence of parameters, so it should execute them all in a kind of single round trip to the database. Unfortunately, I know that only Oracle implements it correctly, but to avoid this, Django has these bulk create and bulk update that employs some SQL tricks to make it work. So bulk update is limited just for the lack of the time. So you can hack this bulk update approach by kind of filtering the rows. So for from account, I'm interested in this account only if it has sufficient balance. Then I take the to account, and then I perform conditional update. If I have the row which is from account, then I subtract the balance. If I have got the to account, then I sum the balance. And this goes in a single round trip, so it's a win-win. And the main takeaways, so database is always locking, and the way how to deal it with to simply accept it and write code keeping that in mind. So I showed a couple of ways how to do it. One of the things, please do not use Redis for locking, do it in the database. And yeah, and I kind of showed this realistic, optimistic, and pessimistic way. So by default, try to do this realistic way, so without any pessimistic or optimistic locking, just perform relative updates, which is nice. Then if you need some ordering or there are some other features you want to reach, then use optimistic, and as a backup, always fall back to pessimistic. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's going to be hard to squeeze in any questions. I'm sorry.
You can catch me.
Yes, I know there's also some fintech people in the crowd, so I would imagine they would like to have a chat about this. Looks like a really good tips. I'll have to say a little bit about the lunch. Maybe you're all wondering how that's going to happen. It's not going to happen in this room. It's going to happen downstairs. There's a really nice cafe there and catering for us. They're called in Danish, send flere krydderier, means send more spices. It's also a social Yes, welcome back. On stage we have Dan, ready. And your talk, Journey of a Django Application, from startup to scale up to enterprise. Can you do that in 25 minutes?
I try. Maybe I will start talking really fast, but that's like to get through all my slides. So
let's give Dan a big hand.
All right, thank you. So yeah, my name is Daan Vielen. I'm from the Netherlands, and I'm a developer at Box. And Box is a US company from Redwood City, California, but they also have an office in Amsterdam. And they were very kind to let me travel today to Copenhagen to tell you all a nice story. So, being at the Django conference, I will tell a bit about Django. So Django was and is still the technical backbone of the sign application for Box. The company bought sign requests, and sign requests went from a bootstrapped startup to being a scale-up to being acquired by a big company. But first, I want to talk about me. So, my first professional Django project I did 10 years ago. So I was hired as a freelance developer to create a backend for a typing course. It's a type course for kids under 12 to learn how to type with the help of Donald Duck. And the front end, it was implemented in Flash. So show of hands, who knows Flash still? Okay. It's quite some people still who can remember this. Nowadays it's all replaced with hip JavaScript frameworks. But basically from that moment in 2012, all my freelance gigs were done in Django. So fast forward a couple of years, I got a call from one of the founders of this company, signrequest.com, it's still live, that they needed a Django developer. So SignRequest does e-signatures, so you upload the PDF, say I want a signature there and there from this person, you fill in an email address, and up it goes, and then you get a digital signed document that actually holds up in court. And for me personally, I was happy to start working in a startup that was ready to scale up, or actually that was able to pay me. So that's so I was one of the first hires for SignRequest, and it gave me some very nice insights how a tech stack can change, like with how the company grows. So Django at SignRequest in the early days. So, but first let me tell a bit about why Django is very good for a startup. So at a startup, you need to be quick on your feet. So in the early days, you can, early stage of a company, it can change per day for what is important. And the direction of the company can pivot quite quickly. So it's important to have a framework that allows you to enable for that. And also one thing really nice about Django are the batteries that are included. Don't have to tell this audience, but like their session management, ORM, database migration, file storage, all those components, they are following a shared nothing principle of architecture that will make it easy to swap it out depending for your needs at what your application needs. And having that clear separation between those different parts means it can also scale for increased traffic by just adding hardware at any level. So if you have problem with your database load, you can just add more hardware to your database. If you have problem caching servers, application servers. So it is very scalable, and that's also what it proved to be in the years that from the start. One thing that's also very nice about Django, and in the early days, it's secure by default. it's incredibly easy to make a mistake if you start implementing encryption for your password yourself. So by default, by just using the default components, it protects developers for SQL injection, clickjacking, cross-site request forgery, cross-site scripting. Django just takes care of that. And it takes care of the boring stuff in web development. Like, why would you want to write your own URL parser? I don't know, but people sometimes do. You can really focus on just adding value to the company. You can focus on writing features that brings in new customers and that make the company grow. Oh. And one of the best things about Django, in my opinion, it is boring. It is proven technology. It has been around for many, many years. It has been proven to, like, big companies are built on this technology. It's like been around so many times. There's a process for everything. There's a process for vulnerability reports, etc. That you don't get with all those new hip frameworks that are just barely started with. Also, of course, will be use cases to use those, but for a base of a company, this is like really good. So, with all those batteries included, Django comes with a big set of features that you don't need to write for yourself. So, as you can, if you want to, you can decide to write your own caching framework. Okay, but who would want to? Especially in the early stage. So this is also one of the things that people often don't like about Django. So developers feel like, oh, it's so much extra weight. I only need this small endpoint, so I just use it in Flask. Oh, I need the database, I use SQL Alchemy. Oh, I need the template, I will use Jinja. So in the end, often they are just building their own Django, but without the defaults that other developers know how to use, and it will be very difficult to add new developers to that self-invented stack. Okay, so back to sign request. So sign request used in the early days many of those features. One of them is obviously the Django admin. So the Django admin was used for support until like quite recent. In the end, it was replaced by a custom support dashboard where it was more focused around the customer instead of around database tables. But this worked really well in the early stage, and so there was no developer spending a month on writing a support database dashboard, and that developer can spend time on adding new features, what brings in new customers. Also, yeah, you can imagine sign request. It handles a lot of files. This was also very easily implemented by just using the Django storages and having a file field. Not much time and effort needed to be used in implementing that. We could just focus on adding code and value. Okay, one thing that sign request didn't use were the Django templates. So from the beginning on, there was like a front-end framework used. So Angular was the first front-end framework that was used. Spoiler alert, there were more frameworks used over the years. But also the backend code was not more complicated than needed at that time. It just returned to JSON. So if we go back to the batteries included, basically sign requests use everything except templates, forms, and the message framework. All those other things, they had a place in the infrastructure. So then sign requests became popular. So it started like this. So we have like a couple of users, a web server, and a database. So then we got a lot of users. So that one web server was not able to do everything anymore, and it was like, yeah, we needed to scale extra hardware. So then, okay, you add a load balancer and more servers. Merging all the PDFs, like the signatures needed to be merged in a new PDF, a certificate needed to be applied, emails needed to be sent. Doing all that from a web server was also not very scalable, so of course we started using Celery with a Redis queue and workers looking at the Redis queue if there was a task for them to do. So there were like, infrastructure started looking like this. So a lot of web servers and a lot of background task servers that take care of those things. Some tasks are more important than other tasks. For instance, if a customer decides to send out 10,000 PDFs for all their customers to sign, yeah, you don't want to get that clogging up your whole queue. So we decided to go with low priority tasks, high priority tasks, so that we can extra server capacity to high priority tasks, a bit less to the low priority task. And in the end, we all made this auto-scaling. Because in this day and age, you can just go to AWS and say like, oh, give me just as many hardware as I want for my customers, because, well, our business model actually works. So with AWS Fargate for autoscale, also the background task workers, they were scaling based on the number of messages in the queue. So if there was like suddenly 10,000 documents to be signed, that automatically new servers were added to the queue. But in the end, it were all just containers with the Django code. So we didn't have 20 microservices that did all the stuff. No, it was still like this one monolith of Django code that did everything. So, and splitting those queues up didn't only make it easy to scale horizontally, it also made that you can define proper hardware for the job. So sending email doesn't need a lot of CPU, but converting a docx does. This is a stage where many companies decide like, oh, we need to do microservices. We decided not to, especially that microservices, they solve a lot of things. One of them is like, you can handle the load better by scaling the services independently, but we already had that covered. And also, it doesn't really make sense if your team is like 6 people big. So with a small team, there was like no advantage in going to microservices. It would only add extra complexity to the code base. Because in the end, it was just like writing Python code. So if you had like a task that needed to send out an email, you just added like, okay, this is an email task, and the infrastructure itself would solve it. So there was like no incentive for us to build a send this email microservice. Another thing that happens when a company grows is we make more customers. You get requests from companies to connect their single sign-on service of choice. Also, Django, together with social auth, brings this more or less out of the box. So, in the end, this is basically how the batteries included situation look like. Yes, we still use all those things, but we extended authentication with the social auth. So the admin, we extended with a custom customer dashboard. Sessions, we modified it to provide extra location info, where we could send an email to a customer like, hey, we haven't seen you logging in from this IP address before. is this all okay? Are you really in North Korea? So, yeah. So the file upload, we extended with S3. Testing, it was like a mix of the default Django test and PyTest. Sending emails, okay. Custom background tasks to plan some emails at certain points. And, well, the front end, we rewrote everything to work in Vue. Then, Django at box sign. Developing software with a big team makes a big difference because Sign Request had 9 developers and Sign at the moment has 30, but Box itself has 2,500. So we were becoming part of this big corporation. So also funny story, like I left the company Sign Request. I went to work for another company as being a freelancer for a year, and then one of the founders told me like, hey, please don't take any new freelance jobs. We need you soon. Something really cool is happening. And then a couple of days later, I read in the newspaper, Box bought Sign Request. So I congratulated everyone. But yeah, they said like, okay, we have 3 months to get this application of Sign Request in Box. And we can use all the help. So we need to integrate everything. And yeah, so where I was saying about the microservices, so in the end, Sign is like a microservice now in the Box infrastructure. So it all has to do with scale. So it's like at that scale, it makes sense to have like a Sign microservice. And also like with that many developers working on it. Also, one thing that's weird working for such a big corporation suddenly is that, yeah, you can read about the feature you're working on in Bloomberg. That like, okay, like next quarter we will release batch send, and I'm like, okay, I'm working on batch send. No pressure. So, but what did that do for the rest for our code? So, we were introducing files. So I don't know if everybody here knows Box, but Box is very good with files. It's their core business. So companies have super control about who can access their files and who not. It's file storage for the hospitals, accounting firms, movie studios, companies that are really, really in trouble if something bad happens to their files. So we were storing everything in S3, and we now needed to implement that to work with Box. And then suddenly you have to deal with a lot of events things that can happen with those files. So suddenly permissions can change on your file, shells can be shared, unshared, all those things you need to be aware of and what that does for your signature request. Because in the end, Box wanted just to have like your file explorer, right mouse click, I want a signature on that. So, one thing we also did to make this all work, we introduced a backend for frontend. So this is basically the things that we don't want to do in Django anymore, but we start using the Box system for that. So it's like authentication, that is done by Box. Like we don't want to have like a separate authentication for the Box Sign project. Hydration of the file information, we didn't want to write our own permission structure. No, we just, the BFF tells Django application, okay, this file, you can do this and this with. So really, roughly, the user talks with the BFF, and the BFF, they talk with the whole infrastructure at Box. So with authentication, our sign backend, of the files. And to scale that up, oh yeah, also one thing, the Box wanted us to have it in GCP, and we were in AWS. So instead of AWS Fargate, it now runs on GCP Cloud Run. All the workers are Cloud Run workers. The BFF is a Kubernetes cluster. And well, very simplified version, but then you have like the other services box you have to deal with, the permissions, the metadata of the files, search, shield that can protect your files. So for our Django application, it meant that we needed to make sure, hey, which user is talking to us. So that was like solved with a JWT token. And yeah, like we knew if the request came from the BFF and we can decode the JWT token, then for our servers, it's like a logged in user and we authenticate that user. So in our application, there was not more change than it still kept on working. So we can still do request.user everywhere. Async tasks, we moved that to GCP PubSub. It's like the GCP's version of the background tasks. We have like published two topics, and then you have a consumer sends it to a Cloud Run instance to handle the task. But in our code, we still have like the add task. We just offload it differently. So in the end, of all those batteries included, we still use the ORM, we still use database migrations, we still use the URL scheme, although it's now gated by the BFF. Authorization, well, that's done in the BFF. Caching, we only cache it locally, so there's no shared cache anymore. Testing, we added a lot of tests, especially end-to-end tests, because you suddenly have to be aware about files like being served from the box file system, how that can react. So you have to like add a lot of end-to-end tests on top of that, about all the lot of tests we already had, of course, in the backend and frontend. Internalization and localization is still done the same way. And even sending emails, although that will change soon. So for the future, we know we get more and more users. So Sign is getting adopted by the Box users more and more quickly. Plus we know that Box is growing. We know it will grow. So we also might reach the stage now, finally, that we might optimize by rewriting some of the Python functionalities in a different language. And we might end up in a situation where we will split a background task to become independent microservices, because other teams at Box want to use it. They also might want to sign a document, so it makes sense to create a mini sign microservice. We're currently investigating if we can replace the Django views with Fast API. That can also will be interesting. And we will be adding like a ton of more new features. That's it.
Thank you so much. And you finished perfectly on time.
I practiced.
Could learn something from that. That means there is time for questions. This one was first, I think, but by a millisecond.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for the talk. I just want to ask about PubSub. You mentioned that you switched from Celery to PubSub, right?
Yeah.
But you're still using the task decorator?
Yeah, we still use the same way of calling it, but like the code behind it, it's all custom now. So we publish a message to PubSub, but we still wanted to have that benefit for our developers that they can just use a decorator. Okay, this method needs to run in a separate task. So we build a way around it. So not much of Celery is used anymore, but the interface of Celery we still use.
Yeah. So do you use your own Celery fork for that? or
Well,
what?
sort of. Like we basically intercept, like before it goes in the Celery system, we intercept the message before that, and then handle it from there.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi. Great talk. Thanks. In the last slide, you mentioned that you are considering moving from Django views to fast API.
Yes.
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 Why?
That's up for discussion. So we are investigating that. It's like I kind of like especially with types. I like how that is done there. So we're investigating if that's doable. So like it's more like also you don't have to use everything that Django provides. So everything is up the table that can be replaced if there are additional benefits. So we see some benefits, but we need to make sure they don't outweigh the negatives.
Hi, great talk. When you had this Django monolith that became bigger and bigger, how do you manage to separate the context, so avoiding that everything becomes a big blob of intertwined Django apps?
Great question. It's that is difficult indeed. It also made sure that the apps don't depend too much on each other. But in the end, it doesn't really matter because it's still the same Django container that runs at different places in the infrastructure. So the tasks, they can use everything that is in the monolith, but it just runs at a different place in the infrastructure depending on the needs. And you set optimizing still there for that specific task. Hope that answers your question.
Yeah, great talk. Thank you. I think we, where I work, we're at this kind of the same situation. We haven't been bought or anything like that. And I think we have kind of the same observations that you have. About the optimizations, have you considered things like PyPy or Cython or some of these that don't require you to use a different language?
Yeah, for sure. Like and we definitely look at those kind of things. But it's also like a trade-off, and especially in the startup phase, do you start optimizing for 100 milliseconds faster performance, or do you spend the resources on building a new feature? And it's also like just simple economics. Like, is it worth letting the developer making this endpoint 50 milliseconds faster, or can we make that money back? So, but at the scale that Box is at, that we reach that point quicker because it's like more hardware is used and the bill of the hardware becomes more significant, and then an optimization like that can really be benefit.
Just an added question. Different language, what would that potentially be?
So, for instance, like merging the PDFs, we already do that in Java. I know Instagram replaced a lot of Python code with custom C code just to make it those milliseconds faster. Yeah, working at a bigger company, you know the roadmap better than at the startup, so you can really plan for what is needed and what is coming. So yeah, we have to find there the right balance in optimizing or not.
Yeah, I think those were the questions. So, another celebration of another talk. Thank you so much.
Maybe it looks bad how it's folding over to the. No.
And we're just getting our next.
Thank you.
And we'll start by giving him a very big applause.
Simplicity is a great virtue, but it requires hard work to achieve it and education to appreciate it. And to make matters worse, complexity sells better. I'm not paid to be here, so I get to talk about simple software, mostly OpenBSD. Maybe a lot of you work at companies and you use big complex software. Unfortunately, you're not using OpenBSD, but you can benefit from many of the ideas in the talk. Also, I can help you if you hire me, but you have to hire me because it sells better. But today there's a special promotion. You can ask me questions about other softwares related to what I'm saying, maybe the softwares you're using, and I'll do my best to answer. And yeah, let's go. We're talking about Django. You probably run this. Raise your hand if you run this. Great. Yes. Okay. And then you do that, and then you can make a web request to here. But yes, maybe you want to run something else in production. Anyone want to say why you should run this in production instead of the other one in production? Raise your hand. No. No one wants to say? Yes. You get an exotic candy. Yes, they say not to do it because like security, and they also use a lot of memory and security again. So you do this one. You could use a lot of other servers, but it actually does. Please raise your hand if you really have no idea about this, because then I do need to explain a little bit about it. But, okay, but you know about this one, right? Okay, it does the same thing, but this one's better. And safer and all that stuff. It does the same thing in the sense you still get the address at, you still get the website hosted like this. Okay. But now, instead of using an example project, let's use BornHack, because that's a Django application, in fact, and I'll take some more examples from it. Anyone know what BornHack is? Who wants to tell us what BornHack is? Hacker event, yeah. You get a candy too. Oh, I'm not very good at that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, okay. And then it's at that address again. Now, we're going to run like 100 Django applications on the same host. We could run them all as my main user RM, where I also do like email and web browsing. Who wants to say why that's a bad idea? Or maybe you're scared of these candies now. Yeah, getting confused with the command, yeah, that's a good one. In general, if that's actually my main concern, my main fear, that I'm going to mess something up. But you have 100 programs running on the same user. They all have access to different sensitive information. And maybe there's some problem with one of them and can mess up one of the others. So I want to run them as separate users. So I'm going to create a user for BornHack with this command. And then I'm going to run the same command as before, but I'm going to run as BornHack user. So now when you exploit my BornHack application, you only get access to whatever BornHack user has. You don't get access to my email. You don't get access to like my other Django application. Did that sort of make sense? Okay. So I run it as the Bornhack user, but it still is the same web address. So I still access it by the same address in my HTTP client. But there's a problem with this. We're going to run 100 Django applications in the same box. See a problem? Anyone want to tell me the problem? Yes, the port. We can't have all 100 of them use the same port. So, oh yeah, do you want a candy? Oops, sorry. Yeah, so we set the port like this in Unicorn. And if you have another server, it'll have some other option for it. And then it's almost the same address. And now we have 100 of these Unicorn instances, perhaps. Let's start them all at boot, and we can do that by putting the command in this file, etc rc.de bornhack. And this is the same command, just broken into parts, so that the rc.subr framework from OpenBSD will know that when I run this command, rc control enable bornhack, it'll know to start bornhack on boot. And also it'll know that if I put a command like this in my cron tab, every hour it'll tell me if bornhack crashed and if any of my other Django applications crashed. And I still access it by the same address as we've been talking about. So now another problem. I don't like this address. I think instead of being http://numbers, it should look like this. https:// some nice name. And there are a lot of ways you could do this. The way I'm going to show you is with a reverse proxy. And I've been I'm going to show a lot of configuration files. In case those configuration files don't make sense, you can just ignore it and figure, like, this is the general structure we're going for. There's a web browser that's going to make a web request to the relay on the normal TLS port. And then the relay is going to make the web request to the server that we've been talking about the whole talk so far. And now I'm going to show you the configuration file. Well, scary configuration file. Let's just look at these lines. This line says we're going to listen to everything IP4. We could also do IP6 on TLS port. This one says if the host header matches bornhack.example.com, we're going to forward it to bornhack, where bornhack is the local host, port 2003. That's how we do one Django application with the reverse proxy thing. To do several, we put them all in the same file. So now, depending on the host header, we forward to a different place. So now we have what we just said. The remote web browser goes to the relay daemon, and then it goes back to whatever Django application is. So it could be the bar Django application on port 2002, or the bornhack on port 2003, or something else. There's still one little thing for TLS. We need to have the hosts configured on our client. I actually put too much things in the abstract, so I'm going to skip over how to do this really. This is the sloppy way to do it, or this is the, I don't know. This is the way I actually do it, but this is the easy way to do it. For internal stuff, this works. But anyway, you do those commands, then you can access it by the name. And the TLS verification will work properly. Did that sort of, did this part about relay make sense? Okay. And you know, like, you can stop me if something doesn't make sense, or during the talk even ask about other softwares you might want to do it with. Yeah, so we did, like, say we have a bunch of different Django applications running Unicorn or some other thing on the same host with different ports, and then we have the relay to get everything from our main port to those. I think we should have a firewall. Anyone want to say why we should have a firewall? Yeah? Security reasons, yes. Any more specific? Or you just want to check off the box for the security? Yes, I don't want all my server to be open. Candy? Oh. Okay. So so the way we're going to do this is I want to allow this type of request. I want the remote web browser to go to the relay daemon and the relay daemon to go to the Unicorn. But I don't want to allow the bornhack user, so the bornhack web application, to access some other Django application running on the same server. I also don't want Is this just the reverse? Yeah, I don't want the reverse either. Okay. And I also don't want the born hack user to be able to get to the relay daemon, because then it can get to all the other applications that are on the server. I also don't want the born hack user to see the DNS server, because it doesn't need the DNS server. And you can also exfiltrate data that way, but the principle is just you don't need the DNS server. I also don't want the born hack user to, unfortunately, see Django Day website, because it doesn't need to. It doesn't need to go to the internet. So the concept is I want the born hack user to have no internet access, and I want nothing to be able to access the born hack user except for the few places where I need it. And one place where I need it is, well, we'll get to that. So the only thing I want to allow is this one. And we're going to do it with the one firewall that I know how to use, PF. And it works very well because it's simple and runs on OpenBSD. This is, I'm going to go through the parts of the configuration file. Normally, a PF configuration file, you have a bunch of lines, and the last matching line is the one that matters. The first line says we allow everything. Second one, the first one is a comment. The second one says we allow everything. Then we say block incoming TCP and UDP connections to localhosts from non-root users. So this means that if I'm running Unicorn on port 2003, that will be blocked because it's an incoming TCP connection. Then also block the outgoing TCP connections from most users. So this will include the Django user. That means the born hack application can't make a web request to Django Day website. We're only blocking TCP and UDP. There are actually other protocols, and you can block them, but it's more annoying. So, but I'm actually comfortable with this. Yeah, so we blocked everything now. Now we can't run our Django application. So now we need to open the part that we do want. So we're going to say we're allowing incoming connections to port 2002 for the bar user, which is running some Django application. 2003 for born hack user, and so on. If we were running some other relay, we might need to do the same for the relay, but the relay daemon runs as root, so that's covered by the first rule that I set. So now, did I have a diagram for this? Yeah. So now, note born hack user can't actually make a request to itself, because born hack user is only allowed to incoming TCP, not outgoing TCP. Does that make sense? Yeah. So summary of that configuration file, too much configuration file, is we allow some web browser to access our relay daemon running on port 443 with TLS, and send that to the Unicorn running on some other port. I forgot to mention, the relay daemon also handles the TLS. So the Django application doesn't need to know anything about certificates. It's like you run as if you ran the management, the development server. That doesn't have anything about TLS. Yeah, and then we block all the other stuff. Yeah, that was a lot of configuration files, so let's talk about something easier, politics. I like freedom, so I like GNU. I like free software, and GNU licenses protect the end users by being viral, by saying that I'm going to give some free software to you, and you can do what you want with it, but if you give it to someone else, you cannot enslave that other person. You have to pass those rights on to the other person. So it's strange that I would use OpenBSD, which has a different politics and has a permissive license where they give away the software and you're allowed to enslave your users using OpenBSDs. Because OpenBSD, the view of OpenBSD is more like we want to improve the world. People are, for whatever reason, buying stuff from commercial software companies that are often going to implement bad solutions to already solve problems. So the best we can do is to give our stuff away from free and hope that the people will take it and integrate it, and then the end users will get well-functioning products. And so, yeah, but if I'm a user of OpenBSD, it's okay. So that's my attitude. I like freedom, so OpenBSD gives me the freedom. I contribute a very tiny bit to BSD operating systems. it's not enough that the license bothers me, but if I contributed more, maybe I would insist on a copyleft license. The other thing is because OpenBSD doesn't have the same specific goal, they're not certified by Free Software Foundation as a free operating system. But the differences are kind of nitpicky, and I'm going to show you them here. It's not really something to be worried about if you are competent. So the two things that I think are non-free in OpenBSD. One is that it's possible to build a package from source. It's called a port. Build a port from source. So like you could build a Python from source. Normally you would install the binary, but it's possible to build it from source. And there are some things you can build from source that are proprietary, and so they can't give you the binary. And so if you're doing this, you need to look at the license field to make sure it's free software and you're not being enslaved. That's the one thing. The other thing is Free Software Foundation says drivers, if you can update the driver to some chip, not some other chip on the CPU, on the computer, that needs to be free software. But if you can't update it, it's just stored on the device, like on the PCI card or whatever, and you can't update it, then it doesn't matter. OpenBSD's attitude is either way, it's fine. It doesn't make a difference whether you can update it or not. So OpenBSD allows you to install proprietary firmware on other chips in your computer. Okay, back to configuration files. Yes, I shortened the part on the database. Okay. We have now like 100 Django applications running on the same computer. Thank you. So I like to run them all in the same database. It makes, if they're small enough, it makes backups easier and stuff. But some things to consider if we have them all as 100 separate users running 100 separate Django applications. Let's say one category of database is file-based connections. That would be like SQLite or Postgres using a Unix socket, which is a file. For these, if you have each user, each Django application is a separate user, you need to set the permissions of that. Well, you can use a separate SQLite database per user, but if you use Postgres, you have to set the permissions appropriately. 777 is often okay, because it's a Unix socket. It's just the communication socket, yeah. Then the other option, which is maybe more normal, is if you want to have your database go over network connection. And in that case, this is probably, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is probably what you've done. In that case, you need to open the port in the firewall, the same way I did before, but for the different port. Okay. Yeah, database. I could talk a lot more about database, but I want to get to some kind of new things that come about when you have everything on one big Unix system. So one thing is installing packages. A lot of people like to use virtual environments. Well, I have all my Django applications running as separate users, so I don't need to make a virtual environment. I can use normal pip. In a way, it's a virtual environment, but it's using the local. If you do this, Bornhack is the only user that gets these packages because it's installed on the Bornhack user. Except this doesn't work because we set the firewall so that you can't access PyPI. So one option is to open the firewall for PyPI. There's actually a little smarter way to do this. I actually do it so that I would actually do it so that I could turn it on just when I'm doing the installation and turn it off right after. But idea is open port for PyPI, open the firewall for PyPI. But what I actually do is this: I run pip as a separate user. I make a virtual environment as a separate user, and then I copy the whole thing to the Bornhack user. That's what these commands do. And but they're I think they're both pretty good options. Yeah. And now we get to the things that are I wanted to put in some things that are kind of maybe a little unusually easy if you do things this way. Yeah. Let's say we have we could have the Bornhack application being just our only user, but we could have two users collaborate. Let's say we have some big website where you upload lots of different files. Maybe the one we just talked about actually would be a good example. Maybe it's a bit too big for $1. So let's say we have big website user running a Django application, and the media route is this. And big website has like sensitive information in it, and it has all these media files, and its network connection. Also, we have some search engine. I like to use Recall. Recall, the way Recall works is it takes a list of all the files, and then it runs a filter on each file. And the filters is using lots of different programs to support lots of different file types. So Recall is also a very complex application. And I want to separate them, because if there's a problem with one, I don't want it to mess up the other. So one way I can do this is I make the search engine a member of the big website group, and then I set up the file permissions so that the search engine can get read access to those files. And then the search engine can index all those files, but it doesn't have access to anything else about the database. And then I could actually run a separate website from the search engine user just to search the files. And now they're quite separate, but it operates very smoothly. Did that make any sense? Okay, good. And then another way you can do it is with doas. Doas is from OpenBSD, but you might be more familiar with sudo, which is a much more complex way of doing the same thing, but sudo came first. So let's imagine we're at Bornhack, which is a camp, like on a field, and we have the speaker tent where we give talks, and we have a bar where we buy alcohol and pay for the camp so that we can have more talks. And let's imagine we're going to tell people where they should go by flying an internet-connected flamethrower drone around the camp. And it's going to go to the bar when they should go to the bar and drink, and it's going to go to the speaker tent when they should go to the speaker tent and watch talks. This flamethrower drone is very complicated software, so we don't want the Django application to have a risk of messing with that. And also, we don't want the flamethrower drone to like mess up our Django, our user, anything about our Bornhack website, which is quite complex. So we're going to give a very small interface between them. This is the doas configuration file. We're going to allow the Bornhack user to execute a command as the flamethrower user. And the command only has two options. You can run the flame program with the argument move to speaker tent, and you can run the flame program with the argument move to bar. And we're not even going to give it access to turn on the flamethrower. Let's say for safety reasons we want a person to turn on the flamethrower. But we're okay with the website to direct where the drone should go. So this is the doas configuration, and then we can write this Python in the Bornhack Django application that says, as the user flame, run the program flame with the argument move to speaker tent. And it'll, if the command fails, it'll raise an exception. And so this way, Bornhack user can have some event that directs the flamethrower drone to move around, but the only interface is move here, move there. So if there's some problem with either one, it doesn't affect the other. Oh, summarizing the stuff we talked about, normal Python stuff, and then set up with services, and then we had the reverse proxy, so you can have a bunch of things with TLS. Then firewall, database, some cool things you can do with multiple users. Oh, cool, I have a lot of time. And yeah, and I thought I wasn't going to have time for these, but it turns out I did. Sorry. Anyway, but that's that. Thank you.
Yeah, we got ready so quickly that you actually started the talk a little bit before time, so that's, sorry about that. Now we've got a lot of time for questions, though. So really, I actually think I've heard a lot of people get inspired by Ruby on Rails in the Django community. Like, we should listen to what they're doing there. But I think we're also like mostly Linux users here, so it's super nice to hear how it's done in the BSD world. There is a question there.
So does this somehow compensate the lack of Docker on OpenBSD?
Does this?
I mean, it doesn't have a Docker, but what are the pros and cons?
Well, does it compensate for Docker? I think the better way to start the discussion is, why do we use Docker? Technically, it kind of works similar to this, because I think it's kind of like a jail. A lot of people think that Docker gives them security, and it doesn't. So, yeah. But what I think one of the main reasons for Docker is that you want to install some configuration that it just happens that like the packages are written to work as root. So you use like apt get install and it goes as root. And you just don't know how to install it as a normal user. But you can compile all these to work as a normal user. So so one of the reasons for Docker is like, I mean, this is like my controversial view on it, that it's just because people don't know how to install things not as root. Okay, so that one, this doesn't help you with. But everything else, I think it does. So another is so that you can have a reproducible environment. Well, yeah, you can have some recipe to install this. It'll be a little different. What else does Docker help you with? Another thing about Docker is that you have like all these Docker files that you can reuse someone else's Docker file, but this is so easy, so I don't need that. I don't know, is there other things you like about Docker that, if you say that, then I can tell you?
No, it also does some networking with the ports and so on. So
Okay, Docker, one setting for Docker is, yeah, so it does help with that. One setting for Docker is just to use the normal host networking. Another is to say only expose these ports. And yeah, these are alternatives, yeah, for that.
Next question? Yes?
Oh, and candy for people who ask questions.
Thank you. Congratulations for the presentation. It was super interesting to me personally. Always the BSD world was somewhat exotic, and I always get mesmerized by it. I have a question because I'm working a lot with Docker, and I always know that it's what you said. You believe that it's secure, but there's a lot of caveats. One of them is SUID in Linux. How a process can use SUID to get root privileges. Is this something that we can get guarded from in the BSD world? And I'm not sure.
No, but it's like, you know what you're doing? It's the same approach, the way you protect in Docker in this. Maybe I should just explain the risk. You run the setuid binary. The setuid binary is owned by, let's say, root, and it can do special things. So for example, ping is a setuid binary because, I mean, at least on OpenBSD, I don't know how it works in Linux. Probably it works the same way, that the root user is the only one that can make that type of network request. But another user can execute this program, and it'll run as if the root user executed it. So like an easy attack with Docker is make something setuid root from inside the Docker, and yeah. So where do I want to go with this?
So
yeah, so it's the same. To get around that, just do it properly, or use a virtual machine, I think, or a separate computer. Yeah.
Thank you.
This reminded me of another thing about Docker. You can just use an old-fashioned chroot in OpenBSD, and also FreeBSD has jails, which are similar. It's like a stronger version, similar like chroots, and that'll have the same problem, but it'll have the benefit that you can install things as root inside of the chroot. Yeah. And you get a candy, if I can reach. Oops. Yeah.
You're getting better at the candy throwing, I have to say.
Yeah.
Any more questions? Yeah. We do have time.
You didn't mention certificates during the build-up stack. Was that on purpose?
Yeah, I just didn't think I'd have so much time. But is there a particular question you have about certificates? Okay. I don't know if I can. You just want me to say something about certificates, or?
Needed, or I mean, I think what's it called today that you use it. It's fairly easy to set up, at least on the Linux with
it's
the
like a certbot.
Like
Let's encrypt.
I find that too complicated. I just use OpenSSL or LibreSSL. OpenBSD made LibreSSL, but yeah, So okay, so actually, if it's my internal stuff, I have a wildcard certificate. That's the one that you saw in the configuration file. Yeah, but yeah, so the way this configuration file is set up is it's a wildcard certificate, but doesn't have to be a wildcard certificate, and this is the way you do it. And if you want to know more information, look at the manual page for relayd.conf. Yes? And
are we gonna have flamethrower drones on board Hack next year?
I don't know. You can make one. Yeah. We have flamethrowers and we have drones. Just another flamethrower drones. So, did you already ask a question, or did you already get a candy? Okay, I guess someone around here got a candy already. So, you and yeah. And we had another question?
No. So you do get candy still. There is still more left.
Yeah, there's a bunch left. Yeah, and these are from there's someone here who's from the same place as the candies. Yeah, okay. Did you get one already? No. Yeah. Because I was in Serbia. to impress you.
So I have one final question then. Can I also get one?
Well, you have to ask a better question than that. You have to ask a better question than that. But you can get one because you're an organizer.
Okay, so first of all, a big applause for RM. Really super nice talk. We're gonna do a short break, so-called water break. There is water in this break. There is also soda in the bar. You can pay with card. And then I think we have some stuff left to clean up, so we better get it like downstairs so there's space for the cake that is in the next break. Yeah, I'll ring a bell and in 10 minutes time. So see you back then. And we're back. You thought you'd get away with one talk about tests, but no. This is far too an important subject. And I think maybe sometimes we want to spend less time writing tests. Is that what this talk might be about?
I think it I think it might be about that, yeah.
Big hand for Will. Welcome.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, great showing up here this morning and seeing so many familiar faces from last year, as well as so many new faces. It's great to be back in beautiful Copenhagen. I'm always so, I mean, I mentioned this last year, but like the bikes are just incredible. You just want to like join in on the fun. So yeah, thanks so much for the brief introduction. I'll skip a little bit through this. My name is Will, on the Colo team as well as Lily here in the front. So if you see another person wearing this t-shirt, that's us. I've used Django for about 9, almost 10 years, mostly building SimplePoll, which is a Slack app. If you use Slack at work, you might have come across it. You know, you can do polls and surveys kind of within your Slack. And Colo actually started out as an internal tool for SimplePoll. So, and SimplePoll also funds the development, funds Lily and I working on Colo. SimplePoll, it's about 6 of us, you know, millions of users, so that actually makes money. Colo does not yet make any money, it's just completely free. Hopefully someday. And then, yeah, at some point I worked at GitHub, and I'd love to talk to people about Rails stuff and what we can learn from it, but, you know, lot to talk about. All right, so that's me, and I have a confession to make. I don't really enjoy writing tests. But, and this is a big but, I do really like the tests that already exist. So what do we do with this? So tests are great because they let us deploy and ship with confidence. You know that everything that you've already built continues working. Obviously, we had a great talk from Joseph about tests and how to make better test style guides, and it sounds like that's really resonating. So I always find myself building a feature and then being like, now I have to write the test. And then I go and do it because I know that it's a good thing to do, and future me will be thankful. But I wish I didn't have to. And I was curious, like, is this just me who thinks like this? Like, is it just me who doesn't? Okay, I see someone raising their hand. Like, you also don't like writing tests? Great, nice. You like copy paste? Nice. So I feel like sometimes you can go to like a tech conference and you hear a talk about like test-driven development, and you can sometimes get the impression that, you know, everyone but you does software development in this perfect way, where all the tests are written first, you know everything up front, and then it just like works out perfectly. And you write the test first. Maybe you don't even write any implementation because you don't need to. The tests are just, you know, it's all you need. So, and that's just never the reality I found myself in. So I actually started doing a little bit of research earlier in the year, doing some interviews with about 15 Django developers. Some of you are in the audience, shout out. So if you participated, thank you very much. And I asked, you know, questions like, do you enjoy writing tests? How much time do you spend writing tests? And I'll go through some of the results from that now to kind of set us up. One thing I'll say up front, just to cover it briefly, there's a bunch of academic literature about this as well, but the median figure seems to be that around 50% of the time we spend actually in our jobs is actually spent in or around tests. So it's a significant number. If it's not 50% exactly, you know, maybe it's 40%, but it's like certainly double digits. Can be, I've actually heard as high as 80% of your whole day is spent on writing tests. So we spend a lot of time on writing tests. All right, so here are some of the responses I got when I was talking to 15 Django developers about, do you enjoy writing tests? So a couple of different takes. Some people seem to think, ooh, truly most people hate writing tests. I don't think that's quite true. One I found particularly insightful actually is on the left in the middle. And this person actually does enjoy liking tests, or writing tests, or at least often enjoys it, but says it gets annoying when you have to mock a lot of things. So I think that's an interesting insight which we'll come back to later. Actually, testing is fun. Maybe setting up a test is less fun. So we'll come back to that in a second. And then I also asked this question, and get out your phones because we're going to do some live polling in a second. I actually asked at DjangoCon Europe earlier in the year about, do you enjoy writing tests? And these were the responses. So we have a couple of polar, like some hate it, some love it, and then a few in the middle. And I would actually love to ask you the same question right now. So if you get out your phones and go to slido.com and put in those digits, those 7 digits, then you can cast your own votes. And we won't spend too much time on this, so get it in quickly. And then we'll come back to Slido later, actually, so leave that tab open. All right, 8 responses. Do like another 20 seconds or so. It's just so fun watching this move. At the beginning, 100% loved writing tests. All right, that's 38 responses. That's pretty great. So it feels like mostly a similar picture, actually. Maybe there's a few more haters this time. I don't know. So that's cool. I mean, so yeah, I always think it's so much fun to watch these things. But yeah, so almost over 40% of you enjoyed a little bit. A good third says, you know, it's just part of the job. And I think that's actually been a very common theme I've heard. Is like, you know, being part of being a good software developer is making sure our stuff works. And part of making sure our stuff works is writing tests. So it's almost like asking, like, do you enjoy writing tests? Like, do you enjoy being a good software developer? Those are kind of interlinked. So that's what that question is kind of getting at a little bit. 16% hate it, 9% love it. Super interesting. So given that, you know, maybe it's not the most fun part of the job, even though 9% of you love it, what actually is the value of tests? And again, a couple of responses from the folks I've interviewed here. I think the most common theme with these is this idea I mentioned earlier, that like when you're building a new thing, you're making sure there's no unintended consequences, that you're not breaking what's already there. So it helps you essentially maintain the status quo in terms of your functionality. You can move forward without introducing new bugs. And yeah, ship faster, ship with confidence. So that's kind of the value of tests. So this is what we're going to talk through in this talk. 6 things. We've actually already talked about the first 2, so we're doing decently well here. Next up, I'm going to talk about recording traces with Colo. And what that actually means. Then we're going to get to the really fun, meaty bit of like inverting a trace to generate an integration test. And then more live demos as well as some thoughts on kind of like what's next. All right, so recording traces with Colo. First up, like what is a trace? Some of you may have come across tracing in like a production monitoring context. And the idea is kind of similar, although when I talk about a trace, I actually talk about something that's quite significant. So I have a little bit of demo code here, and I appreciate this might be relatively hard to read, but so we have, you know, very straightforward code on the left, or at least the first function is straightforward, the second one gets a bit more interesting, but we have like a very basic add and then multiply that just is implemented using the add function. So it's a, you know, obviously you could just do 2 star 3 and that would multiply, but I want to show you kind of a little bit of nesting and how that's represented in the trace. And then if you already use Colo, actually, quick question. I know a lot of you have seen the talk last year, so I won't ask if you've heard of Colo, but hands up if you've used Colo. Okay, nice, awesome. That's, I think, maybe 25%. And I think the best way to use Colo, or a very common way to use it, is using the middleware, but you can actually also just do Colo run and then any script. So that's what we're doing here. And then what's come out on the right side is a very simplified version of a Colo trace. So I want to walk through that with you really quickly. And I've actually got this up, which is the same thing, but we have the Colo annotations on the left here. So maybe it's a little bit simpler to see, but the point basically is that a trace consists of multiple frames, and it's essentially call and returns for specific functions. So we run the script, the first thing that happens is the call to the multiply function. That's on line 10 here, makes sense. Then the next thing that happens is the call to the add function. That's here. Then we have the return of the add function. So that's the first return. So you can see like essentially the trace captures everything that happens in the program. Or, you know, not everything, but like every call and return, as well as a couple of other things. So it's a little bit simplified, but that's essentially what a trace is. all these different events that have some information about what happened in our program in chronological order. So same overview of a trace, again a little bit simplified, but now using a Django view. So very simple function-based view, list to-dos. We're going to have a little to-do demo app in a second. Imagine this lives at just like root, and then all it does is it gets all the to-dos in the database and renders them basically. And then you can see actually on the right we have the same colo trace again, but now we have a few more bits of information. So at the very top, we actually have information that there was a Django request. So in this case, the colo middleware captured the entire request. So that includes the Django request, which went to root. Then we have the call to the list to-dos function, as expected. But then, super interestingly, we actually have information about the SQL queries as well. So the first thing that happens in list to-dos is that all of these to-dos get fetched. And that happens via the SQL query. So, and Colo actually captures not just the SQL query that was made and sent to the database, but also what the database returned. So in this case, we have 2 rows, ID 50, and then the title and like whether the to-do was completed or not. And we can use that information both to kind of explain to a user, hey, here's what actually happens in the request, but then also we can use it later to generate this integration test, which we'll get to. Then we have the return event from the list to-dos, and finally we have the Django response. So in this case, this was status code 200 and some HTML was rendered. So this is what a trace looks like that was captured using the Colo middleware. All right, so let's go and record some traces. So I have VS Code open here on the right. I'm going to make this a bunch bigger. That's a bit too much. And I'm going to make this bigger here. And could anyone at the back tell me if you can read this? Both? Okay. Better? Okay. If only the UI wasn't so big. I mean, this seems ridiculous, but let's try it. So we have a very basic to-do demo app here on the left, and then we have VS Code open on the right. And I've already recorded a bunch of traces here, but like let's record some more. The code itself is, you might have to take my word for it, but it's like relatively simple, right? So we have some kind of decorator here, which is used just as a demo. You know, if evil is in the headers, then doesn't work. So this might be like a user authentication decorator in a real application. We have the same code that lists the to-dos. We have a function-based view to add a to-do. And then actually, and this is something I think all to-do apps should have, like if you have a big, scary to-do, like give a talk at Django Day Copenhagen, there should totally be a button to like break down the to-do for you. So prepare presentation slides, practice the talk. And this is generated using OpenAI and ChatGPT and stuff. So I think this is just like a fun example, but like I think all to-do apps should have this. So that's what this last view does, which is, makes an API call to, this is the view rather here. So we take this existing to-do, we actually edit it a little bit, then we send it to OpenAI to break it down, and then we just like re-render the page essentially. So those are our functions. So the first thing I actually want to show you is just listing existing to-dos. So just by the middleware working, we can now list the to-dos, and then Colo, and if you know Colo, this will be very familiar to you, it gives you like an overview of everything that happened in that request. And usually if you have a slightly bigger screen, actually, let me just make this big so that something is showing up. So it gives you this visualization of everything that happened in the request. This one was viewing a page. If I go to this one that we did a second ago for breaking down a to-do, there's a couple more things going on. We can actually also show you the outbound API call that happened to the OpenAI API. And we can even show you like all of the content in it. So we can actually see exactly like what ChatGPT returned here. In case you're developing, like this can be quite handy. So this is like a brief overview of Colo and like how, like what a trace looks like in kind of a visualized format if you're just kind of doing local development or looking for essentially like an always on debugger to help you understand what existing code is doing. Obviously, this is all pretty simple, pretty straightforward to understand. So this stuff is a little bit more useful when you're working with larger or messier code bases. And there's nothing to do with test generation here yet. So this is just to give you an overview of what a trace is and what Colo does. So now that we've kind of established that, let's talk about how we might invert a trace to generate an integration test. So we've already got these traces stored, we've interacted with our application locally, and we have these like big JSON files that capture everything that happened in each request. And obviously Joseph already talked about this a little bit earlier, which is great setup because we don't really have to rehash too much what an integration test is. And I actually last minute added the arrange, act, assert here after hearing it from you, Joseph, because I think it's a great way to think about it. So when I talk about integration tests, I mean, we pass it through the Django test client, basically. We pass it through the whole stack. We're not opening a browser or clicking on things, but equally, we're not testing a single unit. We're going through the whole thing. In this case, we actually don't have any arranging, which is extremely rare. I think you could tell from that earlier response I read out that like often the arranging is like a really painful, hard part of putting together an integration test. But we do have the acting and we do have the asserting. And this is relevant because with what we've built with Colo test generation, we actually mostly want to help with the arranging. We found that that's like where a lot of pain exists, like getting the database into the right shape, getting your factories and fixtures, if you use them, into the right place before you can even do the acting, before you can even test and assert what you want to do. There's a lot of setup required at the beginning. So, you know, recapping of what we said earlier, integration tests give us confidence that like everything still works the way it used to. That's why I like integration tests. That's why we use them mostly for Simple Poll, which is very user interaction heavy, lots of payloads that get sent around between Simple Poll and Slack. So how do you go about inverting them? Well, if you remember from earlier, we had these two frames captured. So Django request and Django response. We know that the Django request went to root, and then we know that the Django response did 200. So, I mean, this might seem really, really basic, but yes, like you can just turn that part of the trace into like a Django test client interaction where you send a test client request to root, and then you like assert on the status code. So this is like the most basic version for just getting something working. But like it's interesting because just doing this already gives you like a bunch of coverage, right? Even if you don't assert anything else, now you're actually you have some coverage for your view. So this is already, I would very much argue, better than having no tests at all, because if you break the root view and it suddenly, you know, has an exception, now you have a test that makes sure it always gives 200. So even though this seems like so basic and stupidly simple, it's already like quite valuable. And now here's where it gets really interesting. So on the left here, we have just a snippet of the SQL query I was showing you earlier. So a query which is also part of the trace. And this is a select, and we know that it selected these two rows. And I believe this was for rendering the page. So if we want to actually render the page that lists the to-dos and have like a realistic overview, we need to seed the database with some data. We either need to do that ourselves by creating to-dos manually, or we can just generate it from this existing trace and create these two values automatically. So based on what you see on the left there, Colo can automatically generate these two lines of like like row database setup so that you can then render the homepage with some to-dos present. So I think this is like one of the, suddenly it starts getting a lot more interesting. Like you don't have to come up with titles anymore, or not at least at this stage. You don't have to remember like what's the model actually called. You can just do this. And interestingly, we can do a similar thing with update queries. So with update, we know what fields were changed and which fields remained the same. And if they were changed if the update query actually modified a specific column, then it's pretty reasonable that we want to expect that it changed in our test. So same thing for updates. We can turn that query into like an actual assert. And then, so these are some basic examples, but in Colo we actually have a ton of these rules and a ton of different logic. So we support a bunch of ways to make it like quite nice. We have support for defaults, for factory boy factories, for HTPretty, which is an HTTP mocking library, for time freezing libraries, and then also we have a bunch of hooks for writing like custom test code or custom templates. So let's go and generate some tests. So I'm going to go ahead and close this. I am going to go into this test file, and then on the same trace we recorded earlier, I'm going to just hit generate test, and it puts a whole test in my file. And then I can run the test, and it passes, right? So, and this might seem like, okay, you know, this is not the most readable test yet. And I think that's fair, but it's like at least a starting point, right? So now you have something that works, and you can start editing it, you can start improving it, you can start using these custom hooks, which I'll show you in a second, to like customize it to your company's style guide. But like at least it works. So, and this was actually the slightly easier test. To show some more of the power, let me actually generate the test for the breakdown, which includes an outbound API call. So you can see there's a bit more in here. I'll make this smaller. So you can see, like, you know, we're freezing the time, we're blocking outbound requests, we're making some seed data, and then we actually mock the entire HTTP request that we send to OpenAI because we don't want our integration test to actually interact with the OpenAI API. Then we put the same data that was sent in that post form request in the browser in here as well, which is also extracted from the trace. We know that it should redirect. It's like the save redirect pattern. And then, I mean, how cool is this, right? So we created the to-do earlier up here. We know from the trace that this to-do was updated. If you remember, we added this bit to it, which, you know, for demo purposes. So Colo knows that it needs to refresh this and then assert on the updated title. And then there's a few more things to ensure that these objects exist. So if I run this again, it passes, right? So like this is like pretty cool, in my humble opinion. Cool. So and now you might say, well, this is like a pretty basic, you know, somewhat straightforward demo app. Like it obviously works in this, but does generating these traces actually work for like a larger code base? And this is where I'm going to go back to Simple Poll, which, wow, this is completely unreadable. So Simple Poll is, you know, a pretty large Django code base. It takes like several seconds to boot up, which is annoying. And here I have a trace of someone voting on a poll. So with this, I'm going to open the visualization, and yeah, this doesn't look too nice, but you can just tell it's like a pretty fat trace. Like there's a lot of things going on. I can jump to them and like open the code, and those of you who've seen Cola will have seen this before, although with a more readable editor. Anyway, like the point of this is just that there's a lot going on. Someone's voting on a poll. There's a very core interaction in the app, so obviously there's a lot of things happening. But like, let's try and generate a test from this. And here's our test, like tons and tons of setup. Obviously, this is like not very readable. There's a ton of just like very basic data, which is going to be the same in a lot of tests. But we do get a test starting point made, and this should also pass. I might need to do something special to not run all tests at once. So this will just run that one test file. And yeah, like it passes, right? So it's possible even for like much larger, much more heavy views. And so since this is a real application, you know, we're using it for Colo, we actually have made use of a bunch of these hooks. So I mentioned Colo has support for Factory Boy. So we use a Factory Boy, and we have a ton of factories. So you can actually, in your Colo config, set up like all the factories and tell Colo about them. And you can even set up these custom processors, which essentially just have even more power over shaping the generated test. So if I delete all of this and then I click Generate Test again, it will essentially build the integration is from the same trace that we did earlier, but now there's a bunch of custom stuff in here. So we inherit from our existing custom test case, we have our own setup, we use time machine instead of freeze gun, we use the factories, and so that we don't need to pass as much data into those, and then yeah, we use custom existing functions that make all of this look a bit nicer. There's still a lot going on in this test because this trace, is very core, and there's still a lot of room for improvement here. But this should also pass. And it did. Nice. Cool. Love when a live demo actually works. So the point of this is, obviously larger code bases, it's much more difficult to get this right, and kudos honestly to Lily for getting this all working. It's like a lot of code, and you can customize it as well because it's a larger code base. How am I doing for time? Few minutes, okay. Okay. So the answer to the talk title, how to spend less time writing tests? Well, maybe consider auto-generating some parts of your integration tests. Or, if you have like no tests at all at the moment, then maybe you can actually generate quite a few of your integration tests, and that can get your coverage up to like a nice level, and then you can start, if you have the time, tweak it and ensure a practice of writing tests manually in your company, adopt the style guide, all the great stuff. The best way to get started is at docs.colo.app. In the past, there have been has been some feedback from people that they'd love to use Colo, but like it's only in VS Code. With the test generation, you actually don't need to even use VS Code. You can just use the middleware, use the command line thing. You can do Colo trace list to get that ID, and then you can just generate the test with just the ID. No VS Code required, but obviously can still be handy to view the trace. What's next? I actually have another Slido for you. So if you still have your phones up, which I think many of you might not, we have a ton of different ideas for like where else to take Colo and like what else to do with it. There's a bunch of ideas for beefing up the test generation. Like, could we generate tests even more automatically, even without you having to click around? Can we do support for different, having multiple requests in a single test case? So a few questions for you that might help guide the direction of Colo in the future. But obviously we're both here at this conference because we'd love to talk to all of you about like what you think about all of this approach. Like if this is interesting to you, I think we're particularly interested in talking to you if you work with multiple relatively messy code bases and you just don't have enough time to like make them less messy or more tested, because I think we can really help you in that case. I think I'm just going to leave this up while we do the questions. But yeah, thank you all. Great to be here.
Thank you so much. Nice way to ask questions too.
Yeah, I asked the questions.
We have time for questions. We have a couple of minutes. Let's do it.
Thanks, Will. Great talk as usual. Not the first talk I'm listening to. So my question is, I saw one test you were mocking the request being done to OpenAI. So if I have a view that sends an email and it doesn't talk to an API but uses the Django provided module, is that mocked somehow?
Yeah, this is a great question. And I think this actually came up, I think last time we went to a conference. I think the short answer is that we don't have anything for this now, but we're interested in building some kind of like generic mocking API essentially, so that like Colo will currently record that happens and that the outbound thing happened like in local development. So the question is like, how could we then build like a nice, or like generate a mock for you essentially, right? And I think for that we haven't like prioritized this yet, and I'm not yet sure how the API should work, but my current thinking is that you should be able to somehow specify that you want a certain thing to be mocked. So that could either be like a email thing, or it could be like you calling out into like another complex bit of the code, which you want as part of the integration test, as in you want that to be part of it, but you actually don't want it to pass through all of that logic. It would be cool to give like a generic interface where you can kind of like mock anything, and somehow, that somehow is why we haven't done it, because we're not sure yet how, is somehow tell Curlo generate the mock for that. Email is a great example, which I hadn't thought about in this context. But so that's how we want to build a generic mocking thing, basically. Maybe we can talk about how it could work.
Yeah, so interesting application. I had a question. Do you have some logic to make distinction between behavior that is externally observable and the implementation details, so that whenever somebody refactors the code, it doesn't break because of you tied to very specific implementation details?
Yeah, I guess the boundary for that would be at whatever kind of the integration test is. And I guess in some ways that's up to engineers. So yeah, like I think maybe, you know, as an example, like if you add a new column, right, to a new table, then maybe actually, I'm not even sure these tests would fail, because I think that would be fine. But say something benign happens, and one of these tests does start failing. I think the idea could be either you regenerate it and then like look at the difference, or you just see, because they are still like readable tests, right? They're not like some background thing. You could just add to it like yourself. But yeah, I guess broadly, the point of integration tests is that you can refactor things and it still works and it still passes. So I guess the line can get a little bit blurry, but largely I would say it's like down to how like you decide which views to write tests for, or which of the generated code you decide to keep, what to extend.
I think there was another question, or there was a hand up. Oh.
It's really cool. I think it's an awesome project. I really liked how when it noticed that something was setting, that it could then do asserts based off that. Would it also, can it also detect when there was some filter and there's some data that was generated that doesn't match that filter, so that it also shows that you didn't get just everything?
Right. Yeah. So this is like a query set Django filter.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think we have a couple of things around this. So one thing we try and do when we make the assertions is we have a couple of heuristics, basically. So we would filter by like unique fields, so that they would then be like, we would fetch the right row to be asserted on, if that makes sense. But that might not have been your question.
No, I mean more that, let's say it was just, you filtered a query set and this is in your view.
Yeah.
But in the preparation, normally when you would be setting up this test, you would probably also create something that is not supposed to be there, and you want to show that it's not there.
I see. So you would have like an assert before you act to show that it's not there?
No. But
no, I'm sorry. Wait, Lily, do you understand? Do you want to answer? Okay.
I think it's something that we can't really do, because the data that shouldn't be there isn't there in the trace. So it's something you would have to add manually.
Right, yeah, makes sense.
Nice, yeah, maybe we can chat about that more. Anything else? Otherwise, we have some results. So it sounds like a good 2/3 of 40 of you wish your product had more test coverage. Half of you worked in a project that had almost no tests. That's what I like to hear, because hopefully we can make some tests for you. Awesome, and then a couple more.
What if you only have tests but no implementation?
Yeah, then you are the best software developer in the world. That's a joke.
Right. Let's give Will a big hand. Thanks for sharing
Thanks,
this
everyone.
talk. Welcome on stage, Ronnie. So,
Thank you.
class-based views, anyone? Yeah?
Class-based emails?
There is also class-based emails now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's give Ronnie a big hand.
Okay, my name is Ronnie, and today I want to talk about a package I've built about a year ago called Django Pony Express. And this is my very first time on stage with a proper talk, so please cut me a little bit slack if something goes sideways. Okay, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to introduce myself. I motivate why I think this topic is important. We have an extensive history lesson. Just kidding. A status quo, if you look at the Django docs, then the actual solution, and at the end, some critical review. All right, that's me, Ronnie. I'm working with Django since 2012. This means version 1.4. It's quite ancient. Since 2019, I am a tech evangelist, which means I have time, for example, to build packages like this. Since recently, I'm a member of the DSF, Django Software Foundation, and I'm the organizer of the Django Meetup Cologne, which is the only Django meetup left in Germany, as far as I know. And if you want to get in touch, please do via LinkedIn. This is the only social media I have, so it has to do. I work at a company called Ambient. We're in Cologne, and we use Django and React.js if we can help it. And they're giving me the opportunity to be here, so yeah, I'm very happy for this. Okay, motivation. Why is creating and maintaining emails such a pain with Django? This is a thing that I heard myself say a lot and from others. And okay, so emailing, why is this important? Many business applications rely heavily on emailing. Even more if you have end customers on your platform, if it's not just an internal application. Some people might say, okay, but we have like fancy new things like in-app notifications. But the problem with in-app notifications is that at first, maybe they're not legally binding enough for your case. You have to have an email. What do you do if users don't read them, if they don't go to your platform? Well, you have to send them an email about, hey, here are some notifications, please read them. So in the end, emails are a quite important part for most, many, maybe all business applications, at least in my case. Since the last 11 years-ish, I've worked on about 20 Django applications, more or less. And the things that I found most tedious about working with emails or implementing emails were basically always the same. You would have an HTML part and a plain text part. The plain text part is just for legacy reasons, and it's kind of the protocol, you have to have it. But it's not dry. It means you have two templates, you have to maintain them separately. You would usually have an email template, like a base template, which makes your emails look the same, like different content, but yeah. And you have to have global variables, for example, the unsubscribe link or some URL where your images come from or your company logo or something like this. And I had to set them per email, and I would tend to forget one of them, and then the email was broken, and it was very annoying. Emails felt kind of like an external API, even if the code was in my code base, and therefore they weren't unit tested. I mean, emailing is kind of an external API. I come to this later, but not having tests, as we have heard from Will a few minutes ago, is not so nice. So this would lead to many bugs. And I would find myself build convenience features like the unsubscribe link or setting some headers in every project again and again and again. And this was, again, tedious. So, why is the package called Django Pony Express? The Pony Express was a super fast mailing service in the US in 1960. It only lasted for 1 year because then there was a telegraph. Bad luck for them. Nevertheless, they used ponies for this, and we all know the Django pony, and it was about emailing or mailing, not emailing. So I think the name was kind of fitting. And here's a picture of me with some donkeys. The local zoo in Cologne doesn't have any ponies, so donkeys have to suffice. Okay, so if you're starting or working on a Django application and you want to do emailing, what you do usually, you go to the really great Django documentation. And then you will find more or less this. It's a function, it will send an email. It's very simple. It shows you how to set parameters. They are set directly. But unfortunately, if in my real life cases, the stuff would be way, way more complicated. And it would more like this. I don't know if you can read it back there, but you know, the details are not so important. The thing is that this would be just one of many, many emails I would have, and this whole function. And this contains the from, the to, internationalization, the base variable. Let me see if I have a pointer, nice. Here are these base variables for the template. Then I have here like the two templates I have to define. Then I have to know about how to create this multi-part email, like having this HTML part. Maybe I don't want to really know or need to know that this is the email multi-alternatives class. Maybe I just want Django that it works, right? There would be some kind of logging. Then there would be some error handling. What if something goes sideways? It's still an external API. It's an email provider. Yeah, maybe it just has a timeout or something. And I don't even mention the headers in this example. So this is a lot of stuff I would find myself implementing over and over again. And this is the drawbacks. At first, if I have lots of redundant code, it's not dry. So yeah, this is annoying and has a lot of drawbacks. It's very easy to make mistakes, and I tend to make them over and over again. As I said before, the duplicate templates for HTML and plain text are really annoying because in most cases I wouldn't care about the plain text because nobody's looking at plain text anyway. The unencapsulated email API that I have to know which class to use from Django to send an HTML email. I can't inherit anything. I like object orientation. And every log message would look a little bit different depending on who and when it was built, meaning if I want to do some aggregation from my logs, it was very tedious because everything looked a little bit different and I would find myself cleaning this up over and over again. So, I'm going to take a zip. This is the solution now. That I've built. And we use this in a couple of projects, and this is the feedback I get from my colleagues. It's quite neat. So let me show you why they think that. If you're interested in the package, here's a quite huge QR code which leads you to PyPy. If you're interested, you can check it out there. So class-based emails. As you probably know, we have class-based views in Django and function-based views, and it's kind of the thing that inspired me to go from this function-based views we've seen in documentation before, like function-based emails, to class-based emails. And it means that you have a base email service, and you extend your email instances from this, and this will provide most, maybe all of the stuff you need, depending on what your requirements are. You get it out of the box. You stay dry, you only override what you want to change. Since Wednesday it's Python 3.12 compatible, I made sure to get this done before I'm here. And obviously docs where it didn't happen. It's fully documented, it reads the docs. So if you want to read up anything or want to know what it's capable of, you can do this there. So if you remember this huge abomination code email thingy I showed you a couple of emails ago, couple of slides ago. This is basically doing exactly the same. You see there's no code duplication, it's very, very less code, it's testable, I come to this later. It's super fast to create new emails because it's just a couple of lines and you can just copy them, adjust a few things and you're good to go. It's very neat. And the thing you need to take care of is that here we don't have an email-based service, but in my case, it's the BeerBear incorporated. We have the BeerBear-based email service. So all the stuff that you have to have for your project, the variables for your base template, some customizations for logging or internationalization, would go into this base class. So you would extend the base class and put the stuff there. So still you have to do it one time per project, but not one time per email you're creating. And here's an example. I'm sorry, it's quite small, but I will go over the details. This service here will encapsulate, will extend from the base email service, which comes from the package. You can set some headers, and then you have a function get context data. If you used to Django class-based views, this should look familiar. And this is basically where you can set the variables for the base template. And this is the thing that's more or less I have in every project with a little bit more or a little bit less configuration. Yeah, and every email instance you're creating will extend from this custom one. Okay, then a couple of features. Logging, in my experience, is a very individual topic, and logging is not part of the Pony Express package yet, because in all the projects I had to work, it was a little bit different, and so I just decided to leave it out for now. But as you've seen my base class before, you can just add a couple of things. This is quite an extensive example just to show you what's possible in theory. This could be easier, and just add the logging in the methods you need to override and customize it to your style. Still, you have to do it, but you just have to do it once per project, so you just get it over with in half an hour and you're good to go. Another thing is internationalization. Out of the box, it works and will take the defaults you set in your Django settings. But for example, here on the right, you see that maybe the language is not set by the request or by the Django settings, but maybe it's an attribute of the user, and the user can decide in which language he wants to have his emails or his content in general. So you can just override this method, get translation, and then do basically all the magic you want to do. You have the recipient, you have the context data. It's a class, right? You can do whatever you want. Then there's another thing I call the reply to dilemma. Usually, if you send emails, they will send from some email address called noreply@yourdomain.com. And this is good because it's not an actual person sending this, but it's just some kind of bot or email service or whatever, AWS, SES. But sometimes people want to respond to this or have to respond to this. Imagine, for example, I don't know, somebody gets an email and he thinks it's not applicable for him, or maybe he's confused and he wants to reply. And that's really nice if you set the reply to header to some email address or email account that's actually read by a human being, that people they know, okay, this wasn't sent to a person, but still if they want to hit the reply button, the email goes somewhere and the person can deal with the issue. Then some more stuff if you need more convincing that this is a good idea. It has under the hood an HTML to text conversion. So this means you just have to provide the HTML template you actually care about, and it will render the plain text part. In some cases, you care for the plain text part. For example, if you have a very, sophisticated, fancy system, then you might want to provide it. If you provide a plain text template, then this will be taken. It will not be rendered automatically, so you're good to go. But the default is, it's the solution that's more easy and convenient. Then, as you might seen in my first example of this custom base class, you can set a subject prefix, and this is a thing that's really nice. So it will set a prefix to all of the email subjects. In my case, because the Beer Bear Incorporated, we will set Beer Bear Incorporated hyphen and then, for example, account created or account closed or new transaction or whatever. And this will help the end user who actually gets the email in his email client to filter by them, to make kind of rules, to sort them in something, and everything will look very uniform and neat and more professional in the end. If you want to have some custom validation to ensure that, if this email should really be sent, for example, the recipient needs to have some conditions, the recipient needs to be active, if for example, the user can be inactive, you can put this there in a method. You can change the error handling, for example, if you want to override if this should fail silently or noisily. And attachments are possible, of course, as well, if you want to attach files. Okay, this is the thing, it's a little bit more complicated. I won't go into too much depth. Maybe you know about factories from, for example, Factory Boy, as Will pointed out. In this case, imagine you have an email and you have a business application and you want to inform all of your managers how their employees or their divisions are doing. And basically the email looks the same, but the content differs slightly or a lot per user. And sure, you can just create an email and build some kind of loop and inject the proper data per user. But if you don't want this, you can use the factories. Here's a very simple example. Just note that here you're basically setting this is a thing you've seen before. It's just an email instance class. You just set this here in the factory, and this will take care of the looping and everything. If you want to know more about this, just read the docs, because it's a little bit complicated topic, and some people might not need this at all. So this was very nice, but I think the greatest benefit kind of fits to this day because we had so many test topics, is we can properly unit test our emails, finally. If you have a unit test and you execute some code that sends an email, Django automatically will put this in the mail.outbox object. It's just a thing, it's lying around, it's basically a list, and this will contain your email. And if you want to, for example, have one email in there and you want to check the content, the HTML content, you have to do mail.outbox on position 0.alternatives on position 0 on position 0, which is not really intuitive, and I had to look it up all the time. It's very annoying. So there's an email test service, and you can just put it in your setup test data. You just need per test, so setup test data, and put it here in a variable, email test service, and then with this basically provides everything you need for testing your emails. And my idea behind this is that I turn this mail outbox to something that looks like a Django query set, because it's a list, like, for example, a database table. You know what I mean? And you can do a filter on this, you can search, you can maybe say, hey, I want the first object, I want the last object, I want to know how many objects are in there, like a count, like the regular things you would do with Django query sets. So, how does it look like? Here is a quite typical test case I would have. It's a little bit small. But I'll just go quickly through it. At first, you would just say, I have my email test service, and I filter for subject of the subject I'm interested in. For example, the email with account created. And I count how many I have there. Then I would say, okay, please now trigger this code that will send the email. Then I will check again for emails with a subject, and then I would assert that I have one email more because I just sent the email. If it's not one email more, then obviously something went sideways. And then I can do a list of emails .first, and this gives me a mail object. This mail object has a bunch of attributes you would expect, like the headers, like CC to, reply to, and etc. So you can do an assert in, because to is like always a list. There can be multiple recipients. You can check if the email has the right, if it was sent to the right address. And this is, I think, the best part. There's a helper called assert body contains, because we have to have the plain text part. So we will always have, even though we don't set it explicitly, we will always have two parts of content, and some people still might, look at the plain text part. So we have to ensure that it's correct. And what it does is, you wouldn't, at least the way I use it, you wouldn't compare the whole template, but you would just look for certain key elements. For example, it's like the salutation set, is the title correct, as I said, some certain keywords would be in there. And this will automatically check for you the HTML part and the plain text part, and will just complain, hey, here something is off, if something is off. And this saves a lot of time, and it assures that you don't forget something. Because as I said, if I go one slide back, doing this all the time is quite annoying, and it's really hard to tell the juniors to, how this works. There's a little bit more stuff in the documentation again, but this is like the general idea, how it works. So, Outlook. Sending emails is obviously, you need an external API for this, some kind of email provider, whatever that might be. So this shouldn't happen in the main thread, and this is a very common thing that people need to think about. So I was thinking of adding some functionality, maybe with an integration for Django Q or Celery or just Python threading to basically by default not send the emails in the main thread and just to, that you don't have to think about this every time, but it just, that it's, not sent in the main thread. So you don't have to think about it. As I said, the logging thing is not part of this yet. I think I will add in the future some basic functionality for this, that you don't have to worry about this, because in the end, logging is just a plus and you can just disable it if you don't like it. And with a big wink, maybe a pull request to Django core. So, last slide. So, a critical review. There's like a big discussion going on about people saying Django class-based views are not so nice and you shouldn't use them. Function-based views are superior. So why should I put my money on class-based emails? Well, obviously you could write a function-based wrapper for this, but you have to do it yourself, and everything here is already there. So I think it's quite convenient to just stick with this. Then some people say, hey, if I implement like all my 200 emails with this, what if the package becomes discontinued? As always, you can just raise a PR. Everything is at GitHub and open source, obviously. You can always fork the package or, just copy the important parts for you into your project and maintain them yourselves. So nothing critical there. And then the last thing, if this is really like kind of closing a gap with Django, why do we need a package for this? Why isn't this part of Django? Well, maybe it should, but it isn't, so I built it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Yes. Oh, one, two.
I'm sorry, I don't have candy.
Oh, you. I don't know. I could see that you were first.
Oh, then I was first. I'm slightly disappointed by the lack of candy, though. I'm reconsidering my question. No. Oh, there's cake next, I heard. Ooh. You say that you sort of suggest that most people don't care about plain text emails, which I think in Western Europe is true, and the rest of the world is, some people do care about it. So my question is, how do you deal with hyperlinks from HTML in the plain text version of the email? Because of course you cannot click a hyperlink in a plain text email, but if you only show the label and not the href from the anchor element, there is no link. So how do you deal with that?
Well, actually, I don't. I have a package for this. This is a dependency. I think it's called HTML to text. It's quite basic, but it does the job. And this will render, it has some kind of rules how to render things. For example, if you have a table or something, it will just make a pipe. This looks sometimes a little bit odd, depending on your base template. And it will render links, not the thing, the label of the link, but just the URL. And then if you put this to any modern email client, then this will be automatically interpreted again as a link, so you can still click it.
Cool. Awesome, thank you. And cool presentation, by the way, even though there was no candy.
Thank you. I use plain text email, so thank you for generating it. It seems like this would be useful outside of Django as well. Most of it, I guess using templates, but aside from that, probably a lot of this could be used outside of Django. What do you think? And if I want to use this outside of Django, what should I do?
That's a really good question. Never thought about this before. Well, it hooks into some of the Django framework, I would say. Like, for example, how to get the translation or the internationalization, the language and stuff like this. But if you want to use this in another scope, I don't know, for your Flask project or whatever, I think you just can copy, the source code and change a few things, because it's not so much code in the end, right? It's just a base class and some stuff that's Django specific, but it should be possible to get the code and change a few things and then make this work in other frameworks, or even just without frameworks.
Any more questions? Questions from the internet? I have a question. So I think I've seen, and I don't want to say something that's incorrect on stage, but In the Django core, I think I've seen that in the Django contrib auth, there is a bunch of emailing going on as like part of the views, like for.
Okay.
And I've somehow picked up a pattern because I've been using class-based emails kind of in my own way, like copy-pasting it from project to project. It's really nice to have it formalized, by the way.
Thank you.
But then I picked up like using templates for the subject. So you use like a template file.
Okay.
In order to generate the subject, and then you can use context variables inside it.
Interesting.
You haven't met that?
I go a different approach. I have a method which is called getSubject, and you can override this, and then this is basically the part where this subject prefix is glued together with the real subject of the email instance, and you can override this per email, and then do this. I mean, you can just do a render to string thing, and then render a template if you want. It's possible.
Thank you. I know that it felt so wrong to use templates for this. Thank you. All right.
But I think it's not. I can't think of a reason why you want to do this, because in the end there won't be anything fancy in there, right? It's just text. You can't have like long text and everything. So I think having this method you can override should suffice in 99.9% of the cases. But if you want to use a template, feel free to do so.
Thank you so much to Ronnie.
Thank you.
Did a funny mistake in the schedule. It's just like there is 5 minutes after the talk to prepare the next talk in case there is like some cable switching and laptops and so on. It's like somehow we put 5 minutes to technically prepare the cake break. I don't know. So it's 5 minutes longer, and by popular demand, it's already 40 minutes long. So it means there's a lot of time to eat cake. And see you back at 10 minutes past 4 for Paris talk about rich context.
Okay, then again, yeah. So it's Paris Casitiaris. Yeah, that's wonderful. Telling us about taming rich text content in Django. Yeah. Wonderful, that's what we're here for.
Okay, thank you. All right. So before I get started, I need to say how excited I get every time I have this mic, because it reminds me, do you know the Eurovision contest? Yeah, you know where it's that vibe, so I like it. So thank you very much. So let's talk about prose. It's a strange word. Does anyone know the word prose here? No one? Okay. So when we say prose, what we mean is written or spoken language in its ordinary form, without metrical structure, meaning no poems, no songs, no code. So what I'm doing right now is spoken prose. An example of written prose is this, are we okay? Is this article here. It's a text from a blog post we did when we announced what I'm talking about today. Oops, and that was it. Thank you very much for attending. Okay, should I? Yeah, I have an extra. Yeah, let's try the fallback. Yeah, let's go.
It's like football, so you get extra time added.
Okay, thank you. So welcome to the second part of the presentation. And this is, all right. So when we talk about web applications, prose is just multi-line text. But plain text, thank you, I can use this. Plain text is a bit bland, and not all text is cut from the same cloth. We have plain text, we have code, we have rich text, and we want to see how all these are different in our case. So let's spice up the original example. As we can see here, we have some bold lines here. It's the same text as it was before, but it looks a bit different. We have some words that are bold, we have some inline code. So this is what we call rich text. Rich text is just text which is enhanced with some formats and styling to help it stand out. So we can have strong letters or bold, lists, tables, images, subscripts, whatever. All that stuff that make it look more interesting while it has the same content. Let's see what makes rich text special in our case. So, contrary to plain text, it is stored, encoded, and rendered differently. What that means is that in plain text, we have, it's just a string. We just save the file, and then we just load it and display it, and it's the same thing as we stored it. With rich text, it's different. We have to store it in a way that we can understand how to display it to the user to achieve its goal. And more often than not, rich text is long form. This means that we use rich text to write books, articles, whatever bigger than an email title, for example. And because of the first bullet, because we have to encode it and render it differently, there is no interoperability guaranteed. What that means is that there are many formats that we can save and encode a rich text content, and there are many formats where we can display it. So it's different if we display rich text in a web application or if we render it
natively in an iOS application or in a 3D canvas and all that stuff. When I talk about encoding, I mean nothing more special than this. When we save a file as a Word file, it's some sort of encoding for rich text. The same goes for Markdown, and the same goes for HTML. Some people might know and point out that Markdown is a superset of HTML, but most of us don't use it this way, so I have it as a different place here. And let's start getting a bit more specific. Let's talk about rich text in web application. A straightforward way to handle rich text is to store it as HTML, which is the native way to render it in a web application. Cool. We should be cautious, though, when we handle rich text in our web applications, because essentially HTML is an application itself, and strange things can happen. And we have to be extra cautious when this content comes from our users, which are an untrusted source. Not because they're bad, but because they can be. So let's see a few caveats in rich text. We will focus in 3 areas: security, performance, and workflow. It's already getting weird. We're talking about bold, italics, images. What's the whole security thing here? I know. Let's find out. So when we open up the potential for rich text, we open up the potential for XSS attacks, HTML hijacking, and JavaScript global namespace polluting. So, in case you don't know, what is an XSS attack? It's a cross-site scripting attack, which means that HTML got injected in our web application without us intending it to be so, and it runs on a different server, and it can grab data from our users or do even weirder things. HTML hijacking means that it can hijack how the page is being displayed to the end user, and JavaScript global namespace polluting, meaning the window, is something that I was 3 days ago years old when I learned about it. So I will spend just a minute to tell you about this because I found it really interesting. How many of you have written HTML in your life? Okay, so did you know that if you add an ID attribute in an HTML element, it gets populated in the global namespace in the window? So if you add ID equals Django Copenhagen in a div, this div object will be available at Django Copenhagen as a variable. Did you know about it? So you learned it today. And okay, so this can really interfere with how we do things. So this is some innocent rich text in HTML format. We have hello Copenhagen in strong. Thank you for this opportunity. So this can be cross-site scripting, HTML, which has injected a script tag below. Here we have some HTML hijacking, where we just end the web page early and we stop it from rendering more content. And this is what I was talking before, is that I can add jQuery as the ID, and if you're, let's say, unfortunate enough to use jQuery, you can be even more unfortunate, so you cannot use it anymore in your page after this, after this strong element, renders. So a few security tips here is that when you handle rich text in your application, you should always sanitize it before storing. And when I mean sanitize, I mean, remove any HTML tags that you do not explicitly need, and remove any HTML attributes like ID that you do not explicitly need. Next is that you should also consider sanitizing before rendering in some cases, because this might be, you might not be 100% sure how it was stored in the database. And in some other cases, when you have to render something really dynamic, you have to render it in its own browser context, meaning in its own, let's say, frame. When does that happen? For example, in GitHub, when you render a Jupyter notebook document, it is being rendered in a different frame. So because it's super dynamic, you do not want this to interfere with other stuff of the application. So now that we talked about security, let's go and talk about performance. How much weirder can this get? We are talking about bold and italics. What does performance mean? So we should pay close attention to performance when we deal with rich text content, because rich text content takes up more space than its plain text counterpart, which actually makes sense. It's rich in data, because if I want to display something as bold text, I have to store this information. As we said before, its content is often long form. So it's different expecting title for a message and the whole content for the message. And more often than not, when we need to list our content, more often than not, at the list part, we don't need, you know, the whole content of each part. We might only need an ID or stuff like that. And we have to keep this in mind. So let's go and say a few performance tips about rich text. We strip it of redundant HTML and attributes. Besides being a security guard, this also helps us save some space, which can be really, really important, and we see an example later. Next, we can store this content in a separate database table to avoid fragmentation in our database, because if we have rows where every particular column is just a few bytes and then we have a whole blog post or a document there, this causes fragmentation in our database and it can get weird. And we should fetch this content only when we need it. Let's take an example. These are some release notes from GitHub. This is rich text. As you can see, it has lists, it has links, it has inline code below where it says full changelog. You might not be able to see it, but it is inline code, so it is a bit of text. If you take only the plain text part of this and you encode it in UTF-8, it's about 1 kilobyte and it looks like this. Good. If we take the rich text part of this, the HTML content of it, it's 10 times bigger. It's 11,000 bytes, 11 kilobytes, which, as you can see, it's the HTML here. It has quite a lot of tags that don't make sense for us to store them if we want to just display this thing. And, you know, it's just 11 kilobytes. It's not a lot, but if this gets bigger and bigger and bigger because we have articles, documents, and all that stuff, you don't want to mess with it. Now let's go and imagine another example. Let's say we have an application like X, you know, the Twitter thing after it was renamed. And we can imagine we have posts up to 500 bytes of text, this is about 280 characters, and multiple users can post, and users can reply to posts with posts. So this is getting a bit distributed, and it's important. So this is the tweet I made when I was super happy to learn that I was going to do this exact presentation here. And this tweet, if you take the HTML inside the rectangle that I have, is about 500 bytes, a bit less. And we will see some performance tests if we imagine this application with these tweets, and we will imagine two different tables. One will have the tweets with the content of the tweet inline in the database table, and then we will have another table, let's say two tables, one that will have an ID, a title, and a link to another table with the content of each tweet. And we will see how two different queries behave. It's select star, bring everything from the table, and select only the ID and the title. And because a picture is 1,000 words and I need a chart to make my presentation legitimate here, let's move on and see that. So the orange one, which is the left one, is when we have the content inline. So I will move here and show you that here we have the query execution time in milliseconds. Here we have the query row limit, how many rows we bring with a query, and we see how that thing scales. So if we want to list the tweets and we have a table that includes the content, when we have 1,000 tweets, it's okay. When we have 10,000 tweets, you know, we start seeing the difference. But when we go to 100,000 tweets, we can see that listing all tweets here takes multiple times more time to get fetched from the database compared to just bringing everything in a table where I don't store the content. So I want to be fair, and we will see how this compares in case we didn't bring everything. I mean, we didn't do select star, but we did select ID and title. So even though I might have inline content, I will only bring what I need. And here things are much, much better, but there's still difference. And here, to be even more fair, I had to scale this up to 1 million to see this difference being quite visible. And here, you cannot see it, but the green one, which is the right one, which is the table that has the external ID as a foreign key, is just a bit more. But we can see that as it scales, still, even though I bring everything I need, here I have certainly more time spending to bring the information from the database, which might not seem a bit here, but it's more than 100 milliseconds. And when you have an application that has high traffic, 100 milliseconds, many of you know that they are crucial. And this is only in the database query time. And it's the best I can get, because here I only bring the ID and the title. So we talked about performance. Let's talk about workflow. We need a user-friendly experience, so I can author rich text content and render rich text content. I need to know when something is safe and when it's not. And I need transparent management. I mean, I need it to be super easy for me to do all my stuff without caring about security and performance. So after saying all that things, it's about time we talk about something Django related. So in my company, we created this library. It's called the Django Pros, where we did all that stuff. We encapsulated all this functionality in a library that we could use in our applications and in our clients' applications. It's easy to integrate and use. It's secure and robust. What comes in the box is field and model for storing rich text content either inline or in a different model, if you wish. We have a widget for rich text editing, which for now is the tricks editor. And we have URLs and views for attachments, because you can drag and drop images, and it integrates with the admin site. How do you integrate Django Pros? You install the package, you add it in the installed apps, and then you can use either the document model, so you can have everything in a different table and get the amazing performance that we showed you before, or you can use the rich text field to have it inline. And if you want attachments, you just add the URLs in your URLs file, and then you get everything working for free. So it looks like that. You can see here you just add pros to your settings file. Here you can have a model named article, where you can have an excerpt with a rich text inline content, because this is not going to be big, and you can have a different one-to-one field for a key for a document to store big data in a different table to get all the performance benefits for free. A few easy views. Here is how you render this. You render the content of the model, and you have to mark it as safe explicitly, because we need to know that this is nothing to joke around. This is HTML. This can end my jQuery in my website. It's very serious. And if I want attachments, I just put the URLs there, and it just works. So, wrapping up in a bit, I want to say how Django Pros compares versus you name it. So if we have Django Pros versus Django, your WYSIWYG editor, I'm plugging these for free here, is that Django Pros does not care okay, it cares because it has the editor built in, but we don't care what this editor is, but we want to focus on the workflow. But if you care about the editor, you can use these tools. Why Django Pros versus content management libraries? Is because we do not want to provide a CMS, but we want to make it easy to integrate rich text into your application. So, the future, we have some ideas about making the editor front-ends pluggable so you can use whatever suits your needs best. We're thinking about supporting multiple output formats, using attachments with pre-signed URLs, because right now you have to send the attachment to Django, as you found out, but we would like to make it straight from the browser to the storage, and it would be easy. It would be nice to be able to embed also content that's more platform specific, let's say tweets or social media cards and all that stuff. So, wrapping up, you can find about Django Pros in GitHub, and PyPy it's Django-Pros. I will share the slides with you. You don't have to note it here. You can find it later. Who am I? My name is Paris, and I'm co-founder at a company called Logic. You can find me in social media, in Twitter, GitHub, LinkedIn. I use a different username everywhere to make it really hard for you to find me. I'm one of these guys. And my company is called Logic. We provide professional services for web development with Django. We publish our open source code in our GitHub organization, and you can learn more about us at withlogic.co or email at hey@withlogic.co. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we've got time for questions.
Yeah, hi. My name is Johannes Wilm. I'm the chair of the W3C web editing working group. So we are the ones that standardize in the browsers that they can work with rich text editing mostly. A lot of this was new to me, things I hadn't thought about. One thing that comes to mind is over the last few years, we have discussed quite a lot about which kinds of rich editors actually work. Talking about the front end, right, in JavaScript. And it turns out that the ones that just try to manipulate HTML or let exec command or so do it don't really work, because there's just not enough information in there. And it's like exec command and so is not really possible to configure in any way. And if you get to things like collaborative editing, it's just not there. So the ones that really work are the ones that have a model of their own. So they store the contents of the document, not in HTML, but in their own format, which you then can serialize to, for example, HTML, or which they you can also have it as a JSON or something. And the three editors you mentioned, they all do it. The CK editor, Prose Mirror, and Trix. And so it should also be possible, it is possible, to instead of storing the HTML, to store this format they have internally and send that to the backend and then store that. And then you don't have the problem that they can magically add JavaScript or IDs to things you don't like and so on, because you have the deserialization method. You simply don't have anything about that. You only allow the things that you whitelist. You only allow those kinds of attributes and elements. Yeah.
So, is it open? I think so. Okay. So thank you very much for the comment. We have thought about it, and I can say that our initial actually, thank you very much for the work you've done with the W3C, because we've tried to doing rich text in the past, and it was real hard. So we initially intended to use Prose Mirror so we can do this thing, but Prose Mirror didn't have anything that worked out of the box, because when we started this library, you needed to compose the whole thing yourself. But Trix worked quite easily, but I'm not sure if you're able to export the model of Trix. But I'll check it out for sure.
Yeah, send me an email afterwards.
I will.
I'll show you.
Thank you. I will.
Next question. Are you using this in a CMS?
Actually, we're using it in a few client applications. So in our company, we have clients that we build applications for. So we use it in their applications, and we use it in some websites of our own. So we have a website called remotework.cafe, where you can find cafes, coffee shops where you can sit and work from in different cities in the world. So the content that we put there is authored from this library. Yeah, so we do use it.
Cool. Any questions from the internet? The internet is still taking a chill. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you so much for the talk.
Thank you very much.
So, our final talk of the day. Save the best till the end.
No pressure then.
Yeah. Thanks for coming, John. Let's give him a big hand.
Thank you very much, everyone. It's been a really good day. Thanks to all the speakers before me as well, to the guys for organising. I'm going to talk today about unlocking the Django job market, giving some strategies for both for developers in your career and for employers looking to hire Django people. Okay, so a little bit about me. I'm John. I've been working for the last 15 years as a recruiter, specifically within the Python and Django world. The first role, the first exposure I had was in 2008, when Django was on version like 0.97, I think. A couple of years ago, set up Foxley Talent. The business is specifically focused on recruiting within the Python and Django world. In my career, I've helped over 350 people to actually get jobs. The number of people beyond that that we haven't helped with jobs, but have actually helped in their careers with advice or just speaking to is probably 10 times. Community organizer, I'll do a lightning talk in a bit as well about Django Social, which is something that we're operating and running, which is great fun. And today is my 15,000 days birthday. Yeah. It was something I checked ages ago. I put a reminder in the calendar and I saw it when I was writing the slides. So I could be found at any of these links at the bottom. Probably most. I've been busy all day on Twitter and at LinkedIn as well. So a little bit about Foxley. As I said, we're business set up to recruit just within the Python and Django world. Our goal, our mission is to become the go-to recruiter for anybody within the Python world to reach out to help with their job search. I think if we say it enough, hopefully it will come true one day. The company started 2 years ago. We are really proud to be members of the Django Software Foundation. I have a little badge on the corner of pretty much every slide I put together or anything I share because it's something that's really important to us.
We sponsor DjangoCon US, which is happening next week in America, which we're going out to, and also DjangoCon Europe, where actually there's quite a lot of faces I recognise from these events as well. We've got 3 of us in the team. You'll never actually get all 3 of us in the same photo, so I've had to impose that one on there. And then as a business, for something that's really important to me, as I said, is the Django itself. Without Django, I wouldn't have had the opportunities in my career, wouldn't have had a business to set up with a USP that we have. I think a lot of people, and Sarah's first talk today about giving back and using the skills that you have as developers, as engineers, to give back to Django, to fix problems, to improve it for everybody else, is a skill that you'll have. Companies are able to sponsor and use and give back to Django. For us as a non-technical part of the community, for us to give back and support the ecosystem, as we donate 5% of our annual profits to the Django Software Foundation as well. So any placement that we make, any fee that goes out, any invoice that is charged, we give a part of that back to the world that we support and that supports us in turn. So a little bit, why am I talking about this today? I suppose it is my subject matter expert, someone I can talk about. I've gone through my background. What I want to go through today is job searching and career decisions. I gave a lightning talk on this at the same event last year. 5 minutes wasn't quite enough. I don't know, hopefully I've got enough to talk about today. Then I'll talk about hiring talent and how you can go about that. And then I'm going to leave you with resources. One of the things I said, like I've placed a certain number of people, but that's only a fraction of the number of engineers and conversations that we have behind each placement. We never will profess to be able to find a job for everybody we speak to. But what I like to try and do as a part of any interaction is to leave somebody with more than they came to the call with or to the conversation with, in terms of resources to go and look at to start your own search, ideas of places to look, and to make sure that you are able to pass that on and go into the search with a bit of reinvigoration to it. Cool. So in the job search strategies, I'm going to talk through the 4 key parts, which is starting off your search, the search, the interviews, and then making your decision. Starting off, we're going to talk about why. Anyone who remembers the talk from last time, why is the key part about this talk, I suppose. Then we'll talk about looking at requirements, creating your CV or resume, depending where you're listening, and then the logistics of the search, things that you can anticipate. Right. So the why and the requirements of your search. When we have a conversation about a job search, there's often been a trigger, something that has happened in work or is happening in your life that is triggered you to start thinking about what the future holds. Is this the right place for me? Is there something better that I can move on to? Am I at a junction in my career when I want more? And understanding why you're looking is something that's really important to establish. And when we speak to a job seeker, we will try and understand that outright, so we know whether it's the motivation is maybe away from, I want to move away from this company. I no longer feel in line with the values of the company, or we've changed, we've got a new product, or we're doing something different, versus your towards motivation, which is, I'd like to go somewhere and work in a different industry, maybe working in renewable energy or in tech for good or charity sector, using your skills in a different way. Maybe it's because you're looking at career progression or development opportunities which you don't get in your current position. Maybe it's the tech stack. Maybe your tech stack is very rigid and there's no opportunity to work with new tools, and you want to move towards a role and a position where you can do so. Salary is a key part of your job search. It's either an away from, I need to move away from X salary towards this, or I want to work towards this as a goal in a financial perspective. And then also like the location and the remote side. Some companies now, 2-3 years on from being forced to work from home, are asking people to come back into the office more and more. And maybe yourself, you want to work remotely as a longer term. Or the other way around. Maybe you're fed up of working remotely, you want to go there. So having your why established and written down, and I would say write that down at the very start. You can now write the summary part of your CV, the introduction to you, explain your why are you searching for a job at this point in your career, and any elephants. So by elephants, I mean the elephant in the room, the thing that is likely to be discussed about your CV, whether it's a short period of time with one employer, a gap between employment, maybe doing half a degree and then taking a career option, but they will be something that you will all know about yourself that will be discussed. So put that in the summary, try and get ahead of that hurdle before it becomes a hurdle. I think as an engineer, there's no right or wrong way in which way to order the rest of it, whether you do a matrix of your skills, the top things that you work with, and then go into your employment history, or if you start with your education first, it really doesn't have any impact, and don't listen to anybody who says that. What people are looking for are the experiences that you have, the contributions that you've made to those projects, to those teams. I think it's really important to list any community involvement that you have. Like everybody here today in this room, anybody watching online, next time you write a resume, write down that you've attended this event. It shows to people that you've got a commitment or an understanding of the wider importance of being together as a community in the Django world. List your personal interests, any of your own projects. Like we've had so many talks today about side projects that people have been working on, or things that interest you. If you contribute to Django itself, if you do anything like that, jot it down into the personal part, because that's really going to appeal to people when you're interviewing. Okay, problems. Now, when you go into a job search, it may not be through your own choice. You may have been made redundant, laid off. So that's probably your main objective, is to secure work quickly. But if you're in a position where you are changing away or towards something in your personal situation, the timing, it's great to almost to look at what's coming. Look at your next few months in your life. Are there any key events that are going to get in the way? If you've got a long trip booked, if you've got a conference you're attending, if you've got weddings, births of children, anything like this coming in the future, assume that you're on a month's notice. Assume that your job search is going to take a month. Can you start a job on this date? And then you can work around that. Similarly, availability to interview. What we'll discuss during that stage is like the timing, the time that it takes. It is a commitment. It can almost be a job in itself, but that's where you've got to find that balance. One thing that we do talk about up front quite a lot is that assume you'll get a counter offer. It's really hard to hire great talent. Your current employer will probably not want to let you go. So if you can address the problems, if you're moving away from something or you want to go towards something up front, then it will save you the effort of going through a job search. It will save that conversation happening later on, and you can discuss up front what opportunities there are within your company that will provide you what you want. And actually a lot of job searches can be stopped at this point if you have that conversation. Cool, so the search. Places to look. I think a great place to start is to talk to your friends or colleagues, depending on your former colleagues, people that you know within the sector. It's likely that they will have gone through a job search at some point recently, or somebody who's moved jobs. Ask them about the new job they've secured for themselves. Ask them about the jobs that they interviewed for that they didn't get, that they enjoyed meeting people, or that the company seemed good. Dig down onto that and find out who, either locally in your area, region, or wider, are hiring people with your skills. Job boards, I would suggest looking on LinkedIn. They've got a good job section. Python, Keynote.org has a good job section. There's a couple of Django specific job boards which I'll put links up to, but they don't have a lot of traction. There's not very much new updated jobs on there. That's something that is being discussed in the background. Conferences and events. So I suppose today we've had a list of companies who've supported the event, who've put their names up on the board, the speakers who've been here. Everybody has got a company or something that they're associated to. If you've enjoyed the talk that they've done, check out their company pages, speak to them today, see if you can find a job spec in their business that applies to you. Equally, looking at the bigger conferences, the Django cons, the PyCons, and looking again either at the sponsors or the job pages associated to those events. For me, companies who've gone that extra step and have sponsored an event of that size with that cost to themselves are typically going to be, I suppose, for open source mindset is going to be much more relevant than for other companies who are just posting a job up on LinkedIn. But have a look at them, see who's sponsored on there, and see if you can find, even if they're not advertising, if they look like an interesting company, find the CTO or the engineering manager, message them to see what opportunities there are, explain where you found their details, and then looking around on other socials as well. Outreach, as I said, mention or approach the CTO, engineering managers of the companies that appeal to you. Explain that you appreciate that they may not be hiring right now, but you're approaching them because of the X commitment or wherever you found them. That will stand out, and maybe they'll consider you for future employment. HR and talent teams, they should always be talent pooling, which is keeping record of good engineers who are interested in their company. They should be keeping a list of that. So please, appeal to reach to them and see what you can be considered in the future. Again, highlight your skills and your why if you're doing so. But the key thing, and this is the sort of top tip for junior developers as well, is be really specific and targeted to the roles that you're appealing to or approaching, or if there's no role, have a why. Don't just throw your CV into a hole, your application against a website. Try and make yourself seen and noticed, but importantly, follow up. Recruiters, I think that if you're looking for transactionally, I'd like a job, I'll go and speak to a recruiter, you will get a service. But I suppose the way that we operate as sort of industry and technology specialists is we're not interested necessarily in helping you with the job search. It's about giving you the tools for your career for every job search you do. Look at looking into the why, where you're at, where you're moving to, and we can help give you information about the market at any point. If you're ever having those why thoughts at the very beginning, feel free to book a call in and just ask about how's the job market at the moment, what are the trends, what are you seeing, is there a tool that we should be working with, and just stay in touch throughout your career. It's not necessarily a transaction. Find me a job, get me a job, whatever. Cool, interviewing. Prepare. This might be sort of teaching you to suck eggs, but it's I think definitely research any company you're meeting with is story, their background, any investment. Use the product. If you're interviewing with Will at Colo, go and use Colo. Like anything like that. It's as an example. Find your interviewers on LinkedIn or other socials. There's no embarrassment about connecting to somebody. If you want to message them, say I'm looking forward to chatting, do so. But look through their profile and see if you've got any common connections or common interests, something that you like outside of work that maybe they've tweeted about in the past, whatever that is. See what links you can get. And if you can, during your interview, bring that up, often the personal connection outlasts and the impression you leave is improved. But importantly, create a list of specific things you want to find out before you get into the pressure of the interview. You may forget to ask the question, but if you've written everything down beforehand, you've got that to refer to. Equally, if you get to the end and they say, have you got any questions? And they've answered it all, you've actually got a list you can show, no, you've answered everything that I prepared. First stages. Often interviews will have a couple of stages. You'll have a chat initially. I'd say don't take too many of these on at any time. but be selective about which ones that you then progress with. Book the calls in quickly. No point in booking an initial call in for a week on Friday or 2 weeks' time. Book it in now, and then you can rule the company in or out within your search. Take notes of any key info. Reflect on your why. So at this point, once you've now met a company, do they answer? Can they tick the boxes of your why at this point in your search? Book more first stages if you're unsure. Make sure you've had time for to completing tests. Now I'll talk about tests from the company perspective, but ensure that you're dedicating time to this part. Sometimes it shouldn't be a pass-fail, but sometimes it is. So just really concentrate on that stage. Opposite to the first stages, I think you should minimize the number of final stages you take on. Unless you're, just go to those companies that you specifically want to work with, that you feel where your whys are all answered. Prepare again, cover off your questions, and this is your last chance to raise any concerns and bring those up. Moving through to decision. Complete them all, very similar. Complete all the processes. Don't rush. Sometimes if you receive an offer and you're lucky to receive multiple offers, check when they want a decision by. If you're unsure, head versus heart, seek advice from trusted people. If you don't know which offer to take, maybe try and distract yourself, go outside, and maybe the thought process may be easier when you're not focusing solely on that. Now, resignation, the last stage. Do it face-to-face, whether that be on call or actually in person. Explain your reasonings. Follow it up in writing after the conversation. Expect that counter-offer, even though we've probably addressed it up front. But expect the counter-offer. Decide how you feel about that, but then be flexible. But stick to your contracted notice. It's there for a reason. And then you can start your new job. So celebrate. So that's a good thing. Right. Takeaways. Understand your why. Make sure you have a bit of a plan about who you're going to approach and why. Be thorough, but act quickly. Reflect at every stage. Reflect regularly. Trust your gut, but seek advice. So, options there. Right. Starting off the search from a hiring strategy. This bar is slightly quicker, so don't worry. Right, again, we'll cover off. I'll just go straight into it. So, why is the role available? You're a company. You're either replacing somebody, or you're growing. Again, both opportunities to look at internally about why. What impact will this hire have? What impact will the person bringing in have? What impact would not hiring have? You don't have to replace somebody if they leave. If you've potentially got people within the team that you can promote or move around, have a look internally in that side. Decide on the profile of the ideal candidate in terms of a technical. What can they offer? What will they bring? What skills will they have? What skills don't we have in the team that would be nice to try and bring in at this point? Create your job spec. When you're doing so, describe the role, introduce the company, look at the key tech skills. Now you could write a list, 2 pages long of all the bits in your stack that you can use, but just highlight the few non-negotiable, crucial things that people must know, and everything else is a bonus. Qualifications, decide if or why they need a certain qualification. If you decide it's not necessary, just leave it off. It might put people off applying for a job who don't have the qualification, even in that sense. If you can, in a job spec, lay out what somebody can expect within their first sort of 3, 6, 12 months in the job, what their work will look like when they're there. Definitely 100% put the salary or the range on the advert or on the job spec so that people know up front, is this worth me applying for? Number of times that we've had an agreed budget for a hire and then found somebody who's 5-10 grand over the salary, but they've still been hired. Well, that's then your budget, isn't it? Like, let's have a look. We'd go 5 grand higher for the right person. Cool. Well, that's your budget because you will find the right person if you target that, and then highlight your location, working pattern, and any flexibility around that. Timescales and costs. Work backwards from that ideal start date. if it takes you a month, someone's going to have a month's notice and you want them to start on the 1st of December so they can be at your Christmas party, you know, 1st of November, that they need to be handing the notice, which means you've got like 3 weeks to interview somebody and offer and secure that person so they can be working from your ideal. Again, plan around any holidays or events within the business. You know what your calendar's like. Make sure that you've got that time dedicated to interviewing, testing, making sure that you've got a process there, and ensure that the people who you're selecting to go into interviews are around. They know it's an important aspect for the business, because you want to make sure that people are having a good experience. Diversity, I think you've got to have a look at where you can attract a diverse range of candidates to apply to your role, looking at specific job platforms which are created for the groups that you want to attract, or you want to look at, you hope to receive applications from, whether that be user groups or organizations. You know, look at where you can go to broaden your outreach for the role. If you can write unbiased job descriptions, taking out any phrases or parts about the business, and it probably links more to having that inclusive company culture. If you want to encourage a diverse application, you want to have a diverse business already. Structuring your interviews to reflect that, and trying to standardize your question, the way that you question and evaluate. I think every interview will be slightly different, but if you can standardize the way that you ask the questions and how you evaluate people, that any sort of biases should be removed. Right, searching. The job advert. Now you've got your job spec already written. You probably want to rewrite this in a way that is going to become an attractive advert. Assure it appeals to that diverse candidate pool, and decide where to post your advert, whether you're going to post on job boards and pay for those subscriptions, whether you're going to post it onto your website. If you put it on your own website, how are you going to get people to look at that careers page? Is it by sponsoring events? Is it by doing talks? Is it by asking your whole team to share that job spec to their networks as well? Posting up onto LinkedIn and socials. Now, if you're going to post a job, you'll hope that people will see that and apply directly as well. Plan how you're going to respond to applicants. Nobody likes being ghosted, so make sure that you've got a plan about how, when, and why you're going to reply to people. Okay. Recruiters, again, a key part of any hiring process is deciding whether you want to partner with an external company to help you with the search. There's no harm in speaking to people, to booking a call, to finding out about the steps and the process that will happen. Sometimes people will think that having more agencies looking at a job is going to be more beneficial. I think actually in reality, securing the services of one company, retaining on a search basis to go out and look at the market just for you is a far better way of looking at it. Agree on the timescales to receive your shortlist, when you're going to review that, who's going to get back to candidates, who's going to pass on the news of interviews. Give prompt feedback, and if you are looking, provide a competitor list for a headhunt. If there's somebody you want to, you know good people come from, share those company names. Interviews, right. First stages, I think, if I just go back one, I think a good interview process can be completed within 3 stages. It can be thorough and cover enough that you will know whether this is the person you want to hire or not. Adding more stages is possibly more of a reflection on you and your ability or confidence to identify a good candidate. I think if you can do these 3 stages well, you'll be able to hire good people for your team. First stage calls, 30 to 45 minutes max. Book them in promptly. If you see a CV or a resume that you like, or you've agreed a certain timescale to be doing this, get on it. Just get the first calls booked in. If you're unsure about somebody off their CV, there's probably a reason why they've applied to you or they've been forwarded to you by the recruiter that you're working with. Interview those 50-50 people. You may surprise yourself about what they can offer. This call, you should be checking the technical background that they can do. They've got a fundamental understanding of the basics of your key skills that you need. Gauge at this point the cultural fit that they're going to fit in your business. Again, they're going to add more to your business. Sell your opportunity. Now, not enough people do this, and at this first stage is you've got to remember, okay, the market's slightly the other way at the moment, where there are probably more candidates and jobs than the other way around, but you should be making sure that every candidate leaves your interview process wanting to work for you, for your company, regardless of the outcome. Okay. The technical tests, when you're setting these, now there's so many different ways you can give a technical test, or you can test somebody, whether that be a code review, a code project, a live session, a paired programming. So many different ways. It's almost at the very start when you're planning your search, check with your team how they like to be interviewed, check what's worked in the past, what people like, and then give your candidate the options. How did they prefer to be tested, which is more real life. Do not set this stage to pass or fail. If somebody has got through your initial screening and you're asking them to spend time on a test, the right thing to do is to then discuss the test with them. Even if they haven't done very well, you can then go through it in like an opportunity to teach them. Even if it takes you 15 minutes, leave that candidate wanting to work for you regardless of whether you're going to hire them or not. That's important, because we spoke about the start of your own job search, asking your friends what companies they interviewed for that they didn't get into, but really liked and would like to work for in the future. Final stages, again, book in promptly. At this point, really only speak to the people who you want to work with. If you've got concerns and that you know that you're not going to be able to get over that, address it, but then decide whether you want to take them forward. Confirm in this stage that team and cultural fit. Sell your opportunity. You might not be the only thing that people are looking for. Agree a timescale for your follow-up and for a decision. Whatever happens, leave the candidate wanting to work for you and your business. Cool. Right, now you're going to review your process. This is basically what we just spoke about. Can they improve your team and all of that? Yeah. Now, what to offer? So you found somebody that you like, that you want to secure. You've got to decide how much you want to secure this person. So what was your budget? Where in that budget range is the person's salary? Are they at the top? Are they middle? If you're going to offer them a salary on par with what they're on, or slightly under or around what they're asking for, could you increase that salary based on performance? And if so, if they can't do that, why not offer the salary in the first place, or set a milestone for them on completion of probation? Your salary will jump to this, something like that. But whatever you offer, leave the candidate wanting to work for you. Now, positioning the offer, this will depend case by case. If you've engaged with a recruiter, from my perspective, in my experience, we've been talking to the candidate maybe on a slightly different level with a different line of questioning the whole time. We know how they will feel about your offer. When we see companies offering directly straight after a final or calling the candidate out of the blue to make an offer, it's often, those are the times when it's more likely that it's rejected because it's not been delivered in the right way. They might not have addressed the certain concerns the candidate has. But after you've offered, formalise that in writing. Give a timescale for a decision. You want that person to want to work for you. Hopefully you've done that all the way through, but they may have some parts of their life that they need to discuss. And then open your diary to them for any further questions. So if they want to chat through anything, they can come back to you at any point in that timescale. So after they've accepted, so you've made a great hire for your team, send them their kit early. That's a commitment from you. If you've got to send them a new laptop or you want to order them something, send it straight after they've accepted. Don't wait to the couple of days before they start. Try to meet them if you can in that period. Get them in to meet the team if everyone's in the office or whatever. If you're doing an away day, try and get people together. Catch up and speak to them regularly while they're working their notice. Remember, the counter-offer is quite a big part of any job search for a candidate. Their company might be coming back with multiple offers during their notice, but stay in touch and stay front of mind. Catch up most weeks during the probation, because actually the hire doesn't really necessarily feel secure until they've passed the probation. Make sure that every concern they've got, you're answering, and really crucially be honest with any feedback that you've got for that person within that first 3-6 months, whatever your probation may be, so that they can work on it, so they're aware of it. You don't want to be getting to a point where you're going to extend probation. That doesn't make anyone feel great. It triggers a why. Should I be moving? Is this the right place for me? Have I made a bad decision? So if you can cover that off while they're new, it helps you to retain talent, which is a whole nother conversation. Right, takeaways for hiring. Understand why you're hiring. Have a plan about how you're going to go about it. Be thorough, but act quickly. Partner with a specialist recruiter if you can. And then, I suppose, lastly, leave the candidate wanting to work for you, regardless of the outcome. Thank you. This is me. This is how you can get hold of me. Before we got any questions, I just wanted to leave this list of resources up as places you can go and find Django or Python-based jobs. There are a couple of others, but that's one of those. And I'll come back to this in a second. As I said, there aren't many Django-based options that really work. At the moment, you've got Django gigs and Django jobs. Django gigs gets maybe one advert every 3 months posted on it of a new role. Django jobs does get jobs posted on it, but it's not, I don't know how often it's updated or how regular it is. So one thing that I'm trying to work on in the background is Django careers. Still, it's an idea and a thought process at the moment, but we're looking at creating a job page free to use for Django job seekers. Obviously, by companies posting on their heart to hire great people, any money taken to raise to advertise or to promote a job will just raise money for the DSF as a way to sort that out. So, but it's an idea in mind at the moment, but time will tell. If anyone wants to help with that, just shout. Cool, I'll leave that.
Very cool. Let's give a big hand for John. So I gave you a bit of, or there was a bit of extra time. You used it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, sorry. I just get passionate about this stuff, so I'll just keep going on.
Yeah, super understandable. And I think that you'll be staying around.
Yeah, we're here all night. Yeah.
Yeah. And this was the final talk of the day. Yeah. Great one. And not the final talk. It's been a very long day. So the last talks will be shorter. And those are the lightning talks, which start in about 18 minutes. Before they start, the bar is open for drinks and such. So let's take a nice relaxing break and save some energy. There is a question.
Hi. Johannes, I follow you on LinkedIn, I believe.
Yes.
A few months ago, you posted something there where I think it was a theory that those who seek Django employees should not hire freelancers. Now, I think a lot of us have been moving between being freelancers and being employees. Could you elaborate a bit about what the advantages and disadvantages are of hiring freelancers?
I remember that. I remember that post, and I sat on it for about a week before posting it because it's quite a dangerous topic to go down. But where I was coming from was for the first half of my career, all I did was recruit freelancers and contractors to jobs with Django in their stack, and there's so many perks and positives about hiring freelancers that I could go on all day about it. But the point I think I was trying to make was it was how interesting it was at the moment when there are far fewer contract jobs than there have been, how many of these career-long contractors are now saying that they will take a permanent job. And in my experience with contractors moving between jobs and not, the other side of that is that how quickly those things can come around while you're, just be really careful when you're interviewing about understanding that contractors or candidate at that point, that candidate's motivations from changing from contract to permanent, because we had seen again people take a permanent role who've always worked on contract, a new contract comes up while you're on a week's notice in probation, straight back to contracting. And it was just a point that I was making around that, is just to be careful when you're interviewing that you're asking the right questions. I love contractors and permies.
So do you have any advice as to how, when you come across a company you've not met before and they tell you that they have a wonderful company culture and that everyone loves working there, and how to gauge whether that is the case or whether that's just what they say because everybody says this?
Everyone's told to say that. Yeah. No. Great question. I think you can use tools like Glassdoor, which will have anonymous employee reviews. But I'd sort of treat those a little bit how you would treat a review from someone who's visited a restaurant. You're probably more likely to write about a bad experience than you are about a good one. I think there's the signs to tell whether a company is engaging or not. Look at the way that people talk about them on socials, whether the company has an interest in some of the projects, or if they're going about things that what we class as like the right way, in the way that they engage with people. An easy tell is to go on LinkedIn and then look at former employees, and if there's far more former employees for that company than there are current, you can sort of see that maybe things aren't all right. And I'm sure if somebody messaged you about a former employer and said, what's it like, or what's it really like, you'd go, look, I really loved my time there, but I moved on for these reasons. You probably find, like, just by speaking to people, actually what it's like, but maybe go for those who've left and than those that you're there. But again, if you're following people who, like one of the things I said, once you've got an interview with a company or you're researching a company, find the people on there, the engineers, connect to them on LinkedIn, follow them on Twitter or whatever socials are on, and see if they talk about work. Because somebody might have a Twitter account and they talk about another bad day at work, or they might talk about another great initiative work has done. Just got to be get the old detective hat on and find out.
One final question.
Yeah, so one thing that I have seen companies that I have worked for and companies I have applied for doing wrong is that they don't let the team that the position is being for actually drive the hiring. And I feel like, especially in the interview process, right? And because the recruiters and so on, they don't actually know, and they get hung up on soft skills that might not matter to the team at all. Like, is there any way to sort of also being as a person in a company that wants to hire somebody for your team to sort of cut through this management barrier?
I think it's a really good point. I think, and I referenced it when you're trying to create a diverse hiring plan, is to look at actually involving your team in the process. This is, you've got your management who will make that decision, but if you've got engineers within your team who are going to be judging the skills, but also, could I work with this person? Are they going to fit? Are they going to have the same experience or different? Going in at that final stage, or even reviewing what a lot of our clients do, and we sort of suggest is in that testing stage. That's where to introduce parts, people from within the team. So if you're going to do a paired programming exercise, great, look, here's one of our junior engineers. Can you go and work with them for a bit and see how that person gets on? Or here's a senior engineer, go and help them debug something. It's a great way to do that. And I think, if you can include parts of your team within the process, then it just becomes that bit more well-rounded, and you'll get a good idea. It also helps people feel part of it, that you don't just get a new person plonked on your team that you've never met.
Aha. That's it for the questions. I thought actually we weren't taking questions, but that's why I mentioned the break. But it's
No break.
those were really good questions, so worth it. We have 11 minutes of break, so I hope everyone will manage to get a drink if they want, and then we're back with lightning talks.
take a seat. Then we are going to start today with Eivar, if I say it properly. Ivars, okay. Then I give you the talking stick.
Okay, we have 5 minutes, so quickly. So we all should know by now that Python uses reference counting to release the memory, and that is happening in most of the cases. However, there might be some circular references, and for that there's the garbage collector. And the most important thing is it stopped the world. It means that none of your code will execute during that. And the implementation for that is that there are primitive objects which use just the reference counting, like numbers and strings and so on. And then this garbage collector only works for containers, lists, maps, dictionaries, sets, classes, and so on. So how does it work? If we import GC and ask for thresholds, there's this Gen 0 threshold is 700. So what is 700? 700 is the number of allocated GC collectible objects at the moment. So it's every time a GC collectible object is allocated, there's an internal counter being incremented, and every time it's deallocated, it's decremented. And when it goes over 700, GC kicks in. So we can turn on the debugger for GC, and then if we allocate 800 strings, so nothing happens, is because the strings follow this reference rule and they do not create circular references, so there's nothing to check. However, if we do that same for 800 dictionaries, then the GC kicks in. It does its work for nothing because there's nothing to be collected. And this often happens when we load large, it's 700, it's not large, but when we load CSV files, JSON files, and everything, so the GC kicks in, does its work, burns CPU cycles, and does nothing good. So what about Django? Well, the query set made a decision that it will cache the result internally. If you do not want to do that, you have to use this dot iterator. So how GC interacts with this query set? So here I have a simple model. It's just 3 fields, like auto field, decimal field, and integer, nothing fancy. And then I have this loop, which actually kind of doesn't load objects. It just, the intention is to iterate through 200 objects, so it looks like kind of stream processing, but in reality, because of this caching, it loads objects and the GC kicks in after loading around 200 models. And if we do the same with iterator, so there's no GC, which is like it's supposed to be. And then if we get some kind of related models, so here I added a foreign key to the client. The same effect is if I had like a column with a JSON type. So in this case, it's sufficient to load 100 objects because I fetch also this related record. So what it means is that this GC threshold for Django ORM objects is around 200. So as you load 200 Django objects, the GC kicks in, does its work, and burns your CPU cycles, and everything works slow. What to do with it? So try to use iterator as much as you can. Then you can increase this Gen 0 threshold, but that leaves you open for cases when the GC will kick in when the memory is already used in these circular references too much. My favorite one is this disable GC, where you can annotate either use it as a context manager or annotate a function so that for the scope of the function, GC will not be running. And when the function ends, so most of the objects will be released anyway because of the reference counting, and if there's some garbage left, then GC will collect it. And there's also another approach is to turn off GC completely, and this is something that Instagram is doing, and they succeed with it. So maybe you should consider it as well. Thanks.
Okay, hi. Yeah, so this is for like small and mid-sized Django projects. What's fairly commonly happens is, say you have a client and the client is like some kind of data manager, and you build them this Django app and they need to administrate the data, so you show them the Django admin interface and they think, oh, this is just perfect. Like 99% perfect. You know, they want some small things here and there. And so you start adding those things. Like here, for example, this is a JSON field, but I added like a custom widget so that instead of the JSON, they see this instead, right? So, and it's true false values for these various attributes. So the client is happy. But what's the problem with this? Any idea? Like what is, so I mean, and this can just be the beginning, no? Because now the data administrator wants some other features, they want to hide some models, maybe they want like, when I went into projects that others had built already, it often turns out that like, oh, if you click the save button, it doesn't actually save. Instead, it like sends an email to somebody that like it should be saved, and like there's more and more things are happening to try to accommodate for this data manager that make the whole admin interface not work in the default way. And so here, for example, if anything in this JSON field is not one of these attributes, it will probably not be shown. Like I as the developer, I cannot use that any longer. So what I've started doing is this. So this is what I want to see, no? So I can actually see what is the JSON in there. So what I've started doing is, instead of modifying the admin interface for them, I simply add a second admin interface. So this is fairly easy to do. You make like a copy of the admin interface class, you subclass it, and so you have now two. So you have back office, which that's for the data manager, and an admin, that's for the developer and those who actually need to have access to like the default Django interface or something very close to it, and that way I can have two admin interfaces. Yeah. Comments on this? Any other way of doing this? Better ways? Nope? Hmm? Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are you okay? Then I think we are missing two presenters. No? Who want to go for Django Social?
Thank you. Good spot, whoever saw that. Yeah, okay, thank you. I'm going to try and do this on time, this one. Okay, so I want to talk about Django Social. Just a quick show of hands. Who here has heard of or has been to a Django Social event before? Yeah, cool. The idea for this whole thing started actually last year at the Django Day event. It was the first time that, I suppose, after a couple of years of being locked inside through the pandemic, that I got in a room again with Django people. Loved the experience. It was great fun. And it gave me that bug for getting back out, being sociable and seeing people out and about. But I had spent 10 years previously hosting and organising like a quarterly, monthly-ish meetup in London, which became quite a lot of effort every time to find speakers, to find venues. I had a sponsor already, but it was just effort and quite a lot of fatigue by the time we stopped. And so the idea behind Django Social was being to have an easy to run social event. It started off in London. We just went for a walk around Regent's Park after work. 7 or 8 people. Will was there actually. Some guy from an eye hospital, a couple of foreign language students, somebody like the film Django Unchained came along. And the idea behind it is that it's just having that in-person interaction in a city near you where Django is the common interest and the conversation starter. I think a lot of people, Ronnie mentioned earlier that the Cologne Django meetup is the only one that has restarted in Germany since the pandemic. And I know that's similar across a lot of places. I know Ben's mentioned that the Django Denmark, this is the only meetup that happens really anymore. So the idea behind Django Social, here's the walk actually. You can see us all there. Adam was there, Adam Johnson. But we've also done, we had a summer barbecue, we had a co-working day we've done a couple of times where people just bring their laptop and work in a room with other people again, with a lunch break and beers after work, social. We've had a picnic, we've had a shuffleboard night, all sorts of quite easy to run, low admin events. The group itself has grown a little bit organically. It's now held in London, Bristol, Cambridge. Manchester needs a new organiser. Berlin, the group is there. Just needs somebody to step in and organise the first meetup. Porto, New York, and then this shouldn't have been on the same line. Raleigh, Durham. We're having a Django Social meetup the night before DjangoCon starts next week, and then hopefully they will continue to run those monthly afterwards. So why is it so simple? The idea, well, organiser fatigue, it's hard work. Meetups with speakers still happen. We're very lucky in London that there is a monthly-ish meetup with speakers, with interesting talks where you can go and attend and learn, but a lot of people turn up anyway just for the socialising before that interaction, the people side of it. So the future of Django Social, we've got a new website being built, but we use meetup.com, where you can go on and find any of the groups that are there. But how can you help? Join the community on meetup.com and find a group near you. If there isn't one, I've listed them all, so if there isn't one, please just get in touch. And if you have the inclination or you want to try and get people out and about in your city that like Django, that you can meet up with and collaborate on an event, just get in touch and we can set you up with a group, we can advertise it, we can help you to plan your first event, and then we just ask you to plan another and another and keep it going regularly. Try to run on a monthly basis. The London one we try and do on the last Thursday so everybody knows, so you can plan your working week to be in the city. This is how to get in touch with me or with Django Social.
Thank you. And one talk now about color blindness. Yes. Let you and view full screen.
How do I turn that into presentation mode? Play, maybe? Probably. And I guess just space bar to move it on. Right, thank you. The original plan was this was going to be a longer presentation, but life kind of got in the way, so it's a 5-minute lightning talk now. So you can find me in all the usual places, and I'm Mitch J. Nitch everywhere, basically. So today, this is more an awareness talk. I'd like to ask you to consider the colourblind. Now, there are 4 lines on here. Hopefully, everyone can see the top line this time. I did this PyCon UK the other week, and no one could see the top line. I've made it slightly lighter this time. It says, this is pretty hard to read for most people. You probably wouldn't design your website to look like this, dark grey on black. Line 2 and 3 are also fairly difficult to see if you happen to be colourblind. And the third line, there are 2 different colours there. The only reason I know there's 2 different colours there is because I actually formatted it with 2 different colours myself. Otherwise, I wouldn't have a clue, frankly. Out of interest, how many people have trouble seeing or distinguishing any of the last 3 lines there? Is it just me? Anyone else? No? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. No, not just me then. No, good. Well, not good, but you know what I mean. So, I mean, this comes up all the time. Terminals can be particularly heinous. Red on black, dark blue on black, black on red. Red is always error messages, so that can be particularly problematic. I've been told, oh, just configure your terminal. We don't have options to configure colors in this CLI. And that's very nice, but you know, I've got 27 CLIs on my system, and you know, they all use a different combination. If I change yellow, then it doesn't work for something else then, you know. So, yeah, think about it if you're designing CLIs, if you're building something like that, just consider who can read it and preferably add some kind of configurability in to make it easy for people to change on your specific application. And it's gone. And I kind of need the visual aids for this. There we go. Yeah. There we go. No? You have to stay there now.
Okay.
We'll see. Yeah, okay, so two examples of data visualization and things. Left one's from a ticket booking website, seats in a venue. That's not a great example. Ideally, you'd want some other indicator other than just colors for this kind of thing. As in the one on the right, where you can see, okay, even if I can't see the colors there, this one's on squares, this one's got circles, this one's got triangles and X's, you can actually distinguish those things without having to rely on the colors. So there are ways around. You can use colors, but use something else as well. Few resources that are quite useful for this sort of thing. Whocanuse.com. I'll show you what that looks like in just 1 second. Colorblind.org are on Twitter. They do show some rather fun and heinous examples of problems and wearecolorblind.com, incorrect American spelling. Apologies to the Americans if there are any. This is Who Can Use, which is quite good. You can put your color combinations in, and it will tell you, okay, people with this kind of color deficiency will have problems seeing it. Not just for color blindness, it's, I think, cataracts, glaucoma, things like that. Other kinds of vision deficiencies are further down if you scroll down. It's just a screen copy, so I can't scroll. But if you're in any doubt about the color combinations you're choosing, chuck them in here and see what it says. It's a very useful tool. I think more people should use it. And finally, here's just a few examples. These are all from colorblind.org on Twitter. The one with the lights on the router, that's, oh God, I hate these things. They hold the button until the green light turns yellow or the yellow light turns green. Oh, great, I'll be here till next week. Brilliant. Yeah, but it's, as you can see, it's problems all over the place. Sports is quite common, and football teams wearing similar kits, and you can't tell who's in possession at any given time. So it shows up everywhere. So yeah, just as I say, more an awareness talk. So please, when you're building front end visualizations, whatever, please consider the colorblind.
Thank you.
Okay, hi. Second time me on stage. I built a very small thing I want to share with you because there was one thing that annoyed me as much as building emails manually. And it's about permission fixtures. You already have seen these slides. In most applications, the permissions are very, very important. So they're like an integral part of the application. And mostly you have many permissions if the system is, or the application is a little bit bigger. And the permissions have to be synced on every system you have, test, stage, and to all of your developers as well working on the system. So if somebody changes something, it needs to go on the system at some point. And usually there are Django fixtures. It's a JSON file, and it's a huge JSON file. And this will export the ID as well, because there are all records in the database, and I don't need the ID, I don't want the ID. The JSON structure is kind of hard to manipulate, and it's very, very prone to merge conflicts, believe me. And it's really hard to fix them, because you always need this importing, exporting crap. And, oh, sorry. Yeah, so this is kind of hard. So I built something in our company toolbox. There's just many useful things in there. You can have a look. It's called Ambient Toolbox. And I try to use a Pythonic structure for this. Everything is under version control. And yeah, let me show you how this works. And here basically is an example. This would just a file that live in a permissions package inside, for example, the account Django app. And for the group editor, you would have a permission declaration. Permissions always are based on the model. So you have, for example, for the article, you would have these 3 default permissions. Yeah, per model, which the editor should have permissions to, you just add one of this. And then, yeah, in the end, you just merge them. And you can then load them via a management command, which you can use in your CI. You can unit test the command. There's a helper for this. If you want to avoid like putting all the permissions from all your Django apps in one place, then you can just create kind of like per app permission files and just merge them, and then when you import them, so you don't glue all the context together. And yeah, if you just need all of the default permissions, especially for kind of higher ranking permission levels, groups like managers or so, there's a helper which generates the 4 default permissions for add, delete, create, and view. Yeah, I don't have a slide for the management command, but it comes in very handy, because then it will just install all the permission fixtures and give you a neat output on what has changed for which groups. And yeah, as I said, there's a helper. You can just add this to your unit test. It's just a 1 line, and it will automatically test if this works and if you made any typos with your permissions. Because if you look at this, if you make a typo here, or if this permission doesn't exist, then you wouldn't recognize until your code doesn't work. But this checker for the unit test will do such a thing for you. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much. And I guess now it's time for another drink. Yes. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you. We have a... Can we get a laptop up here with the closing words? Or are they on this one? What can this talk be about? It's called closing words. There we go. Emil, do you want to do it with me? Grab a mic, come up here.
I nod. Okay.
All right.
You're so polite. Sure.
So we want to end the day. I haven't said much before any talk about like how amazing the talk is, because it was obviously like gonna be an amazing talk. That's why we come here, and that's why we keep doing this. every time. It's another encouragement. But now let's get really explicit about it, right? First slide.
Dun, dun, dun.
Thank you to everyone who got a corporate supporter ticket. And that means, yes, applause. And there are 6 of them. And you can meet them all here. And of course, this would have been a kind of weird day if we didn't have speakers.
Very
Thank you to each and every one of you who showed up with a talk. Thank you for taking the time to write the proposal, to prepare the talk, all this invisible work of creating talks that as like the lower part of the iceberg, right? So yeah, thank you. And we look forward to publishing your talks so that you can share them. Yes. Everyone that showed up, applaud yourself. And yes, do you want to say something about?
No, I don't want to say anything. You're doing great.
Okay.
Keep on going.
Well, there is one person in the room who can receive your applause, and he's sitting there. Fernando has been doing streaming and also a lot of preparation the day before, so yesterday. If you need someone to do streaming for another event, maybe ask Fernando. Yeah, and to the rest of the venue, of course, also, they're not here to hear this, but we are very grateful to be able to do it here at Union, and we're very seriously considering doing it here next year also. Okay, we had the idea
just reading the slide again, you know, you need to prepare the presentation. But,
no, we wanted to put this little reminder that there is still time to fill in the Django developer survey. So go to the djangoproject.com and give your inputs there. That helps shape the future of Django. It's a really important survey, and you'll also be shared the results back afterwards. So yeah, make a difference. That's a way to make a difference. It doesn't take so much time. Yep. Now, the talks will be online very soon. Also, thanks to Fernando, to edit this very quickly and make sure that we can see it, watch it on YouTube and on the website. So yeah, please share them when they come up. We don't know what will be the date of the next Django Day Copenhagen. We know what will be the year, but we're gonna sort it out quite soon. We learned from a past mistake to never announce a date before you have booked the venue. That's also incidentally why this year it's in October. We actually tried to make it in April, but got caught up without a venue. If you want to help organize, that would be super nice. Just come and ask us. We would love to have some help in doing this. There's a bit of work involved. I would say that having the venue is already a lot of pieces of the puzzle. But of course there is a lot of practical things, and organizing can also be fun. So it's a good balance between fun and work. Yeah, we would love to see some more people, to have some more shoulders to carry the weight. And yeah, we will be back next year. So
And I would like to add, like, people who have been helping out today has been like a tremendous help. So can we have a little applause for you, please?
Thank you.
That's just a good example of, like, it doesn't take much more than that, you know, just to kind of on the day help out with the actual execution. So like someone else can take all the stress of like finding a venue and booking in food and buying beer and etc. But just on the day, host the lightning talks. Awesome. That's all.
Yeah. Thank you. What's the next slide? Aha. This is like the opposite of Django Social. It's the an announcement that yes, we have this meetup group. It's a little bit confusing. We didn't want to delete it because there's so many people in it, but we don't get any feedback from there. It's kind of weird. So don't expect that by signing up here you will somehow receive events and news. But we have a newsletter instead, and please do use that. And when you bought a ticket, you were asked if you want to receive it. If you said no, and now you want to change your mind, you can also find the link to sign up for the newsletter on our social media profiles. All right. Party. Please get food before the party. We reserve a little bit of time here. It's 6 o'clock now, so in 1.5 hours we will expect to be back here. So that should be enough time to go and get something to eat nearby. And the big event during the party is the pub quiz. And the pub quiz has been prepared by Joseph. Super secret stuff. You won't know anything about the questions beforehand. You have to be there. Aside from that, there will be drinks, music. We'll set up some tables. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the nice leather balloons that you saw in the photo in John's slideshow. Yeah, we went to 4 different shops yesterday, and they're not selling them anymore. That also means we're not doing a group photo after this, but we have such a nice group photo from last year. It's completely impossible to outdo. What's that? Okay, you want? Is it by popular demand there will be a group photo? All right, we will do a group photo.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so yes, of course, payment. We have payment up there, so you can pay with card, and any of the backup options can be considered. And we close at 12. If you want to stay at 12, the requirement for staying is to help to clean up. But that's okay. Yeah. Anything I forget on this slide? Yes, then you go home and sleep.
No more slides. The clicker is, I can't click more.
I thought there would be like
I'm done.
a finish of the closing talk will be difficult then. So
but I think that's it, folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
See you back here very soon. If you want to stay, that also requires to help out a little bit. But do get food.
Yes.